Thank
So,
you, Mr. Begay, for the wonderful prayer to start off our event. I got so excited doing the introduction, I forgot to mention my job role with the National Center. I am the Senior Procurement Specialist with the National Center's American Indian Procurement Technical Assistance Center. Our host organization is the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, and our program is in part funded through the U.S. Department of Defense. Um, I'd also like to introduce our MC for today. Um, his name is Pax Harvey with Pax Harvey Consultant. He's one of our Navajo-owned small businesses. We've been calling upon him to help us with emceeing our events, and he always does a great job in keeping the levity of the event and keeping the show flow going. So, Yat A Shitsile.
Yate, good morning. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity again. Yeah, Mr. Begay, for that beautiful prayer. With that, it's the foundation of this event today. It'll carry us through in good mind, body, soul, and spirit. And happy holidays, everyone. I got my Christmas tree up here. You might hear the dogs barking in the background. Don't mind them. I'm set up here in my living room in the corner. So it's good to, this is my first time I'm going to MC in the corner of my living room. So times are kind of weird these days, huh? So anywho, welcome to the 11th annual business summit. And I will be your host. Any bitter water people out there, give me a thumbs up on your emoji. If you are Twitch Eat Me, I am your brother or yeah, probably your little brother or older brother. And I am born for Coyote Pass. So I always tell the traditional people, when you're cruising down that road and then that coyote crosses your path, don't freak out, calm down. It's just my dad going by. You'll be okay. And Sitna, Ginny, Blackstreak Wood people are my paternal grandparents. And then my maternal grandparents are the Big Water clan. I'm originally from Mexican Springs, New Mexico, but I grew up in Luk Ajagay in Saley area. Luk Ajagay Tutso Nast Asia and it's a great honor to be back here again to host this event. I started off my consulting business about a decade ago, and what we do is our specialty is organizational behavior. So we do the sociology, the psychology, and the human behavior of the workplace. We help businesses, company, organizations create and establish a peak performing culture workplace. That's what we do in a nutshell. FYI, holler at me later if you want to. Okay, here we go. All of you that are on here, welcome, welcome everyone. I believe we're live streaming, so everyone that's watching us throughout the whole world, from Africa, from England, from France, from China, from the backyard, from across the wash, wherever you're from, thank you. Well, you're welcome to join us. Hang out with us throughout the day. We have some stuff to do. We'll have some, as we move along, we'll keep you guys on track. But in the meantime, we have a lot of speakers. We're going to jump right into this. So the first individual that's going to give us a presentation here this morning is my wonderful friend, and it's good to see her again as well. This is Elaine Young. She's a department manager for the Division of Economic Development, Navajo Nation. Elaine, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up. My name's Elaine Young, and I'm with the Division of Economic Development. There are 6 programs under the Division of Economic Development. So I'm a portion of that, which is the Small Business Department. And I do have all of the Regional Business Development Office in Chinle, in Shiprock, in Tuba City, Church Rock, and Fort Defiance. So I oversee all of those Regional Business Development Office. And I just want to say this morning, welcome everyone. on behalf of the Division of Economic Development, and then also our Division Director, JT Willie. He is on another Zoom call this morning. So I will be welcoming everyone this morning. I just want to say thank you, Joanne, your continued support and your continued relationship with the Navajo Nation, businesses abroad, and then also as well as Derek. And I see Jeff Begay. Thank you for the wonderful prayer and your involvement with all the small business in your initiative. Today we have a full agenda, and I just want to say welcome small businesses out there that are wanting to do business on the Navajo Nation, do business with some of these federal agencies, private corporation. There are a lot of opportunities, and we do see a lot of opportunities that will come down based on the ARPA projects that will be coming to surface. So throughout the day, we will also provide an update on where we're at as far as the ARPA Act funding update. So we do have a lot of a full agenda, helpful agenda, and then thank you again, everyone, for joining us. And I want to also introduce our economic summit that will be coming up on April 18th through the 21st. And Mr. Harvey has provided us the MC with the previous summit. So 2022, do mark your calendar. The economic summit is April 18th through the 21st. And continue to visit our website at www.navajoeconomy.org. And then also on our website, we do have a lot of information on other opportunities, as well as lending programs and any helpful information resources for small businesses. With that, I just want to say thank you again. Do kehe ado nishkeni e ya na kaya national shin bashin is it funny that she che ado it is chini that she na alo ibise ya chichin recorded na sha. Thank you.
I can't thank you, Elaine, for your welcome, and thank you also for the continued partnership with the DED and the National Center. First, I'd like to also recognize, Henry, if you could put up the sponsor slides. I want to recognize our sponsors today, because without them, we wouldn't be able to do this event. Our big sponsor for today is the Salt River Project. My friend Patty Pyle over there, she's the Supplier Diversity Manager, and they always come through year over year supporting our program and our Navajo Nation outreach events. So I want to thank SRP and recognize them today for their continued support of our program. We also have, the continued support of our Division of Economic Development with the Navajo Nation. They're always open to, helping us recruit buyers to participate in our business matchmaking event. And we host a number of training workshops throughout the year. So those are usually announced through the DED website or through their Facebook page. So check out their Facebook page and like their page so that you can get the latest information on training and workshops. We also partner with the Dene Chamber. I serve on the board of directors with the Dene Chamber. Right now, my role is interim secretary until we have new board members appointed. But I'm happy to be working with the chamber. We have a lot of small businesses that participate in our members of the chamber. So we're just trying to advocate on behalf of our small business. So I just want to thank them for their continued partnership as well. Shanala Jeff Begay and I have been working together with the chamber, and we'll have Lydell Davies, our interim chairwoman with the chamber, speaking in a few minutes as well. So back to you, Pax.
Thank you. Yeah. Otto's sister. Shalaja not Elaine. Or I can be your older brother too. It's okay. Thank you for that beautiful presentation. Thank you for all you do. It's good to see you again as well. And I miss all of you over there. One day we'll all come back together again. And also, Joanne, thank you for that shout out to all the sponsorship. So it's my great honor and privilege to introduce this next gentleman. And as a lot of you know him, and we've seen him around in the business world. And also he's done a lot. He does a lot for the people, the community. So without any further ado, I'm going to welcome Derek Watchman, who is the Board of Directors Chairman for NCAIED. Sir, take it away.
Thank you, Kehat Pax, Mr. Harvey, Yat A, and good morning, everybody. Shay Derek Watchman, and as Mr. Harvey indicated, I am currently the chairman of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, NCAIED. It took me years just to get able to say that in a couple of seconds, and so, we are a nonprofit organization headquartered in Mesa, and we've been around 50 plus years. And as you'll see today, the National Center's primary focus is to engage, is to enlighten, and to address and to help our Indian country businesses. And that includes our enterprises, it includes our tribal enterprises, it includes our individual Indian-owned businesses on and off reservation. And our goal is to empower and to grow our Indian country economies. And so today is a good example through Joanne and the PTAC program. You know, we work with many reservations, including the Navajo Nation. And so I want to say thank you to the Division of Economic Development for partnering with us, you know, to continue to put this show on. This is our 11th show, if you will, and it's been very, very, very helpful. We also do, and many know this, we also host the Reservation Economic Summit, and RES for short. And so our upcoming reservation summit is scheduled for May 23rd through the 26th, 2022. Put that on your calendars. We had to move to May. Usually we, as you know, for those of you that follow us, we've been doing our RES conferences in March. This past year, because of COVID, we had to do it in July. But because of scheduling and all the other challenges, we had to schedule RES for May. But the good thing, we think, is that we're now moving to the Caesars Palace. And so we're hoping that we'll have a great venue, great opportunity, more space to basically continue to annually highlight all the opportunities that are available in Indian country. And so, but I also want to thank the sponsors and everybody on here. Economic development is really, really critical, especially these days, you know, as we try to move out of COVID-19 and as we try to recover. You know, I think we all proved that we're resilient as Indian-owned businesses. You know, I myself have a small business, and you know, speaking of that, you know, I forgot to introduce myself properly, but Yate Derek Watchman. So I skinny and shrimp, Tohana Bashichin, Tutnazani, they Shiche Auto, Tabaha Chanela. And I'm originally from the Asai Lake area, over by Navajo, New Mexico. And so I have a little farm patch there, and that's where my family is from. But economically here on Navajo, and that's the primary reason for today, you know, how do we continue? How do we grow and enhance our Navajo businesses? And that's been the charge of myself as chairman of the board for the National Center, and also been helping and supporting the Net Chamber of Commerce. And so the COVID has brought a lot of challenges, but opportunities. And I think we'll hear about that today. In particular, the ARPA monies that, you know, have come down through the Navajo Nation. It is my hope that we can all partner and really enhance and call to action our Navajo businesses. You know, I don't want to steal the thunder, but last year, economic development basically recorded over 6,000 Navajo businesses of all shapes, flavors. And so there's 6,000 businesses that we all have to help. We all have to get behind them. We all have to get them so that they can benefit and actually be a part of the recovery and basically be a part of what ARPA is all about. We've been reading $2 billion is coming out, and there's probably more money. The infrastructure bill, the Build Back America bill is coming. And so, those are great opportunities for all of us on this call, great opportunities for our partners. And so, for me, my message to everybody here is we have to work together, we have to partner, and we have to lift everybody up. And so I know that in many cases, when we talk about the small business, there's been some remarks that, well, maybe we're not qualified, maybe we can't handle the job. And some of us maybe need a little help. And some of us, I think, are ready to go. We just got to figure out how to, line everybody up and say, okay, you're the contractors for Navajo, you're going to get this business. The professional service guys will get this business. And so that's how I see today's Business Opportunity Act. And so, but there's also opportunities outside, our partners, SRP, the utilities, the federal agencies, many opportunities for us as Navajo businesses to partake. So I just want to say welcome on behalf of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. It's good to see all the familiar faces here. I look forward as the chairman of the board for the National Center to work with everybody here so that at the end of the day, we have jobs on Navajo, we have revenue, and we have an economy, as Jefferson Begay pointed out, we have an economy that's thriving, that's robust, so that we don't have to run to the border towns. We can do our business here in Window Rock, Tuba City, Chinle, all the other places. And so, but Joanne, for doing this, I appreciate your support. Otto, everybody else, excuse me, Mr. Harvey, and all the sponsors here. So, thank you, everybody, and I look forward to a great day. So, back to you, Mr. Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watchman. Yeah, Njona, and for all that you do as well. Thank you very much. And then happy holidays to you and your family. So we have a little change up here, everyone. Because of the busy schedule and so forth, we are going to, according to your agendas, if you have them, we are going to be moving up one of our speakers here, and because the person's got a lot to do. And without any further ado, let's welcome the Navajo Nation President, the Honorable Vice President, Mr. Myron Leiser.
Oh, Yate, it's good to be here with you all. Thank you. Pax, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Looks like you're healthy. Looks like you're wealthy and you're wise. Yes, awesome. Well, it's good to see you. Good to be here on this Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Day 2021. I was wanting to know, how long do I have, Pax?
About a good 20 minutes.
20 minutes, okay. And the reason why I ask is I also am speaking on the office of the First Lady, Second Lady's faith-based event as well. So kind of double duty as we always do. So, but I appreciate you all here. So thank you for guiding us and leading us here, just trying to get some logistics going. Had some early, how would you say, snafus with my internet. My agenda wasn't opening, my Zoom link wasn't working, and just a lot of those things. But here we are, again, recovery and revitalization of after COVID. President and I, we always felt like we could open up and recover safely. And, I believe we have done so. There has been no record of surging there's been no record of, outbreaks from businesses and the like. And early on during the pandemic, I know we faced shutting down the nation. It was just totally shut down, borders closed, businesses closed for a time, which was detrimental to our businesses. And yet, in our lack of understanding this virus and how it worked and how it wreaked havoc early on, the surging and trying to suppress it, mitigate its spread, it was all hands on deck mentality. And establish our Health Command Operations Center and United Command Group a little bit later on, but bring in the health professionals and to bring in on the bright minds, those that are trained and those that are experienced, with this year. And so early on, it was just shut down and contain the spread. And, during this time, the nation was at a standstill. And yet we needed supplies. And yet, we needed that. We're consumers. We showed through this pandemic that we are still consumers even in a pandemic. It's just that with limited opportunities and stores closed, we consumed elsewhere. And border towns were readily open, and so we followed suit. We needed supplies, food, the staples, water, sustenance, fuel, then hay and feed for our animals, our families. So, we can't say, because hindsight's always 2020. We could say shoulda, woulda, coulda. And, right now it's just, that thing that we have a tool of looking backwards. How can we do it differently? I'm hoping that as, the nation, as we come off of this pandemic, that we really look almost like an exit report, right? I mean, we as division directors and program managers, we always look, how can we be better? And so, as we are gathering all this information, have it comprised, and have the smart and bright minds of our division directors, program managers, and the like to really advise us. We have a new economist on board now. And, how do we use this data to our best advantage? And so, recovery and revitalization after COVID, I want to appreciate the PTAC for putting this on. Thank you, Joe Nota, and all the hands that work, JT Willie and his Navajo Department of Economic Development. Of course, there's going to be a lot of discussion here. We appreciate all of those ideas. And, recently we've been on and talking with the business owners in our coffee and conversation. It's been very enlightening. It's been very challenging to hear the plight of the entrepreneur, the business owners that are out there. And, we as a nation, and just being honest and transparent, the nation has never really totally been inclusive to our Navajo Nation businesses. And that's why these are important, PACs, these opportunity day where it's just all about the entrepreneur, the businesses that we have here. And to those aspiring to go into business, as a business owner myself for over 30 years, and the family of businesses that our family owns, 49 years, going on 50 years here, and in some shape or form, in a place where economic development is really, almost non-existent, for full implementation, bringing all the retail stores, all the storefronts, all the opportunities that we see now and through this pandemic. How did we get to this point? How did we thrive and survive, right? And business owners are resilient. We know that. And, I knew this because I was a business owner. Even though we closed the businesses, I knew in my mind, if I was closed, I would already be starting a plan. I would already be working to mitigate the virus so that we could open up our shop, open up our stores, open up our doors so that people can come shop. So once HCOC established the health command or the protocols that we know now, there was essential businesses that were allowed to open in grocery stores, C-stores, and hardware stores. So sure enough, those businesses had already got their plan even before HCOC set into the place these protocols. And so because it was about making enough money to put food on the table, feeding the employees and their families, paying their salaries, their paychecks, because lives depended on it. And so now that we're looking backwards, any job, any position, any work endeavor, anything that puts food on the table is essential. So, going through possibly the next pandemic, we could deem that such, and then, go forward and make decisions like that. But in the heat of the moment, that was kind of what we were left with. And so now here we are, again, the pandemic's still here. The numbers are kind of surging. We have the variants that kind of arise and do what they do. The health professionals know that, every virus, it does, it morphs into something, and it just changes the way that it is comprised. And so, through all of those variants here, we still continue to see opportunity, and still maintaining to be safe and advocating for that at the highest levels. President and I, Jonathan Nez, and our families, we are putting it out there. Continue to mask up, continue to stay safe, and the only way to do that is just probably stay home, right? But we know we got to get out and shop and do our business. Some of us have jobs; we still got to put food on the table. So upon opening up and recovering safely, we need to establish those low-hanging fruits here. Tourism shut down. Then, one of the main places where that was shut down was the tourism industry, the slot canyon operators, the tour operators. Again, these are areas that were impacted really hard because tourists, all of a sudden, they quit flocking to the Navajo Nation. And, that was a place where we could insert ourselves. The nation, and it is a Nez Lizer priority to enhance and bolster tourism, enhancing the number of hotels that we have here, enhancing the number of eateries, restaurants, helping the mom and pops that thrive in our flea markets. We see tourists go and flock to our flea markets and partake in the fry bread and the Navajo tacos and, the traditional foods that flourish here on the Navajo Nation. And so tourism is the low-hanging fruit that we consider working on. And so we have been looking at opportunities in known opportunity zones. These are something that perhaps I'll leave out there for you all to study, to research. The nation we have 19 opportunity zones comprised on our Navajo Nation. And this is where a viable project, sound business plans, sound opportunities, a pro forma, projections that show that there could be a return on any investment, and well thought out, deemed again viable by subject matter experts, those that can study business plans and, say, hey, that's a great idea. I want to fund it, or, we have an opportunity zone fund that can fund it. And we go forward with those kind of projects. But these are large dollars. I'm talking millions. If there's any dreamers out there, we're working on plans right now to bring hotels and restaurants to the Navajo Nation in these opportunity zones to better take advantage of the tourism. Again, the low-hanging fruit right now coming out of a pandemic. Again, this is a discussion about recovery and revitalization. Those low-hanging fruit. There's a study out there, and I can't, give you the source. I've just heard from a reputable source, somebody that would seem to be in the know here on the Navajo Nation, that the average tourist spends an average of 7 hours, only 7 hours here on the Navajo Nation. And if that's the case, we need to keep them on the Navajo Nation a lot longer. And it does seem plausible. It is fathomable that 7 hours is the norm, because we don't have a surplus of hotels and restaurants here that would entice people to come on and stay. And, but knowing that, we do have the points of interest. We have the Slot Canyon area, Antelope Point area, Page, the Chi chapter. We have, the Four Corners National Monument. We have Canyon de Chelly. We have Monument Valley. I mean, the world knows about Monument Valley and all of the, areas, their points of interest down more coming around the whole Navajo Nation. Windrock, the capital. Everybody's got to see the hole in the rock, right? Canyon de Chelly, Spider Rock. We also have, real close proximity to Mesa Verde, and we also have Chaco Canyon, over there in the Eastern Agency. Not a lot of traffic as heavy as some of the other areas, but, kind of we have, our president calls that grand circle. If we could regulate our tourism, we'd do a great job of retaining tourists a lot longer than 7 hours, kind of regulate the tourism industry, kind of like Las Vegas does for us. Las Vegas regulates our tourism. People, fly into Las Vegas, they get a tour, and they get flown to varying points, Grand Canyon, parts of the Navajo Nation, land in Page, go take a tour, take a helicopter tour, and the like, different things like that. But what if we could curtail tourism traffic here on the Navajo Nation? So this is part of the recovery piece and the revitalization piece. It's kind of twofold in that we bring on more hotel managers and operators. And, there's certain areas that are needing hotels right now. Shiprock, Crown Point, Window Rock, we could use more hotels here. And at that too, in mitigating a pandemic, you bring on health professionals, you bring on people to recruit, you bring in nurses, respiratory techs, doctors to help us fight this pandemic, stave off the surging that's going on that we see happening. So we do need extended stay type motels here on the nation in all the locales, all the hubs of the nation. Window Rock, Kayenta, Chinle, Dilcon, now with a new PHS hospital or IHS hospital there in Dilcon. That's going to be the next frontier, I believe. There's going to be a lot of ancillary businesses that will pop up there because now there's water there, there's central activity. A new hospital brings professionals, brings money to the region. And so there'll be, restaurants popping up. There'll be, probably added benefits there for that region. The Hopi Nation is so close to, so they'll be coming down for services and for opportunities to, again, help us build out our Navajo Nation economy. So President and I, we've always said, buy Navajo, buy local. And me, much more as a private businessman before I even became a vice president, it was always support local businesses. This is what keeps your economy strong. It's been said that a $20 bill in a strong community should circulate 6 to 7 times. That signifies a strong economy. But, for us, sadly, the reality, the truth of the matter is that, any $20 bill that comes on the nation probably gets spent once, maybe twice, and then it's right back off to the border towns, never to be seen again. So, we could do a better job at that. And this is part of recovery and revitalization, especially after COVID. So tourism, more hotels. There's a new one coming up in Chantal. There's also planned ones. Again, I mentioned Shiprock, Crown Point, Chinle, renewal. There could always be a new offering, opportunities. Kayenta, they kind of rule the roost there as far as hotels go. There's the View, our friends out there, the Ortegas out there in the View, doing a great job. Give them a shout out there in the View. What a great grand location. But again, I think we should all be looking and helping these operators, the known operators, the producers, the one with the fruit on the tree. We should help them, build out and expand here. Then there's Cameron area there, and then there's also Tuba City. So even Lachi chapter, right? We see development. As soon as you get off the border of the Navajo Nation, boom, Page hits you in the face, man, punches you in the face and says, "Give me your dollar." Give me your dollars. So, we could do a better job at helping our Navajo Nation, advance at every level with business activity, business opportunities, economic development, and the build out of that. And so, that's what the Nesleiser administration is about. We've taken on more of I chair the Economic Recovery Work Group, where we take presentations from many out there, a lot of great ideas. Some of it patented technologies, new technologies to bring water to our animals. It's kind of business, right? Because what if we could enhance ranchers and the profit that they make when they sell their cattle and their livestock, right? Because you bring water to them and you make it so that the cattle doesn't have to walk for miles to a known watering hole. They could, by established drinkers out in about a 20 square mile radius, they could have drinkers all over, strategically placed. So there's ideas that we're working on right now. Obviously, you need some money, you need funding, you need seed capital. So if the nation here, if we could be better investors in our own people, in our own opportunities, I think that would attract tag-along capital. So we're working with the outside investors, whether they're opportunity zone funds, whether they're humanitarian funds, any seed capital, anybody that's looking to the Navajo Nation. A lot of them are humanitarian oriented nonprofit types, but they command millions of dollars, if not billions, because they're doing it globally. And I think the challenge here is saying the Navajo Nation is here. We're open for business. Even in a pandemic, there's so much opportunity here, and that's what we see, and that we're working on. We're trying to leave no stone unturned in those opportunity zones. So I'm pretty excited here, Pax. There's a lot that's going on. There's a lot that we could do to recover and revitalize the Navajo Nation in any pandemic, which is a health crisis, right? Taking the ancient Chinese proverb, crisis. Another word for crisis in the Chinese proverb is opportunity. Who is looking at the opportunities that are happening right now through a pandemic? There's a lot of need. And there was a lot of need before the pandemic. And it was magnified. Our issues and our lack was really magnified during this pandemic. And so we're about bringing, answers and resources to those needs. We don't have enough grocery stores, right? Having only 9 to 10 grocery stores here. One of them even closed 20 miles north of us here in Navajo, New Mexico, at the Navajo Nation Shopping Center there. But there's a new operator that's coming in, Navajo DD and Shopping Center. Our buddy Nick Taylor, their CEO, is helping a Navajo entrepreneur go into business there. And so, but we need more than just one. We need at least 6 more. I think I'm on record for saying that 6 strategically placed grocery stores, maybe hybrid stores, because it's hard to make a real profit on the nation because we don't have an economy that has exports going out. We make rugs, we craft silversmith, fine artisan jewelry and sand paintings and art and culture and stuff. We do a great job with that, but on a mass scale, we're not producing furniture, we're not producing anything of great significance, right? No promise of export, so that those stores that are on the nation, their prices are high. That's one of the critical comments that our Navajo people make. Your prices are so high. It's so high. The deeper you go in, the prices escalate, and they're always looking for something great, right? Everybody, it's human nature. Give me a deal. I want something less expensive. We see the bright lights of the border towns, the big box stores, that entice us to come. Our people will travel 2 hours to go save $1. I'm like, wow, that, if we could just figure out the psychology of it all, right? And I get it. Go to border town, you got the serendipity of going to eat, to be entertained, to shop, to do some things that we can't really do on the nation. So how do we entice our people to stay? Which came first, the chicken or the egg, right? It's kind of that. Do our prices need to be lowered so that people will readily shop locally? Or, do people need to sacrifice that $1 savings, the $2 savings, drive 80 miles to shop at a neighboring location? Again, as a business owner, we can't lower prices here on the Navajo Nation. We'll go out of business. We have rent that's pretty high. We pay for high water, high power. Our Navajo NTUA, again, not being critical or anything, but we don't really have a commercial consideration. There's no opportunities for commercial development and then commercial rates. They kind of pay for all of the residents of the Navajo Nation, and so the burden falls on the commercial aspect. And if I'm wrong, that was just kind of my experience going through. That's why you don't see a plethora of car washes and laundromats, even though they're needed, right? But they come at a high cost. So that's just again from a businessman's perspective. So how do you recover and revitalize? Well, you consider these things. We need more export because any incoming inventory is a very high price for that operator, for that store owner. They have to pay the brunt of the delivery costs because there's an empty truck that's leaving. Nothing. There's no inventory leaving. There's no export leaving the nation. And so that initial entry is very expensive. And then the truck leaves empty. So that's a cardinal sin for transportation. And those of you who know that, operate trucks and whatnot, delivery trucks, they should be coming in full, leaving full. That makes our economy, that makes our prices here on Navajo a little bit less expensive. So how do we get to that point? Well, and lastly, I think I'll close with this here, Pax, is that, as we work to mitigate this virus here, we're looking at those opportunities that are out there, the low-hanging fruit, right? Tourism, it's well established now that I've talked about. Industry, new industries, emerging technologies, we can entice those to come here. Bring our young professionals home. They go out, they get educated in the finest institutions in our land here, and they come back and there's no jobs, sir. Well, we got to start paying attention to that. So as we entice those young professionals to come home, all our people that want to come home, a tribe of over 400,000 members, right? Well established in this pandemic, that we're the largest tribe, largest land base. We should have those opportunities for our own people. And so we're working on that, the Nez Lizer administration, along with, PTAC and NDED, and even you, PAX, you can get out there and put a good word out. You have a great platform in which to, challenge our people to continue to stay safe, mitigate this virus, mask up, keep your hands clean, no large gatherings for a time, but I know, a lot of us, we do feel comfortable in those settings, and we do our best to mitigate the virus, and we don't want to take it home. So, again, to each his own, everybody just be responsible, be self-conscious of, where you are, always be vigilant. We can recover, open up and recover safely. I feel ours is an economy that needs to be enhanced in every way. And I believe each day we can make our own decisions to buy Navajo, buy local, strengthen our economy. The tax dollars and revenues raised from local purchases will help provide opportunities for, well, PAX, maybe even maybe you want to open up a store. You saw a need during this pandemic here, and you says, I'm going to go into business. I saw this opportunity and we're going to open up a shop, right? Some shops have opened up during this time. I'm thinking of Ashi Beauty there, our friend there that's selling beauty products, right? And selling some of the great coffee in our area. But, we know too that there's other opportunities, the need for coffee. Our Navajos love coffee. There's the sisters there, Sabi Sisters. And then there's the other one there at my days in Windrock. Here in Windrock, there's 3 coffee establishments. There's I can't remember the name. A good friend of mine, Mr. Bitsui there, Zach Bitsui, coffee. No, trying to get the name. Sorry, my apologies. But PAX, thank you for this time. I don't know how much time I have left here, but I was struggling early on. I did have some notes prepared and I couldn't access them. I think my internet was down or something. I just couldn't access any of my notes here, but I look forward to any opportunities that we might have here for this Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Day 2021, recovery and revitalization after COVID. Again, we're all in this together. Let's be safe. And, we're going to, it just came to me, Latte Abdine, our good friend, Zach Bitsui over there, and I do advocate for a lot of the businesses. Look forward to meeting everybody. I need sugar out in Gallup, Navajo. Our friend there, Mr. Hostine there, she's doing a great job with her bakery, and many more. I get in trouble now. I call out one, you got to name them all. So, but we support Navajo businesses. Again, all across the Netra here, would you buy Navajo and buy local? May God bless you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Myron Lizer. You're doing an outstanding job. You guys are doing great stuff there. As we all know, from that end is very difficult, and a lot of people from the other end may seem or think it's easy, but it's not. There's a lot of loopholes. There's a lot of hurdles you have to overcome. and you have to battle and tweak and fix some of these policies, rules, regulations to allow businesses to operate. So thank you so much for doing that. And also, you're good on time, so no rush here. But we want to kind of open up to a couple of questions. Are you okay to take a couple of questions there, Mr. Lizer?
Sure,
Okay.
you bet.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that, everyone. Again, we want to thank Mr. Lizer here, the Vice President. So we'll have whoever wants to ask a question, go ahead and unmute yourself. And then if you can, turn on your camera, and then that ask the VP a question. So we'll take a couple of questions and then we'll move on. So Q&A, questions, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Al Henderson, interim CEO. I'd like to ask a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for your support and to share with us your presentation. And I know that the Net Chamber appreciates you coming to the forefront and fielding questions. I wanted to ask you questions on incentive. And this might be a comparative work that you might have DED or the New Economist have an analysis be done on short order. You have a Rhino Health that came in very quickly on short note, a quick turnaround time, and the Navajo Nation, along with others, parlayed a bundle of financing to start the nitrile glove manufacturing out in Church Rock Industrial Park. I think the Navajo Nation put up about close to $40 million. The second allocation was made probably about, maybe 3 weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then in comparison to that, the Net Chamber has, at this point, 4 projects that could start up a manufacturing, a small one. One is a lumber, one is a pellet mill, another one is a long-standing request for water bottling. And then there's one other project that we were looking at on the Navajo Nation. It seems to me that there is a mismatch in terms of policy, the Navajo Nation policy, and I want to find out from you what was the differences that made Rhino Health a real active, quick, funded, and now they're producing a lot of glove factory. And maybe that's a model that we can go ahead and take away from the recent experience and translate it to a lot of our membership and those who want to invest in the Navajo Nation operation of small manufacturing company. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Henderson, for that there. I know I've heard some of those comments there. You kind of think about it, though. It was an opportunity for, and who would have thought that we'd be coming into this pandemic? And so the opportunity came to the nation at a strategic point. It was, I guess I don't want to say it wasn't done right, but every, I guess, resource should have been given to them. I feel based, and this is hindsight looking backwards. Again, the pandemic came. There are no nitrile gloves. Before the pandemic, there was no nitrile gloves produced in the United States. They were all produced in the Orient, all across, China, Vietnam, Myanmar, just that area. And then the pandemic came. And so he came right before the pandemic, and he was one of the most patient businessmen that I've ever met before. God bless Mark Lee. He's doing a great job there. I do support this project. And then really trying to advocate for him too. When I'd say two, because I do support all Navajo Nation businesses. It's a matter of, how would you say, taking advantage of opportunities. And again, it could be argued too that you're right. There's an inequity in how the nation supports those businesses. One of the things I'm finding as the vice president, and I'm being a businessman too. I have my businessman hat, and I'm the vice president. I do advocate for some projects that seem in my business sense, my I guess acumen, so to speak, tell me that's a great idea. That's something that we, the nation, should support, right? And right now, the hotels I just laid out for you that support and tourism is the low-hanging fruit. The tourism's already there, up to anywhere from whoever's numbers you look at, anywhere from 800,000 tourists to 2 million tourists here, in our area. especially up in Page. We have Lake Powell, you have Slot Canyons, Antelope Point, Marina. Any numbers are there, I think, are arguable, but supported by some data. So the fact that Mark Lee came with Rhino Health, his intention was to make Rhino gloves synonymous with Navajo and vice versa, Navajo synonymous with Rhino gloves, to build out. And his market was 8%. That was his target, 8% market saturation, nitrile gloves made on Navajo, made in the USA, the first of any nitrile gloves made on our continent. The rest are all latex gloves, right? I mean, that's the truth of the matter. Latex gloves, they're all over, but some people have reactions to them. They are allergic to latex gloves. So the market and demand for nitrile gloves now in the pandemic is just monstrous. The opportunities are so large. We should have been helping Mark tremendously even before the pandemic. That's hindsight, looking backwards and seeing the opportunity. So that opportunity is still here. The nation has opportunity zones. We have CSN money. We have, all the money, UUFB money. We should be supporting Navajo businesses on Navajo. I mean, when I say Navajo businesses, again, it could be argued, well, Mark Lee's not Navajo, but he's hiring Navajos. He's at about 90%, clip here of Navajo workers there. Anybody that is either physically on Navajo or supports Navajo workers or is a Navajo owner. Those we kind of loosely say that now support Navajo businesses. So again, an argument could be made for that he's not Navajo. But the opportunity to come on to Navajo, I think, is here. We are trying to advance that opportunity zones, bringing other people's money, investment dollars into Navajo to help him, to help others that might have ideas, especially in this pandemic, like masks. There's gloves, there's PPEs. We see that. We're working on our own Navajo Nation regional strategic stockpile. Instead of being the last on the totem pole, like we found out we were during this pandemic, let's just build a warehouse and let's help our own region here and other tribes in and around our region with our own PPEs. So we're working on that there. So there's so much opportunity. The money that is going to Mr. Lee, again, I think it was strategic. Somebody was visionary there. This was not a Nez Lizer project. This was, I think, a previous administration had worked it. It kind of got grandfathered in, at least with regard to myself. I saw the opportunity. I supported it based on my business sense, my business acumen, and said there's opportunity here. So again, now, we're working on increasing our nation's holding here. I've even challenged a lot of our delegates, we need to quit funding social programs to their ire. Nobody likes to hear that because there's votes tied up in supporting social programs. And we know a lot of our people need help. They need, homes, they need power, they need water, all these things. And yet, the nation could do a better job in investing in those projects that have the promise of return on investment, return on our ROI. And this, Mr. Henderson, I believe our investment policy should also be flipped to help our own Navajo Nation people. And so I think along with the Nate Chamber, we're creating that kind of narrative. Along with NDED, which we're pushing, you can't change a trajectory of a nation as large as ours, the land base as large as ours, with a history as long as ours of not being as productive as we could. And I think that's why I became vice president. I saw a lot of the constraint bottlenecks and the bureaucracy. Not that I could help change things overnight. My head is kind of flat right here by bumping up against the same brick wall every time, and it's very frustrating. But we have opportunities, much like this one here, just to create the narrative. If we can recover and revitalize Navajo, what a great opportunity in a pandemic to propel us, to catapult us into our next echelon of development. And when you get almost $3 billion, some of it better go on the ground, some of it better be hung in the air. And we need to advance IT like nobody's business, because right now, IT infrastructure, broadband infrastructure, internet capability to every person on Navajo is crucial. This can help speed up, those businesses and those would-be entrepreneurs to see that there is opportunity. And so again, we're all in this together. I just kind of blanketed response to your answer, but the opportunity that Mr. Lee has with Rhino Health is still there. We need to help them take better advantage of it. It'll create more jobs for Navajos all over the nation in those opportunity zones. I'm hoping to use other people's money right now. And so we're attracting humanitarian funds, we're attracting seed funds, seed capital, and even if we show we're willing to invest in our own projects, I think the tag-along capital will come. So thank you for that.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Al, for that question. It was an awesome question. And then thank you, Vice President, for that beautiful answer. And we have one more, and then we'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. So Mr. Watchman, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, and thank you, Vice President Leiser. Great presentation. I think a lot of our businesses are looking for opportunities from the Navajo government, but I think there's other opportunities that we all can work on. And so, with you and President Nez being the leader of our nation, how can we line up Navajo opportunities with BIA, IHS, EPA, DOE, BLM, and others that do business with us? It seems that there's huge opportunities on that front. And so how do we shore up and line up, especially those that come to do business here? I think there's, maybe some policies against it, but how can we ensure that, like, for example, EPA, when they come here, that lock, stock, barrel, they use Navajos entirely. And so I know that's a tall order, but how can we facilitate that? Because that's probably another couple $2 billion worth of opportunity for our Navajo businesses. And so maybe it's not a question, but it's a comment. But maybe how can we shore that up as well? I think it's a big opportunity. So that's a real quick question, but maybe a long answer. So thank you, Vice President.
Yes, thank you, Derek. Yeah. But you're right. It's I think I consider it an all hands on deck mentality again. Again, the opportunities are here in this pandemic. The need has always been there, and it was magnified by this pandemic. Literally last year, the summer, all of the world's eyes were on Navajo. We had all the major news networks were here peering in, trying to create a story. And we had the president did a great job. I appreciate his stellar leadership in this fight against the pandemic. But trying to change the messaging from, oh, poor Navajo to, we're resilient. We are strong. We have been here and we've fought, many monsters in our past here, and we're still here. And my point, maybe that the faith-based aspect here kind of took root as well for me. That's, something that I like to hold on to. It's one of my strong characteristics of my holding here that's probably kept me strong in this vice presidency, is that, our creator, Shajadi, and God had set us here on this continent. We are still here. Our prayers are powerful. How do we excel in this? So we're praying for wisdom in which to do that. But to your point, we are a government, and we are held by so many layers of bureaucracy, oversight, and limiting us, constraining us. It's almost a stronghold of just entities keeping us down. But my trained mind says, our battle is not against flesh and blood, not against people. It's not against any one person, or even I could say, parties, Democrat, Republican. Within that whole smorgasbord, I guess, of holding, there's a system that limits us. So, the Nez Leiser administration, we put forth a white paper, and, now's the time. The Biden-Harris administration is there, and president has a great relationship with the Biden-Harris administration, been in the White House. He says we have a seat at the table. I beg to differ. We had a seat at the table last administration. Your vice president was there. And, President Trump was calling and was working on his Forgotten Peoples No More agenda. So I think the Biden-Harris administration had to take that next step here. It was, just And when I say that, you seem to pit parties against each other, but I think it was the tide, again, maybe a more spiritual, our creator God taking care of First Nations. We see such a narrative being developed there, Black Lives Matter, and every life matters, Native lives matter. We've argued that from the get-go, to time immemorial. So we see, and if you have an eye to look, and again, if you're prayerful, you kind of get this notion, you get this holding, you get this belief, and you got to have a little faith to see this here, that the narrative is going to Native America. And for such a time as this year, we've gotten almost $3 billion. Never before in our history we've gotten that kind of money. We need to catch up. I argue with that build back better. It's like, we can't build back better. We've never been there before. We're catching up with the rest of the country. Again, we were 30 years behind the times when I was on the outside looking in. Now that I'm the vice president, knowing all our constraints, knowing the myriad of meetings I've been in to say, we need to do this, we need to do this. And then next meeting, literally it's like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that. There's so much red tape, bureaucracy. The opportunities are there. Now I say we're 40 years behind the times. I've been to some ribbon cuttings, Derek and Mr. Henderson, and all those on the call, that projects took 20 years from inception to building out the project to finally cutting the yellow ribbon and grand opening. This is taking too long, and we need to speed up that process. The white paper will speak to the policies, the regulations, the oversight, maybe for such a small window of time, right? Just like when Europe was decimated during World War II, right? The United States rushed in, we gave them billions of dollars, the Marshall Plan. We helped rebuild Europe. And why can't the federal government rebuild Indian country, rebuild the Navajo Nation, the largest tribe right now? And so I think with work with our senators and our representatives and the administration, whichever administration it is, has been my joy, it's been my honor to ramp up the holding on the Republican side. And I know, that people don't really, I think that Republicans help Indian country. It was warming up, and we were trying to help make that happen. I am a business owner. We need to give more opportunity to our business people that are out there. We need to give them every opportunity. Join the American dream. That was my challenge to President Trump. I can't wait to speak to President Biden and say, hey, we just need to be a part of that American dream. Too many times we get, people come from other countries, and they can be called, a Japanese guy can come to America and be called Japanese American. Russian American, Hindu American. We got all kinds of nationalities, and come to America, the land of the free, the home of the brave, and be called whatever country they came through, and then put dash American. Well, we had that first. We are Native American. We are the first American. We should be given first opportunity. And so, again, it's a long-winded answer. I understand that. Early on too, I don't have all the answers. Jonathan Nez doesn't have all the answers, but we could hire, to your point, Derek, how do you build out opportunities? How do you create better, stronger opportunities for our business people? We could hire smart people. When I say smart, not that we don't have smart people here, we could hire business savvy people that'll help us make decisions. Again, government is government. I think we are filled with people that thrive in that realm. If we're going to build an opportunity for businesses to thrive, we got to separate government and business. Somehow we got to make that happen. Those tribes that can do that, they're successful. The Ho-Chunks of the world, the Oneidas of the world, the Seminoles of the world, the Southern Utes of the world, they have separated government from business making, business opportunities. Why can't Navajo do the same? I think it's within our holding. We just have to be willing to entertain that thought, all our leaders. And that's what I mean by hiring smart people, smart enough to say, I don't need to take the credit for this project. I want our Navajo people to thrive and flourish. We need to hire people like that are willing to take a step back, but provide those opportunities for them. And so until we get a lot of people within the realm of government to release that business making arm into all that we could be, all that it can be, much like a growth fund concept, and you understand, Derek, what I'm talking about. That's hell on wheels for economic development, that kind of vehicle. And so working hard to make that happen. And we need more people that just have an open mind and open heart, that our Navajo people are worth the investment. Let's start investing in our Navajo people.
Thank you very much. Derek, you have anything to say, Derek, or you good?
Thank you. I appreciate the answer, Vice President. Thank you for joining us as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, Honorable Vice President, Navajo Nation, thank you. Myron, for all that you're doing and everything that all the administration is doing there. It's always good to see you as well. And happy holidays to you and your family. And then be safe out there as well. We'll keep you in our prayers. And go ahead, Joanne, you had your hands up.
Oh, thank you, Pax. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Vice President, for joining us today. We really appreciate your participation in our Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Day event, and always having the support for your support for our small businesses. We really appreciate that, and your openness to communicating with our small businesses through the Dene Chamber business meetings. So we hope to have more of those interactive meetings with you in the future. So back to you, Pax.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you, and Pax, Derek, and Mr. Anderson. Appreciate it.
Safe travels. Be safe out there. Now, do we have Liddell? Are you on here, Liddell?
I am on, yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me introduce you here. So our next speaker is a graduate of Sandra Day O'Connor College of Law from Arizona State University. So all of you that are affiliated with ASU, give me a thumbs up, or or an alumni of ASU. She was raised along the San Juan River Valley in Nahnazad, Upper Fruitland, Shiprock area. After more than 25 years of working for the tribal entities and organizations, she identified a significant lack of paralegal support services for legal clients of the Navajo Nation. So she can say a little bit more about herself, but ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker here. So please welcome Liddell Davis. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for that nice introduction. And
can you turn on your camera? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. But can you turn on your camera?
Yeah, for a moment.
Sure. Thank you.
There we go. Everybody's thumbs up. So yes, I just like to say Yat Ebene. Everyone, Shikedo, Shidene, Liddell Davies, and Shed Sanjakinishle, no Dardina Abashin, Kachini Dashichedo, Kiani Dashinella. I live in St. Michael's currently, but as you mentioned, I did grow up on the San Juan River Valley, farming and ranching, and so that's where I come from originally. I am now the interim chair for the Dene Chamber of Commerce, and it's an honor to serve in that position. I've been involved with the Dene Chamber for about 7 years now, and it's been a challenging and wonderful and fulfilling job to do. Everybody associated with the chamber is voluntary commitment to the chamber, and so it's been a challenge. But I want to welcome and thank Joanne Nota for her inviting me to be a part of this event today, as well as Derek and the National Center, and of course our Vice President Myron Leiser. Thank you for your words and your interaction with the chamber and your commitment to Navajo businesses and growing our Navajo Nation economy. We were formed, just a brief history, we were formed in 2013 as a 501c6, which under the IRS code is a nonprofit chamber of commerce. They actually have a category just for chambers. And we were established with a mission to help businesses get started, stay started, grow, and move on into the 21st century. That's what we're here for. As I said, our board of directors has all been voluntary over these past several years, 8 years. We have our the wonderful prayer opening this morning. Our former Chair Emeritus Jefferson Begay and Al Henderson, our acting CEO, have been were our founders, and they have stuck with this through thick and thin. We do not have a staff currently. We have been working just out of our back pocket, so to speak, and our commitment is, I think, very, very much. You can see it because we've been doing this for this long without any other kind of support. Navajo Nation, our unique situation on the nation being trust land where most of our communities, our businesses are located on trust land. And it's a very complicated, difficult realm to work through in terms of business development. Off the reservation, outside of Indian country, that is really not an issue. If you are able to get capital investment into your business, you can succeed. As Vice President Leiser said, you can come to this country from Russia, or you can come to this country from the Dominican Republic, and you can start a business and you can thrive and succeed. But on the Navajo Nation, it's much more difficult to make that happen. And the Diné Chamber is committed to addressing the issues that prohibit that kind of economic development and growth and sustainability for the nation. We're hoping that the Navajo Nation government currently will fund and support through public and private partnerships a different approach so that Navajo businesses can share in this economic recovery after the pandemic here. And we all know how much the pandemic affected all of us personally, professionally. We've lost many of our fellow Diné citizens and some leaders, former leaders, current leaders, business people, Chays, Nullies, Masanas, on and on, even our children. And so it is our duty and our commitment through the chamber to help our businesses come out of that, help our people come out of that. As our MC mentioned, I worked several years for government in different capacities and decided that I wanted to go into business for myself. And I basically did that with very little assistance from anywhere on Navajo. I created a virtual business online, and I provide attorney support services to licensed attorneys and advocates on the Navajo Nation. That was a business that just didn't exist up until mine came into being, and I do operate virtually. So from a business point of view, from my perspective, we need reliable broadband, we need reliable infrastructure, we need places for businesses to do business, we need to make it easier to lease land, we need to make it easier to migrate through all of the red tape that currently is kind of holds us back, as we all know. So I'm very, very glad to be here and to participate in this event. And I hope that those of us listening are keeping our minds and our hearts open so that we can all come together in this time of recovery to grow and advance and create a sustainable, long-term, healthy Navajo Nation economy so that our kids and future generations can thrive and come home and be here and live here where they want to live. And I know that's a fact because I went away did my education, came back, had a difficult time, left again. But that was by necessity, not because I didn't want to be here. I know that many of our young people and others that are out there, if they could be here, they would be here. So we need to work for that, and that's what the chamber is committed to doing. We have lots of priorities laid out for this year, this coming year for the chamber. We have asked the Navajo Nation government with the ARPA funding to support a 50% set aside so that the contracts that do go out with this funding are guarantee a 50% Navajo Nation business set aside, utilizing Navajo businesses, as well as a second round of funding for the Business and Artisan Relief Fund. Those two things are essential, I think, in this current environment that we find ourselves in, as well as, of course, funding for the chamber. We always have to put ours out there as well. So I'm again very grateful to all of you who are participating today, and to the National Center, Joanne, for providing us with this virtual event. It actually works pretty good, I think, sometimes when we do it virtually. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ladell, for your awesome presentation. And also be careful. I think you're driving at the same time. These days, people can multitask. So, but go ahead, Joanne.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Lydell for speaking on behalf of our Diné Chamber. And I'd also like to recognize our other chamber board members that are online with us. Mr. Al Henderson, he's our acting president and CEO of the chamber.
Thank you, Joanne.
Mr. Jefferson Begay, who is our foreman appointed to the Diné Chamber Board. So I'd like to recognize our board this morning. Thank you. Back to you, Pax.
Thank you. So we are going to bring on our next presenter, and she, I believe, serves as the manager of supplier diversity for Salt River Project, one of the nation's largest power utility, providing water and power to Arizona residents. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome Supplier Diversity Manager, Salt River Project, Miss Patricia Patty Pyle. Go ahead, Patricia. Turn on your camera, by the way.
Pax, we have Miss Piles on video this morning. She had a conflict with the Women's Business Enterprise conference that she's doing today. So Henry, if you could please key up the video. Thank you.
We can't hear the sound. There's no sound. Okay, as Henry's getting that ready, we will, let's see, let's try it again. So we didn't hear the sound on the first try, so try it again. Maybe she wants us to read her lips. Lip reading.
Max, let me get that started, and maybe you can do a poll while we're waiting.
Sure. So we have some questions. Let me see. Ladies and gentlemen, again, welcome for joining us today. We have some poll questions. So I'm going to shoot out a question to you guys, answer the question, and then we'll have some results here. So I'm going to launch off a poll question, and there it is. So can you guys see that? Go ahead and answer those questions. Give you a few minutes. And then I will share the results here. We'll see who likes, we'll see which song is most popular during the Christmas season within this particular group here. So we'll see which song is popular. And it's that time of year, of course, we all know it's the holidays, Christmas is in the air. It's tough for some, you know, but regardless, it's all about coming together, sharing joy, happiness. And then even what we're talking about here today is a really good opportunity for us to share ideas, network, come together, and try to move forward into the year 2022 and look for opportunities, look for all kinds of opportunities so that we can thrive and become successful in our passions and our dreams. So here we go. I'm going to share this. I'm going to end the poll, and I am going to share the results. There you go. It looks like the most popular song is, whoa, there's a tie. There's actually a tie. Jingle Bells and Silent Night is the most popular one at this time of year. So cool, that's awesome. That's awesome to know. So we'll have some of these questions as we move along. But Henry, are we ready? Let's try this again.
Good morning.
There we go.
It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 11th Annual Navajo Nation Business Opportunity Day. I'm Patty Pyle, Manager of Supplier Diversity at Salt River Project. SRP has been a proud sponsor of this event for the past 10 years, working together with the National Center, PTAC, and I want to thank Joanne for inviting us here today. Through this event, we have experienced year after year connections to Native businesses with the intention to connect those businesses with opportunities for purchase orders and contracts with SRP, as well as our other corporate partners that are attending today. December 7th is a special day being remembered across the country as National Pearl Harbor Day, and I'd like to take a minute to pay tribute to the Navajo Code Talkers. More than 500 Native American soldiers from different tribes joined the Navajo Code Talkers, transmitting information on troop movements, tactics, orders, as well as crucial battlefield information with the use of Native dialects over radios and telegraphs. The Navajo Code Talkers became national heroes, and I hope we will also honor them today as we make connections with each other for betterment and growth of your business opportunities. Wishing you all success in today's matchmakers and all your business endeavors. Hope you have a great session.
Thank you to Patty, or Patricia, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And now I'm gonna give some time to Joanne to talk a little bit about the business matchmaking. So go ahead, Joanne.
Okay, so it's a little bit past 10 a.m. I'm sorry, we're a couple of minutes behind, but if you registered for the business matchmaking part of the event, if you could please excuse yourself and go ahead and log into the business matchmaking meeting links that you have scheduled for today. Let me know if that is not working for you. My email is joan@ncaied.org. So that is our announcement. So you're excused for the business matchmaking part of the event. You can go ahead and go with the agenda, Pax. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Since January 2011, Shivani Dubey has been working at the Small Business Administration, SBA, Arizona District Office as the Deputy District Director. Prior to this new role, she has been in the district office as the Associate District Director for Business Development since 2006. In her role in Arizona, she is working to expand SBA's program and create awareness of the programs and opportunities available to small businesses. So ladies and gentlemen, our next presenter will be Her topic is legislative updates for federal contracting and set aside programs. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's please welcome Shivani Dubey. I hope I'm saying that right. Go ahead.
You sure did. Thank you, Pax. You can hear me okay? Audio's all right? All right, perfect. Good morning, everyone. And good morning, Joanne, Pax, and all of our attendees today. I'm honored to be here with you to talk about SBA, Small Business Administration, what we've been doing, what's happening in our legislative world, what's going on with federal contracting, and just give you an update all around. So hope everyone is staying well and enjoying the holiday season with friends and family safely. It is nice to be a part of this event again. So thank you again, Joanne, to Mr. Silentman, Henry, Derek, Chris James, of course, with the National Center, and all of our friends in the Navajo Nation who we see often with all things related to government contracting. So with that, I'm going to jump right in. We have a lot of slides today. Joanne, I'm sure you'll be sending them out. I will not be going through all of them in detail. We'll never get done. So we're going to cover the high points to kind of make sure that you have the content if you need to refer back to it. In the meantime, we'll jump right in. We are proud to say that many of our Arizona small businesses are Native American owned and Navajo owned. So part of the federal contracting space may be new to you, and some of it may not. But I would be remiss before I start. I also want to acknowledge and thank Karen Allen, who's also on this call today. She's with our Small Business Administration office. She's our senior area manager in Show Low, but she also covers the Navajo Nation and is very actively involved with the Dene Chamber. So thank you for Karen's participation and support of SBA and SBA services and programs for you all. Next slide, please. And thank you, Henry, for advancing the slides today. I know you guys have been familiar with our disaster relief programs, and it comes up on the Dene Chamber meetings often, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but the big high point on the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program, which is the SBA's EIDL program, it does close on December 31st. So if you haven't already applied, then please make sure you get your application in before December 31st. If you're still having issues in trying to get everything decisioned, that can go on past the 31st of December. Just kind of keep that deadline in mind as the program is expiring for this COVID EIDL purposes. If you had a Paycheck Protection Program loan, you can apply for forgiveness either directly through your lender or through the Direct Forgiveness portal that SBA has created, directforgiveness.sba.gov. And of course, all of our local resources, including the district office, small business development centers, and PTACs, and many others are listed on our website. Next slide, please. We just kind of covered that. If you need information exactly of who to email, this disaster loan program is run by our Office of Disaster Assistance, and their information is listed below. Next slide, please. Want to quickly mention our PTACs, Procurement Technical Assistance Centers, as they relate to government contracting assistance. The SBDC, Small Business Development Center, is the host to the Arizona Procurement Technical Assistance Center. We also have the American Indian Chamber Education Fund PTAC with Vanessa Leach, and of course, our very own Joanne Nota with the Navajo Nation Satellite Office of the PTAC as part of the National Center. So when we get through today's presentation, you have questions about how to go forward with government contracting, or you want to get just more information, you can reach out to all of our PTAC partners, and they are all excellent. Thank you. Next slide, please. So as we know, of course, the printer always likes to calibrate during, it seems to know when there's things going on. So I will speak louder until it's done here. Across the country, the federal government has government-wide contracting goals. So as the largest buyer of goods and services, over $500 billion a year, 23% is required to be going to small businesses. So that is driven by our statutory mandates from the top. So that essentially then trickles to our federal buying activities to then support small business to ensure that they can help meet those goals. Next slide, please. And so different ways that we procure contracting, and I wanted to do a little level setting with contracting so that you are able to understand what needs to happen if you want to enter the federal contracting space and know where to go after that. So full and open competition essentially is when you're competing for work with all small and large businesses. Small business set-asides are available for different socioeconomic category types, so women-owned, service-disabled veteran-owned, 8A, hub zone, and to name a few. So, and then sole source, which is direct awards that are available depending on the type of program that you are participating in. Next slide, please. And again, I'm not going to go too deep into this area. Next slide, please. There's a few pop-ons that come onto these slides. And so, Henry, you can just click a couple times and they'll all come up here. One point to note that as of December 2nd, we now have an increased goal of small disadvantaged business as it ties to the government contracting goal. It was 5%. And as of December 2nd for fiscal 22, it's now gone up to 11%. And it is continuing to go up through 2025 to 15%. So we'll talk about this a little bit more in the legislative updates, but this is probably the most substantial change to this goaling area that we've seen in quite some time. It was done via executive order, and it will, through 2025, it will continue to increase. This impacts those companies that are 8A certified that can help to meet this goal, as well as those that aren't, that meet social and economic disadvantage definitions that then can be counted towards that 11%. Hub zone 3%, service disabled veteran 3%, women owned 5%. So those goals are still the same as they stand. Next slide, please. So real quickly, I want to cover some of the basic things about all those general programs that meet the set-aside categories. And anything that you're competing for government contracting, if you can make yourself unique and stand out through certifications, in addition to your own capabilities and strengths, you can win a government contract without competing with a full and open group of so many people. Next slide, please. I think a few little pop-ups are going to come up here. So a few pieces related to this slide. So main things, we want to make sure that you're socially and economically disadvantaged for eligibility purposes. We make sure that all of these parameters are also met. You can't own more than just this business. You have to be in business for 2 years prior to getting 8A certified, and then you are in a 9-year term accordingly. Next slide, please. So social disadvantage as defined by specific category groups. So Native American, tribally owned, they all qualify as socially disadvantaged groups. So a Native American owner can apply to the 8A program and will qualify on social disadvantage without any sort of explanation other than that you fit into a designated group. Next slide, please. Part 2 of the criteria requires economic disadvantage. So this is where we'll do some calculations around personal net worth, average income, and fair market value, ensuring that 750,000 or less. It doesn't include your home, your primary home, doesn't include equity in business or your retirement accounts. We'll do an average to make sure your income level is $350,000 or less, and making sure that your fair market value of assets are $6 million or less. And again, the reason for this is around economic disadvantage is a required piece of the 8A program as well. Next slide, please. 2 years in business, as I mentioned, we want to make sure you're 2 years in business. And that's to ensure government contracting is no small feat in terms of the complicated order or even the size of some of the contracts. So before you walk into that space, you want to make sure you have a track record so that you're not in a position where you're in over the work that is expected from the government contract. Next slide, please. And so it's a 9-year term. It's a once in a lifetime term. Next slide, please, because it's going to pop up 2 more little widgets. Sorry, Henry, I didn't realize I had so many little pop-ups to it. And so I appreciate it. The 9-year term, we have 2 pieces, developmental and transitional, ensuring that you can compete in the government market space, but also life after government contracting as an 8A firm so that you can sustain your business in the just general American economy. So that is the intention. We track your participation with business development resources and eligibility over the course of the 9-year term. And you get an assigned business opportunity specialist that helps you walk through that 9-year space. Next slide, please. A Couple things just to kind of note. You want to always know what industry code you're working in. You want to do your registrations. You want to do your application through certify.sba.gov. And all of those things are where your PTAC can really be useful to walk through it with you if it's overwhelming. All the information is going to come from you or your sources. It's not necessary to hire anyone. All the resources we mentioned are free. And ultimately, go through the process to make sure you have the best chance to enter the marketplace as an 8A certified firm. Next slide, please. The big benefits around the 8A certification, why is it such a coveted application or certification? What is in it for you? Ultimately, making sure that sole sourcing a contract to a firm is allowable under other programs, but it's entirely practiced in the 8A program, meaning you don't have to be a standout candidate for that sole source piece to kick in. You can just, you're a contractor who's capable of doing the work, and a sole source award means no other competition is necessary, and they can give you that contract up to the thresholds mentioned here, 7.5 million for manufacturing, 4.5 million for everyone else for services contracts. And if you are a tribally owned firm, those thresholds go up as well. So there's not a cap depending on who you're contracting with. I believe the cap now is 100 million for sole source threshold contracts, as long as you're an entity-owned firm. So those pieces. You can also build capacity using joint ventures and the Mentor Protege program, and it provides access to management and technical assistance, along with our loans and bonding assistance, and somebody that can walk you through the 9-year term within SBA. Next slide, please. Just to mention that while we're going to the next program here, the first Wednesday of every month, the SBA holds a contracting and the loan program workshop virtually online for all to participate. And the loan program goes on from 9 to 11. The contracting program goes on from 1 to 3:30, I believe. And we generally will cover all of these programs in more depth as well. The Hub Zone program. So this Hub Zone stands for Historically Underutilized Business Zone. Ideally, the 8A program was around your identity. This one's around your location. So next slide, please. Trying to revitalize an underserved area, essentially. Making sure that all of these requirements are met. 51% ownership, you must be located in the Hub Zone. Native American reservations are all pre-identified as Hub Zones. So that is something that as long as the 35% of your employees are living in a Hub Zone, does not have to be that same Hub Zone, then you can qualify for Hub Zone parameter that way. Next slide, please. Couple things related to Hub Zone and Hub Zone maps and helping. You want to check your location on the Hub Zone maps. And if you have questions, we do office hours and you can call in and access questions. Next slide, please. Different application portal. It's going to be using the SBA's general login system for this Hub Zone application. And you can, again, walk through all that with your PTAC partners, or go ahead and go into it and then see if you have any questions. Next slide, please. The next program, and again, I'm going to move quickly through the program so we can get to the updates. Woman-owned small business certification. In October of 2020, we moved this program from being self-certifying to an SBA SBA stamped approval. So ultimately, what that means is that you could go in and self-certify now. If you want to do a woman-owned set-aside, you do need SBA's approval on that certification, similar to 8A and Hub Zone. So you would apply to our websites or application portals and go through the process there. 51% ownership, woman-owned will qualify you as a woman-owned small business. Next slide, please. We do have economic disadvantage criteria if you are trying to also be EDWOSB, which is economic disadvantage, woman-owned small business. Ultimately, that means that personal net worth of less than 750,000, 3-year average income 350,000 or less, and a fair market value of all the assets is 6 million or less. So those things are, then you get to designate or you apply for being woman-owned and economic disadvantage woman-owned. Next slide, please. And again, the idea around that is that you get set asides in that space that other companies cannot qualify for, thereby giving you more opportunity to win a contract. There are third-party certifiers that you can use that will also be able to check all of the pieces, check the box for your paperwork. You still need to go through the process of applying to SBA's portal. It's just you can also check that you use the third party, which may make the process a little smoother. Next slide, please. There are set-asides available in these two category areas of WASB and EdWASB. The category areas that are set aside depend on the industry code. So certain industry codes are allowed to be set aside and some are not. So when that opportunity exists, you'll see set asides for that particular type of industry code or type of set aside. Next slide, please. The application portal for this is beta.certify.sba.gov. Different than the other two. Don't worry, we are working on that. But I do want to mention that they are different portals, so different logins, different access. So beta.certify.sba.gov to get your WASB certification in. We do not have a whole lot of certified SBA certified WASB and EdWASB firms at this point. We started in October of 2020. I think folks are still kind of understanding that they need to get in there to get their application submitted. So please do so if you are looking to do WASB set-asides or if you want to be certified approved as a WASB firm, you do have to go through this process. Next slide, please. Service disabled veteran-owned small business. So 51% ownership by the SDVOB individual. This program is moving over to the SBA in January of 2023. So we're currently working on, this program is owned and operated, the technology pieces in the Veterans Administration. So we're moving that over to SBA procedurally. We're going to continue maintaining the technology with the VA for now, but there's a whole initiative on that front, similar to all the other programs we just talked about. The certification is going to come from SBA on this one too. Next slide, please. So one comment I want to make, we transitioned all of our mentor protege programs under the umbrella of SBA mentor protege program. Used to kind of be known as all small, now it's essentially just mentor protege program. The 8A program no longer has an 8A mentor protege program. It's now all part of this environment. A mentor protege program allows you to have a large business mentor and still consider yourself a small business when you apply to federal contracts. So it is a great program if you've got a partner that is willing to help you, work with you, and help you grow, teach you some of the things that you might need to know, fill some of the gaps that you may have. It is a great program to look into. Next slide, please. Okay, so this was what I just mentioned as it relates to, we have now merged the mentor protege programs under the mentor protege umbrella of SBA. We changed some of our joint venture rules. So if you've got a joint venture or had a joint ventures are generally used to build capacity, grow your company to a size that allows you to go after some bigger contracts. We used to say you could only do 3 contracts in a 2-year window. Under the new rules, you no longer have a 3-2 rule. You can actually do as many contracts as you are able to under that 2-year window. So there's no reason for that to be a limiter anymore. We also changed some of the rules around how you can get security clearance under that joint venture. We had heard that that is a holdup for small businesses as it relates to joint ventures, as well as the past performance pieces. So those things are part of it. If you are a certified 8A firm, we no longer look at JVs at the competitive 8A level. We only look at JV review for sole source joint ventures. Next slide, please. And so again, I just wanted to highlight the pieces of assistance and different resources that are available to you. Business opportunity specialists at the SBA. Our office has Jordan Ripley, Yvette Estrada, and Mara Wells that are there standing at the ready to service the BOS space. Procurement Center representatives, they work with our contracting activities who deal with small business participation. So they're out there advocating for small businesses and small businesses in the space related to government contracting. Then we've got our PTAX. We've also got the different online sources for ways to find the opportunities, sam.gov, and I believe I've got to update this because SAM has now officially gone to sam.gov instead of the beta SAM, so I will make that change for the next slide. System of our award management, which is the SAM system, our dynamic small business search system, which is where you can lay out your small business capabilities. And of course, we've got USA spending, GSA resources, and the DoD prime contracting directory. So just a few things to kind of refer back to as you get into this space. The government contracting space is one that has remained stable relatively, as far as the economic downturn and the pandemic hit. So I will say that our 8A firms, our government contracting firms, the government has been a source of stability in this rather unstable time. So, it is something to consider for diversifying the marketplace. If you're not currently involved in federal contracting, I encourage you to take a look and see, especially as our small disadvantaged business goals are going up, there'll be a greater demand as well. Next slide, please. So switching gears for a second into some of the legislative updates and things that I was asked to discuss today. Next slide, please. We had a great big win, I think, for the small business community and for the SBA last week, December 2nd. So OMB put out a memo that was detailing out the executive order as it relates to advancing equity in procurement. Fancy words for saying, let's make sure small business still is involved in federal contracting despite some of the other policy changes that are happening out there. So one of the things that was really big deal was related to, I mentioned it earlier, the small disadvantaged business goal is going up to 15% by 2025. But in this current fiscal 22 year, which is what we're in right now, it is going to be 11%. That is a big deal because it, like I said, traditionally, historically, I think from the very beginning, it had been 5%. And had been standing at that level for quite some time. SDB companies are anyone who's socially and economically disadvantaged that self-certifies in SAM. 8A firms are a subset of that category. So if you're 8A certified, you're automatically SDB. But if you're SDB certified, you're not automatically 8A. But you may qualify, so something to look at if it's something that you're interested in. We also are looking at releasing information and data related to contracting by race and ethnicity. Our data metrics have been a little disparate in time, so now we are looking at doing a better job of explaining and being transparent about all of the contracting data. The big change around the contracting space, a few years ago, everybody sort of heard the buzz. If you're familiar with government contracting, you've heard the buzz around category management. Category management was something designed to create a best-in-class type of model for federal purchasing to help with efficiency and cost reduction and all those kind of things. What it didn't do as effectively as we had hoped was to consider small business participation, as it wasn't giving credit to small businesses or federal contracting activities for contracting with small businesses if they weren't part of the best-in-class solution. So one of the things the SBA has been doing for quite some time now is trying to ensure that we have credit given or a space. Small business has a place in category management. So now automatic credit for tier 2 is being given to federal agencies that if they will contract to STB, WASB, HubZone, 8A, if they go small business, they then get tier 2 credit. So it is a great big win because of the fact that now it's not going to lock small businesses out of the marketplace. So we are excited about that. You'll be hearing more and more information on that. It just came out. So again, we're looking to get the message out on that as well. And those are the big high points there. We are also trying to focus on manufacturing and manufacturing local or domestically in the United States. Those things, efforts are going on as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is going to go through a laundry list of rules, direct rules, final rules, proposed rules, all those kind of things. So bear with me as we go through it. Like I said, you'll have the slide deck so you can refer back as you need to as well. But these are substantially things that you should know about as well. So we changed some things when it comes to the definition of a surviving spouse. With your service disabled veteran-owned firm and the spouse and the owner passes away, then ultimately, if you meet the parameters of 100% disabled veteran, along with there's a couple other parameters that they were looking at. They basically say you will be able to keep that company as SDVOSB for 10 years after the veteran passes. So ultimately that's giving the spouse, so let's say, we have a husband and wife company, the wife passes away from a service disabled veteran, 100% disability, and that would allow the husband to carry that SDVOB status for 10 years if that veteran was 100% service-connected disability. So that's a big change for that environment. It's a good change for that environment. We made some changes regarding 8A and sole source. The threshold is 100 million for Department of Defense contracts. So if an 8A firm is looking to get an 8A sole source award and they are entity owned, then they are able to get up to $100 million contract for the DoD. If they do have to do a justification and authorization in that space, but that is something that has changed. And some of these rules you might have heard of in the proposed stage. Now they're in the final stage. So that's where some of that's coming from as well. These thresholds have not changed recently, but it was just the direct final rule. $4.5 million for non-manufacturing contracts, which essentially means if it's a services contract, you're a regular 8A firm, that is the threshold for what you can get under a sole source authority. If you're a manufacturing contractor and you're an 8A firm, you can get a $7 million contract sole source without issue. Next slide, please. In the hub zone space, we added governor designated covered areas. So there was a point where once a year, the governor can petition an area to be hub zone if it meets certain parameters, 50,000 people or less, unemployment of at least 100 for 20%, and opportunity zones oftentimes would qualify for this as well. So the state can petition, the governor can petition, and ultimately an area can be added under this governor designated covered area for hub zone. There's a few states that have already kind of taken advantage of this. Tennessee, I believe, Illinois, I believe. So there's some that are doing this governor designated area to give some more opportunities to hub zone firms that meet these parameters. Next slide, please. This is a good change as well, the direct final rule around the hub zone map freeze. Again, this was proposed a while back and now we just are making it final. It extends the hub zone map freeze until June 30th of 2023. If you're on a Native American reservation or if you're Native owned in the hub zone that's related to the reservation, then this is not going to matter to you. However, if you're in a hub zone that's not a part of that sort of pre-qualified areas, this can very much help you to maintain your hub zone status through June of 2023. Even if it was saying that it was going away in 21 or 22, the map freeze was a function of the fact that the census results have not been made available. The pandemic kind of delayed some things. So ultimately, those pieces are allowing us to freeze the maps until later. So that is the process we plan to follow for the updates as it relates to the 2020 census. Next slide, please. One of the things that we did change, and again, this doesn't impact as many in Arizona, but I just want to mention it. In early August, the hub zone map was updated to add 452 new qualified non-metropolitan counties. That basically was a change that was looked at because of a statutory change in the definition of the qualified non-metropolitan county rule. And so I believe in our state, it wasn't a huge impact for, how many we got added and who was impacted. Next slide, please. Thank you. There is a proposed rule out right now that just closed its comment period on December 2nd, calculation of employee-based size standards. So one of the things that we were looking to say or do using a 24-month average cycle 24-month average to calculate the number of employees for all of SBA's programs. So what that means is when we do size calculations to make sure your company is small as it relates to federal contracting, because all of our federal contracting programs are for small business as the SBA looks at it. So when we look at that, we're looking to say, is this a good plan to do a 2-year cycle as it relates to businesses that are using employee-based calculations? So generally, an industry code is kicking off a size standard calculation based on that industry code, and it's usually revenue-based if it's a services code. But if it's a manufacturing code, we tend to use the number of employees. That's what's required for that calculation. So when we do the number of employees, they're looking at saying we're going to do a 2-year average to get to that number, as opposed to what we currently do now, which is a 3-year average. Next slide, please. Okay, this one's a good one as well. Proposed rule, past performance ratings for joint venture members and subcontractors. We are proposing to let small businesses use past performance from a joint venture, provided that it worked on the joint venture's contracts. So it also is proposing to let a small business use past performance from a first-tier subcontract to go after a prime contract. So we have heard that past performance is a big sticking point for our federal community of contractors. There's a lot of, it's difficult to be able to present yourself as having the right past performance to make the cut for some of these contracts. So we've expanded what could be counted for past performance as it relates to the contract itself. So this is currently in proposed rule stage. Everything that's in our rule environment, regulations.gov, you can go into SBA rules and you can comment and make your thoughts known so we can make sure that we are hearing everyone. Comments are due January 18th of 2022 for that one. Next slide, please. Limitations on subcontracting. This one has been long awaited in the sense that this rule had gone on a while ago. You guys have heard about similar situated entities, where basically means if 2 companies of the same category type, 2 woman-owned firms work on something together, the percentage needs to be enough to be able to meet the limitations on subcontracting. So I don't have to do as much work as my own individual company if I am subcontracting to another company that's also the same designation as my company. So that example, this made it something that's now in the FAR, which wasn't there yet because it takes a long time for it to kind of travel and get there. Next slide, please. The scope of the PCR review. So PCR is a procurement center representative. They're part of SBA staff. So ultimately, they ensure that small business participation is happening at the contract activity level. So this final rule is making sure that information related to proposed acquisitions have to be provided if the SBA is requesting that. So we try to ensure that we keep as much contracting work small as can be humanly possible. So that is our role, to ensure small business participation in federal contracting. So we try to make sure that all the big procurements coming through, what's 8A, what's woman-owned, what's HUBZone, we try to ensure that all of that is handled appropriately. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we've also finalized through the FAR, good faith in small business subcontracting, it's ensuring that whether the prime contractor made a good faith effort to comply with its small business subcontracting plans. So we wanted examples that contracting officers may consider, because they have to do an evaluation on whether a good faith effort has been made. We want to set a little bit more parameters around that. Next slide, please. More changes to the FAR side on the final rule side related to consolidation and bundling. Publication, it's requiring contracting officers publish in SAM.gov no later than 7 days before the solicitation if they're going to be doing a substantial bundling and consolidation. So ultimately, that's just more transparency to the consolidation bundling process if that's going to be happening in a particular solicitation. Next slide, please. And the FAR, the Federal Acquisition Regulation, it's the sort of the handbook for all the contracting officers. So if it's not in the FAR, they tend to not do it. So ultimately, when it gets to the FAR, it becomes reality for the rest of us. or on that, the rule went through, the FAR is going to reflect it, but it takes some time. So now that things are moving themselves into the FAR, it will become the reality of the contracting space as well. One of the things that we published in June of this past year, it's a FAR proposed rule, so it's still not quite in final stage yet. It implements our revision to the Hub Zone program that was part of the changes to make the Hub Zone program more effective, and one of them and a little more easy to comply with. We had heard from small business owners that it was difficult to maintain that Hub Zone pieces, the Hub Zone size standards, the Hub Zone qualification points. We had to do it both at the time of offer and at the time of award. So now we only have to do it at one point and not two. So it's now just looking at the time of the award instead of just the offer and the award. So let me make sure I got that right. Sorry, just the offer point, not the award point. And so that's basically the main change there that I want to mention. Next slide, please. WASB certification. So this one is a proposed rule also for the FAR, would require agencies to check the SBA's dynamic small business search for WASB and WASB designation. So ultimately, the way that we go about that is that the WASB or EdWASB firm submits their offers, and then the contracting officer is to check whether or not the status is legitimately okay or not. And then this basically is just solidifying some of the changes that we made from October of 2020 as we moved into a SBA certified program and not just self-certified. These comments were due essentially yesterday for that rule. Next slide, please. And this goes back to some of the changes that went into effect last year, November 16th of 2020. There was the consolidation of the mentor-protege rule, which essentially I talked about earlier, where we moved the mentor-protege program under the, we moved the 8A program's mentor-protege program under the umbrella of the mentor-protege program. There were about 200 other changes made in that regulation as it related to the 8A program. So for those that are currently 8A certified or ones that were looking to get 8A certified, we made some clarifications and edits to things that were sort of long-standing. So next slide, please. So these next few slides just kind of highlight out those changes. We're not going to go in deep into this because now it's been a year since these changes are not so new anymore, but it didn't, in case folks had missed it or didn't, wanted something laid out a little cleaner to follow. Immediate family member participation is clarified. We talk about some change of ownerships that aren't necessary. If you're basically a 51% owner and you're changing yourself to a 70% owner, it doesn't effectively change how we look at your ownership. So some of those things, the one big thing to point out is before there was a 12-month waiting period. If you got declined from the 8A program or denied into it, you would have to wait for 1 year. Now you can reapply after 90 days if you've received the decline from SBA saying you are no longer eligible. Just be cautious that the decline really means declined and not just going through the motions of back and forth on the, if we have questions and we need more information on your initial application, that's just the question stage. That's not an official decline. So that 90-day period only starts when it's an officially, no, you are not in the program. You cannot, approve this. Next slide, please. Some more changes, as I mentioned, we're not going through all 200 of them, so please do not worry about that. One of the things that we did change as it relates to, we changed some things around the bona fide office. So this creates some heartburn for some of the 8A community, so I'll talk about this for 1 second. So 8A firms that are currently certified, if you're a construction 8A firm and you want to do business in another market, not Arizona, but somewhere further, you would need to have another location set up there that we call a bona fide office. The process is cumbersome, it's time consuming, and we essentially think that during this sort of pandemic time, we've put a flexibility in place that is a moratorium of the bona fide place of business. So in order to do construction work in a market that's not your own, you do not need to have a bona fide office set up to do that. Our regulatory, our statutory and regulations say that that's a requirement. We put the moratorium in place through the SBA's authority to do that until September 30th of 2022. If you have questions on that, again, we're happy to talk more about it, but it's only going to impact those 8A certified firms. Next slide, please. And just a few little things that were just making sure that the programs were as consistent as they could be. The threshold for economic disadvantage for both economic disadvantage woman-owned and the 8A program, both are $750,000 for that for that eligibility portion. So I just wanted to, consistency is good. Next slide, please. Couple things as it relates to the women-owned small business certification program. These things are now final rules, so there's nothing different here that we haven't already talked about. It was just making sure that now it's in final rule. Next slide, please. We talked about the hub zone pieces as well. So again, this is final rule as well. Some things that were also part of that hub zone improvement program was that if the employee who resided in a hub zone for at least 6 months before and after the certification, they can continue to count as a hub zone employee as long as the employee of the firm is, even if they move. So that's partly to help sustain that 35%, which is tricky to do as well. Next slide, please. This is not new. The thresholds are just making themselves into the FAR. We already talked about sort of that threshold increase as it related to the programs for sole source. The thing that did, this is the FAR final rule, so it's inflation adjustments. As a result, that's why they went up, and those are in the FAR now. Next slide, please. And that, I know it's a lot of changes, but you wanted to know the legislative changes. So that's always, SBA is always doing a lot of things to ensure that we're trying to stay current with the marketplace, ensure that we're listening to small businesses as it comes to problems and challenges that they're facing. It is an ever so dynamic market out there with federal contracting and just in general in the economy right now. So as we hear more things from you, and as we try to keep in mind, the success of small business, both in federal contracting and just in the general economy, we want to make sure we can do the most to assist with your success. So I saw some questions, and Pax, I don't know if are we doing questions?
Yes, we will, but hold on first. Shavani. Yes. Thank you very much for that awesome presentation. I have a question because I just recently I got my certification with SBA, and I got a notice. I've been getting emails saying that I have to complete my federal marketing profile for inclusion, and it's saying that I have possible missing fields. One is capabilities of narrative, or the other one is keywords, past performance, current principles. So what does that mean? Okay, how does this work? I might be answering a question off the subject here, or maybe I am on the subject, but as far as the federal marketing profile, how will that benefit me? Go ahead.
I think Joanne's got an answer that's probably much better than mine. Go for it, Joanne.
It's one simple answer, Pax. I can help you with that. I work with our small businesses to help them complete their SAM registrations, also complete their profile in the small dynamic business database. So all of that, in even helping with packaging your certification applications, like Shivani mentioned, the 8A application, as well as the Hub Zone, small women-owned business, the veteran-owned business. Our PTAC assists with all of those application packaging.
Perfect. Yeah, because I just recently got my my certified logo, and then they're telling me I'm a full-time, full-blown federal consultant now with SBA, and then I was able to do work for schools like BIE schools, and then some other federal governments are beginning to kind of initiate their increase. Yes. So and I saw that there's millions of dollars available for individuals like that, and that can apply. See, I was puzzled at the beginning, but I just started playing around with it. I started asking questions and just started applying, and I think I'm like halfway now, and I'm looking forward to completing everything so that I know I want some of that money.
Well, Joanne will be your best friend, and congratulations. Yes. I'm glad that you're seeing how the market can work for you. I did want to mention one thing which I forgot to do in the very beginning, so my apologies on that. So yesterday we just appointed the Office of Native American Affairs in our SBA operations headquarters. We always have a political appointee that runs that ONA office. And Chris James used to hold that title at one point in time. And as of yesterday, we just announced the appointment to that position of our very own Navajo Jackson S. Brossi, who's now going to be the Assistant Administrator for the Office of Native American Affairs in headquarters. And many of you probably know him. I know he's part of the Navajo community and tribe. So hearty congratulations to him, as well as now we all have a friend in high places. So that's something that he will, I'm sure, always look out for the interest of Arizona and the tribe, and just, he's in Washington already, but he's going to be serving for that whole community of all Native American representation. And as he travels around and comes back, here, we will make sure to hear from him as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Shivani. That was an awesome presentation. I've learned a lot from it, and all at the same time, I am one of those participants and one of those individuals that is applying. So I'm looking forward to see what this can do for me. But go ahead, Joanne.
I just wanted to say, I put my contact information in the chat. My email is joan at ncaied.org. So I'm here at your disposal to assist you with anything SBA related for federal contracting. And just want to also share our website. It's ptac.ncaied.org. So please reach out, and I'll be in the Window Rock office. I sit within the Kerrigan building in St. Michael's within the Division of Economic Development. So I have an office in there, and I go there every other week pretty much throughout the year. So we can meet one-on-one if you're on the reservation. And I also work from home in the Mesa area too. We have our National Center headquarters office right off the US 60 and Mesa Drive in, I'm sorry, not Mesa Drive, Stapley Drive in Mesa. So either locations are open. I'm ready to meet with clients. And I want to thank Shivani for joining us today. We always appreciate SBA's support for our events in Navajo area. Thank you, Shivani.
Thank you. And those of you that are listening here, that are here with us, that are running a business, maybe want to expand your business, or you're interested in establishing a business, in whatever capacity it is, SBA is a really great resource. I'm learning that. It took me a while to come around to that, but once I got my foot through the door, now, and it really does help because of them, I was able to get some contract work. Now I'm doing contract work with TMC, and I have some other organizations that are inquiring right now, and we're establishing partnerships and contract work for the year 2022. So it was a little push there with that little logo on my proposals, gave me that little uplift and gave me that little bit of credibility to be able to be a full-blown consultant. So thank you guys for all that you guys do. And I know there's more opportunities there. I know there is. And I know there's a lot more. And a lot of our Native people are not really quite aware of it. And I'm just encouraging you all to look into this. Take some time, visit them, even go to the website and just explore, go through and take time. And I guarantee you will not be disappointed. So thank you very much, Shivani, and happy holidays.
I'm taking you on the road with me next time I do a presentation.
Oh yeah, let's go. I'm ready. My bag's already packed. Let's go. I'm waiting.
Very good. Thank you guys so much.
Really Thank you, Shivani. Hey, Pax, if I may, we have our, we don't have an SBDC on the Navajo Nation, but we do have them available in the border towns. My friend and colleague, Cindy Jarviston, manages the SBDC program in Gallup at the UNM campus. We also, there's another SBDC in Holbrook that we work with, the one in Farmington. And then we have a Navajo area representative. Her name is Karen Allen. Her office is in Shola, but she travels throughout the reservation. So I'll put Karen's information in the chat as well. Thank you. Back to you, Pax.
Okay, thank you so much. So far, this far, I've been learning a lot. At the same time, I think that there's a lot of great information, resources out there that are available, and it's really up to us to engage in these opportunities. A lot of times people want stuff to come to them. As we all know, as business people, we got to go for it. We got to go find it. We got to be the go-getter and take these advantages of these opportunities because they're there. They are there. And a lot of our Native people, we hold back, we're shy, we're afraid. Now, don't be afraid, man. Just jump right in, even though you don't know what you're doing or where you're going or what's going to happen. Isn't that how a lot of us got into relationships? I'm just kidding. But anyway, but that's exactly what you can do, man, you know? But so far, so good. Everything is working well. So now I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next presenter. This young man is with the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development. He's one of the staff members there. And he's going to be talking about ARPA Act funding update. So please welcome Douglas Capitan or Capitan.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Douglas Capitan, a senior project specialist with the Division of Economic Development. And I'm here today to present what a lot of people are eagerly anticipating. And I know that we've been getting a lot of calls and questions about when we're going to open, and we're excited to begin this next phase for the ARPA funding, as it is for the Artisan and Small Business Grant. So I'm going to go ahead and, if Henry, can you share the presentation on your screen? Henry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. But let me pull it up.
Okay, thank you.
Max, do you want to do a poll maybe while I pull these up? Oh, yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I had a visitor. So what was going on now? What's happening? Polls?
Hey, Pax, can you go ahead and do another poll question while Henry keys up the next presentation? Thank you.
Okay. All right. So upcoming presenters, speakers, make sure you have everything ready to roll, ready to go. So these things don't happen. Okay, so let's do a next question for the polls. And I will choose Christmas movie. So let's go see which Christmas movie is popular around this time of year. There's the question. Which one is your favorite show? I know there's probably some that's not on here, but this is what we've got here. And I'll give you guys a few minutes to do that. Then we'll share the results. I'm kind of projecting. Yep, already. It is up there. Okay, a few more minutes. It looks like we're about done because everything stopped moving. And I will share the results. 3, 2, 1, go. There it is. The most popular movie is Home Alone. Yeah. I love Home Alone. It is funny. It is crazy. It is hilarious. And we've all got some funny stories around Christmas time too. So anyway, that's always uplifting to watch that movie around this time of year. It makes us feel good. But again, this is that time of year. We're in the holiday seasons. So welcome again, everyone. some people might be coming in and out. Some of you probably just recently joined us, but we're also live streaming on YouTube. And there's some people coming in and out on YouTube as well. You guys can share that on your social media if you want. Let the people know that we're live here streaming today with the Business Opportunity Day. Go ahead, Joanne.
Yeah, it's also being streamed live on the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development's Facebook page too. So you can check it out there as well.
So we are live on Facebook as well. So we welcome all of you. And those of you that are always dreaming, wanting to establish your own business, because some of us are wired different. We don't like to work for people. We want to work for ourselves. If you're kind of wired like that, this is a great opportunity. This is a good moment for you to take time to watch this. If you haven't gotten a chance, this is going to be uploaded later. You can watch it at your own time when you have time, and look at how many resources are available out there. And if some of us and a lot of the people presenting here today are business owners, been into business for more than a decade, 20 years, 30 years. They have really great experiences. Their information's on here. Contact them. Some of them are probably willing to tutor and mentor as well to help each other to grow. And that's what this is all about. That's why we have these events. So are we ready, Mr. Capitan? Yes, sir. Go ahead. It's all yours.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Again, hi, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to participate in today's forum. And I certainly look forward to hearing from you if you have any questions. My information will be available at the end of the presentation. And let's get going. So the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development was pleased to award and provide funding to artisans and businesses during the CARES Act grant funding period, which was late last year. Unfortunately, we were unable to fully expend the grant funding, so the money had to be returned to the coffers. And unfortunately, again, those applicants who weren't able to get the grant money were pretty much unable to get the grant money that they needed. So we worked hard in working with our council delegates to get the funding back to us. I know we had a lot of support as well from OPVP. So we're really pleased to bring this program forward and begin to assist our Navajo artisans and business owners out there. So what is this program? So what does this program do? This program is a continuation of the 2020 CARES Act grant that we had last fall. And it's for applicants who weren't eligible or who did not receive the funding prior, or who didn't receive the funding during that period. So I'll go over the eligibility criteria in a little while, but we're assisting those people who weren't afforded that opportunity. So that way they're able to, do what they need to do with the grant funding for their business and entrepreneurship. I'm going to scroll down, Henry.
Yeah, I got your PowerPoint up now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so again, the purpose of this, we were allotted $30.1 million in grant funding to give to Navajo artisans and small businesses in response to the coronavirus pandemic that we faced. The Navajo Nation was closed for a majority of 2020 and part of 2021. And we really want to assist our businesses in, one, being equipped to mitigate COVID-19, or to find the financial relief necessary if there was a gap in revenue. We want to make sure that we assist our businesses in that. So go to next slide. So this is kind of just a lot of background, but this program is a continuation of the 2020 CARES Act Artisan and Business Grant Program. Therefore, all of the same requirements are going to be the same for this go round. So the funding provides that payments from the fund may only be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency that were not accounted for in the budget approved as of March 27th, 2020, the date that the CARES Act was enacted. And then funds were incurred during the period that began on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 20th, 2020. So those dates are primarily the days that we are looking at within the grant program in regards to eligible expenditures during that time. And this is accordance to various federal rules and policies that we have to abide by. Go ahead, next slide, Henry, please. So related requirements and funding restrictions, there's various components of this program that funds are to be used in a certain way. So one thing that we want to emphasize is that this fund is not for use for startup costs. Unfortunately, we wish we could use this fund to provide startup money to a lot of our businesses, but with this funding, it's to reimburse and to assist businesses that were already in existence. So from the U.S. From the Treasury, funds are supposed to be used on small businesses to reimburse the cost of business interruption, which is why we call it the economic relief grant, as opposed to anything else other than relief. We do have the discretion to determine what payments are necessary. We are able to provide funding that is tailored to assist the needs of our businesses. Excuse me. Go ahead, next slide, Henry. Okay, another, let's see. So for the artisans, the eligibility requirements are, you must have faced financial hardship due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. You must be certified or must be in the process of being certified with Navajo Nation business registration. And I'll go over that process pretty soon. You must be organized as an artist in a medium or discipline in art or performance. You must be at least 18 years of age, an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. You must also be able to demonstrate a sustained commitment to your work, career, and public audience. And what that means is you actively participate in your craft, and you're known within a community somewhere as an artist, and you're independently owned and operated as well. You must have not been previously reimbursed by another federal program, any other disaster relief program under CARES Act. So this kind of goes back to the purpose of the fund, which is to provide funding to applicants who weren't eligible or who weren't able to receive the funding from fall of last year. If you received the hardship money, you're still eligible for this grant. You can still apply. If you received any of the stipends or stimulus checks that we received from the federal government, you can still apply. Those don't apply to this particular requirement, but it's mostly just regarding having been awarded from last cycle. And then applicants may not apply for both the artisan and business grant. So you must apply as one or the other. If you're an artist and your income is a lot more than an average person who sells as a roadside vendor, you may want to consider applying as a small business. So that way you're able to receive a little bit more money. Go to next slide. Okay, so what is the maximum amount for the artisan grant? It's $5,000 for the artisan, and it'll be contingent on the information provided within the expenditure worksheet within the application. So we simplified the application for the grant process. We hope that it's going to be a lot easier to fill out and complete, but we included an additional spreadsheet where you're able to sort of calculate the revenues that you receive, your expenditures from the 2019-2020 calendar year. What governs this program is the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 and the Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY 4121. What are the terms of the grant? So this is a grant, so it doesn't have to be repaid. Grants are reported to the IRS as income. That's one thing we want to emphasize is that upon tax season, make sure that you're talking to your tax professional about how this and other funding might affect your taxes and any other public payments of any sort. As the Division of Economic Development, unfortunately, we're not very, taxes are not our expertise, so we leave that up to the experts. So we always recommend that you talk to your tax preparer with that information. Grants may cover necessary COVID-19 mitigation costs and or business interruption costs incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. So you can purchase things to assist in protecting you or mitigating COVID-19. So if you're a roadside vendor and you have a lot of visitors who drop by your booth, you may want to consider protective barriers, investing in masks, PPE such as gloves, sanitization items. But yeah, you can use the money for that stuff. You can also use it if you were, let's say you had shows canceled, you had events canceled, and that was really important part of your income. You'll indicate what that income was within the expenditure worksheet, and then be reimbursed for those costs up to $5,000. And grants, lastly, grants may not be used for startup purposes. So as I mentioned earlier, if you haven't been in operation prior to January 1st of 2020, then that would render you ineligible. But that's mostly for the business side, not necessarily the artists. Go ahead, next slide, Henry. So for small business eligibility requirements are a little different than the artisans. You still must be facing financial hardship due to COVID-19 public health emergency. You must be 51% owned by a member of the Navajo Nation, enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. You must have been in operation prior to January 1st of 2020. You must have fewer than 500 employees or less as of March 1st of 2020. And for this, the owner is considered as one of the employees as well. So always include yourself if you're the business owner. You must be registered or certified, or to be certified or recertified under the Navajo Business Regulatory Department or the Navajo Business Registration. And I'll define those differences between those two registration types. You must have not previously been reimbursed by any other federal program. Now this, if you received PPP from the federal government or an EIDL fund, we'll consider your application and review it. We'll probably take the difference in regards to the maximum of 60,000 for small business grants, and just minus whatever was received in federal funding. So this part is not necessarily fully true. You can still apply even if you receive PPE or any other federal funding. And we encourage you to do that because you might be able to be eligible for additional funding. Applicants who owe delinquent debts to the Navajo Nation should contact the necessary offices to get that cleared, or to at least have some sort of resolution in works. I know with DOJ, they're going to be the office that'll stop any grant approvals if there's anyone who has delinquent debts. And the key word is delinquent too. I want to emphasize that you can still have a debt to the Navajo Nation. You owe loan money to the Navajo Nation, this and that. And that's okay, but it must not be delinquent. And again, applicants may not apply for both the artisan and business grant. You apply for one or the other. Next slide, Henry. So the business grant award information, as I mentioned earlier, it's $60,000 is the maximum award eligible for businesses. Grants are contingent on expenditure worksheet information. So it'll depend on your expenditures, your revenues, anything that you had to pay for within the calendar year. And we look at the difference between 2019 and 2020. So if you have any financial information that'll help you fill that out, I recommend begin trying to find that information, so that way when the application is available, you have it ready to go as well. What governs this? Again, it's the same thing, American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY 4121. And what are the terms of the grant? Same as the artisan grant. They don't have to be repaid. Grants are reported to the IRS's income. Grants may cover necessary COVID-19 mitigation costs and or business interruption costs incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th of 2020. And grants may not be used for startup purposes. Next slide, please. So what's the process to apply for the grant? It's a 5-step process, which includes a registration of your business, the grant application itself, the reviewing and processing of your application, which is on our end, and then signing of the award notification agreement if you are approved, and then completing the grant expenditure closeout report. And I'll go through these each step. Go to next slide. Thank you. So step 1, register your business. Now, there's going to be 2 types of business registrations. And what I mean by that is that during our last cycle, we had one single business registration process. We were able to do that because the government was mostly shut down and we were providing limited services. So we had our business regulatory department very nicely help us, and thankfully they were able to assist us. But now that we're moving ahead, BRD has their operations to take care of, and we fully understand that. So we have the business registration, which is a more simplified version of their business certification process. But this process is not necessarily official. So for the business registration, the simplified business registration, the grant application is available online on our website at navajoeconomy.org. There you can fill in your information for your business and upload your certificate of Indian blood. So really, this is kind of like a registry, but it's not really anything official because it's not set by law as something official. But it helps us, and it's for the grant purpose. It's for grant purposes only. So if you're a business owner and you don't necessarily want to officially enroll and register and be certified with Navajo Business Regulatory, you're more than welcome to submit your information for the business registration. Once everything has been reviewed and everything is cleared, you'll be sent a letter and provided a business registration number. That business registration number you'll need for step 2. And for most artisans, most roadside vendors, food vendors, I think that business registration and as this component will be your best choice, unless you are looking to officially organize and officially get registered with the Navajo Nation. Then you're going to go to the Navajo Business Regulatory Department for that registration. So there's 2 types of registration, and I believe I saw Shanya on the line. I'm not too sure if she's on. If she is, she can probably help me with this. So there's 2 types of registration generally, and I'm speaking very general for business regulatory: certification and registration. Both involve different complex ways of thinking and approaching business. Hold on, sorry, my phone's ringing. Certification will mostly be based on priority, whether or not a business is a priority business. The registration will encompass the Navajo Corporation Code, whether or not the business is a foreign or domestic corporation, LLCs, all of that stuff. So if you wish to formally register your business with the Navajo Nation, then you're going to do that with the Navajo Nation Business Regulatory Department. Their information is provided below. Their phone number is 928-871-6714. Their information can also be found on our website as well, so navajoeconomy.org. Go to the next slide. So a continuation of, we're moving on to step 2. Step 2 is the Artisan and Business Grant application, where to apply. So this process is going to be a whole lot different than the CARES Act grant that we provided. That program was done online. It was an online portal where you would go onto a computer, mobile phone, and input your information on there, and it would be sent for processing. We had a heavy request for paper applications. And that's just a means of accessibility. And we're gladly able to do that and shifted towards that. We're also shifting our processing on this side. This process we're going to do in-house. We are hiring an accounting firm who is going to be assisting us in providing the overview of all of the applications, as well as producing checks and doing all of the accounting for our project. So things are going to take a little bit longer than we'd like, but I mean, paper is more convenient for people, and we want to make sure that we provide those adequate services to our communities on the Navajo Nation. We will have paper applications available at all DAD locations, so at the RBDOs as well as here in St. Michael's. And a PDF will be available for download at www.navajoeconomy.org. When we have everything set to go and our program will be open, that's when we'll make the applications available. So right now they're not available, but once we do have everything officially rolling, we'll make that announcement as best possible and provide as much assistance as possible to our community members. Okay. So application submissions can be done. Of course, it's a paper application, so you can drop it off at our office. You can mail it. You can email a copy of it to us. Yeah, I mean, we can accept kind of really electronic forms of it and actual physical paper forms of it. So we're organizing our system back here to make sure that we are prepared for an avalanche of applications. And then, okay, go ahead, next slide. So required documentation for the artisan grant and information that'll be needed. So you'll need the proof of business registration. So that business registration number that was completed in step 2, you'll have that number by this time. Artisan grant application, of course, you'll be filling that out. Form IRS W-9. So that's important because this information is reported to the IRS. General sales information from 2019 and 2020. Now, I really do mean general sales information. If it's just information that you know, that's fine, we can work with you. But if you have receipts, if you have contracts, if you have invoices, anything official will really help your application move forward. Business grant required documentation is a little different. What's required for all applicants is proof of registration. And then we do reserve the right to request additional information. So if we see that there's something missing, we might ask the applicant to submit some additional information for clarification. And let's see, I have a question there. If you applied back in 2020, do you have to reapply again? Yes, everyone will need to reapply. Now we're going to be doing outreach to applicants who previously applied, but for a clean slate, we're going to have everyone resubmit an application. And again, I hope that you find that this application that we produced here is a little more simpler and easier to fill out than the online application that was available last fall. Next slide.
I think that might be the end of your slides.
Oh, darn it. Let's see.
Do you want to go to maybe one of your PDFs?
Can you share can I share my screen, Henry?
Yes, you can. Go.
Okay, we can do that. Okay. Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry. All right. All right. So, where were we? I don't know how that happened. Okay, we can just go to the PDFs. I'm not too sure what happened to my presentation. It got chewed up in my thing too. If I can find those. Sorry, I was listening to NPR a little earlier. I'm sorry, Henry. I'm going to go ahead and let you share the PDFs. I'm not too sure where mine are. Okay, thank you, Henry. So step 2 is submitting your application, your grant application. Again, their paper applications will be available here at the division and all of the RBDOs throughout the reservation. Step 3, so once you have everything submitted to us, that'll move forward to step 3 through the review and process. Again, this is going to be done and completed by hand. So we ask for everyone's patience while we get applications out and going. We're working on staffing currently, and as well as finalizing the contracts with all of the vendors who will be necessary to pull this program off. But once we do have that going, I hope to have a team set up and a contact number specifically. I know that during the last program, people were having difficulty getting through to us, and we were limited in regards to phone accessibility as well as staffing. So we've learned our lesson from that last program, and we hope that this next go round we're going to be more efficient and provide quicker and better service to our applicants. So once you're done with step 3, of course, and you get approved, you're going to be notified by the division that you've been awarded the grant. Now, a lot of the applicants who were not funded during the last funding go round were approved but did not sign their grant. So this is one of those things where we learned our lesson, and we want to make sure that we're going to be actively engaged with our applicants and provide them the information that is necessary, which is come and sign your approved grant agreement. So once your grant agreement is approved, you can move forward and spend the money on your business that you need to spend it on. If you were disapproved, we'll still work with you and make sure that everything is corrected, that all the information we need is there to work on providing you the best service as possible. I know that we as a entity of the Navajo Nation must ensure that this money is spent appropriately. So we want to make sure that this money actually goes to Navajo businesses, Navajo ORs, and not misused or used for anything other than business needs. So once you have your grant, you spent it all, you'll then complete your grant expenditure closeout report. That's not due until 90 days after your funds have been dispersed. It's a fairly simple spreadsheet that you complete, and we'll provide that to you upon your award notification, and we'll have them available for download, for pickup. But you close out your grant report. Once you close that out, you're done with the grant, and then you go on to another grant. Who knows, we might have more funding available in the future. I hope we do, at least at some point. But that's pretty much the very summarized 5 steps of the application process. And again, we're hoping to provide better service and provide more outreach to communities now that we're able to go out, and the social distancing restrictions are a little less. Of course, we're going to be very smart about it and wise, but yeah, we're looking forward to going out to the communities and providing service and applications and getting artisans and businesses their grant money. Go ahead and scroll down, Henry. So our contact information is at the bottom, and Henry posted these in the chat, so you can download these forms. Primarily the information for the grant, you will contact us at St. Michael's. Our number is the one at the bottom, 928-871-6544. Of course, you can email us at navajoeconomy@navajo-nsn.gov, and we'll have information provided within navajoeconomy.org. When we have information officially ready to go, of course, we're going to put it on our social media page. We're also going to put that information in newspapers and radios and put that information out there as much as possible regarding key dates. We hope, our hope is to have the program up and running by the beginning of the new year, if not sooner. But that, I mean, that's something that we're looking forward to. And once we have those dates, we're definitely going to be clear about them and provide that information directly where we can. So yeah, I can take questions now.
Thank you very much for that awesome presentation. This is where I know some of you have some questions, so go ahead and ask questions. Ask Mr. Capitan. Is it Capitan or Capitan?
Capitan.
Capitan. Okay, go ahead and ask him a couple of questions here. Make sure you raise your hand, or you can just unmute yourself and jump right in. Go ahead.
Hey, Pax, I think we have a couple of questions in the queue in the chat box.
Okay, this is from Candace Mendez. It says, if we receive the grant, hold on. If we receive the grant in 2020, can we apply for the business grant again in 2021? So can you answer that, Mr. Capitan?
Yes. So all applicants are going to resubmit an application. As I said earlier, we hope that this application, we worked on it. We tried to reduce a lot of the confusion and make it simpler. So everyone will need to submit an application, but we hope that this application is a lot easier to fill out and to complete. I mean, I know that even just putting things on paper makes things a lot easier sometimes.
Well, I guess the question for her would be like, do you just get rewarded one time, or can you get awarded more than once?
Oh, it'll just be one-time awarding. If you received the funding last fall, you would be ineligible at that moment. There is a possibility that if we don't fully expend that 30.1 million, let's say we have our program available and we're only able to award 15 million to these applicants that weren't able to receive the grant the first time. We hope that we're going to be able to reopen the program to everyone at that point for that last remaining bit of the grant money. So that's to be determined. That I can't promise that, but that's definitely our goal and what we're hoping to do.
Okay, so then there is funding and money there available for those business owners and or artisans that need the assistance, right? It's there. It's still there.
Yes.
And
yes.
when is the deadline? When is the last day to apply?
We don't know the dates yet. That's something that we've been working on. We're finalizing contracts with different vendors for various key components of the program. So we're waiting for everything to be sort of all the dots to be dotted, all the I's to be dotted, the J's to be T's to be crossed with the FRF office. So once we have all of the official stuff done, we'll then publish the information out there, deadlines, start date, program open, program deadlines, all of that stuff.
Right. And then you did mention along the way that if somebody wants to apply, doesn't have to necessarily become an official vendor for the Navajo Nation, but could apply for the grant aside from that, right? So there's two ways to apply.
Correct. Yeah, there's two ways to apply. The simplest and easiest way, well, to register your business, I should say. There's two ways to register your business. There's a simple way, which is the business registration that's done on our website, navajoeconomy.org. And that's if you're not seeking to officially organize as a business. if you're wanting to get official with the Navajo Nation, then you'll do the registration and certification with Navajo Nation Business Regulatory Department.
Okay, so if you're a full-blown business operator and you've been doing this for quite some time and you're notable, now to apply for the grant, do you have to apply as a business owner?
Yes, you do. Yeah. Well, let me say.
I mean, do you have to register to become a vendor if you're a full-blown operating, business owner and you're notable and people know who you are?
That's a good question. Yeah. So
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So let's say I own a big gallery or big business in Phoenix.
Right.
And I don't necessarily do business on the Navajo Nation, but I'm still eligible for the grant. So what I would probably recommend that business to do would do the business registration, the simplified one, as opposed to the business regulatory department, because if they don't need to officially register with the Navajo Nation, then they can use the business registration, the simplified business registration.
Right. Because I know there's a lot of businesses out there that haven't applied and probably want to. And I'm one of those guys that have never applied for this grant. And I have never attempted to as well. I'm questioning myself as well, because I know there's others out there that want to, and they want to know how to go about this. So the best thing for the people to do is contact your office. And who's the main contact person to contact?
Myself, Douglas Capitan, of course, Kobe Tom, our public information officer, Daisha Holyan, who works in business regulatory department.
Okay.
And Shania Manis, who also works in business regulatory department. The four of us are the primary individuals in the division that have been assisting this program to move along.
Okay, the superheroes, the four, the quad, the team. Okay, you guys, the names that they mentioned, can you put it in the chat box so that way people can contact these individuals and begin moving in the direction of getting some assistance, because I know a lot of businesses were hit hard, and mine was hit hard. I was shut down, and so I had to figure out. I had to get an 8-to-5 job, guys. I had to get the 8-to-5, which is nothing wrong with it, but I did it, and it was fun. I helped Winslow Indian Healthcare Center during the pandemic. So then I got my business back up and going again. So I've been rebuilding, and it's been working pretty good. So. And it's really good to know that the assistant is still there. There is money still there for those businesses that are still wanting to get help and assistance. So those of you that are watching this, those of you that are listening, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to ask for help. It's not embarrassing. I know a lot of times a little pride comes in. You're like, man, I don't need that help. But we all need help. We all can't move forward unless we get the assistance and the help from these beautiful individuals and companies and organizations that are out there. And I'm sure there's other companies that are listening right now too, that are watching. And there's a lot of people out there that are willing to invest in certain companies and businesses. So if those of you, put your businesses out there, share your businesses out there and let people know what you're doing. And so that way, maybe one of these investors might want to invest in you and give you a big chunk of money so that you can grow. So I'm also plugging that in because I'm one of those guys. And if you guys were willing to help me, then that's great. So thank you guys so much for all that you do, Mr. Capitan. I know it was a little rough road right there for you presenting at the beginning and then along the way, but that's what virtual is all about. That's what this is all about. We're all still kind of getting used to this, but that was a great presentation. And I know you guys get hammered hard sometimes with a lot of comments, with a lot of criticism, and a lot of also a lot of questions and stuff. And then when these type of events come up, those people that are questioning or criticizing are usually not on here, or they don't come on and participate. So I'm saying this because everyone's watching here, and I'm encouraging you to go to these offices and sit down and talk with them and get to know the process a little bit more. I know it's time consuming, but everything is now these days. You have to be able to apply and go according to the process in order for everything to work. And that's A lot of times people just want stuff now, now. Give it to me now. Cut, hurry, hurry. But that's the new trend that we're in now. But I know business regulatory there are figuring out a way to make that process quicker, faster, and easier for everyone. I'm just mentioning this and bringing this up because as a business consultant for myself, when I go to other tribes, I do services for like the Pueblos, I do services for the Apaches. When I go to Zuni, right down the road here, when I go to Zuni, I just pay a $25 fee for a business license to do business within their tribe for 1 year. I get it that same day, not even an hour. You know, I submit $25, they give me a license, and then I'm okay to do business with them for a year. And then you have to recertify it like that. So, I mean, there's processes like that. I know that we're trying to move forward to getting ours a lot easier and quicker. And then Mr. Watchman said this, I believe, and now it's also Mr. Leiser, the VP, said earlier, we got to figure out a way to streamline this process so that we can get the politicians out of it, the politics out of this, so it can make it so quicker and easier and faster process to do business. When they try to mix it up with some of that process, it gets a little difficult. So I know those are some of the hurdles that you guys are battling and fighting. So a lot of us business people, we're waiting, we want that help, we want that assistance. So we appreciate you guys for what you guys do from that and in those trenches and try to make the process a whole lot easier. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate all that you guys do. So thank you again, Mr. Capitan. Is there anybody else that want to ask a question? We have time for a question. Don't be shy. Come on, Navajos. Navajos are really shy. That's why it's all dark on here. No one wants to show their face. We're all greasy. It's okay. So go ahead. Anybody, question? Or non-native. Anybody have a question for Mr. Capitan? Anyone? If not, we will move forward. Joanne, do you have any announcements?
Yeah, thanks, Pax. I don't see any new questions, but Caroline had a question or more of a comment, said she hadn't received her business certificate. So I emailed her or I chatted to contact Ms. Shania Manis from Business Regulatory Department. She can follow up with the status of your certification. Other than that, thank you, Doug. Thank you for stepping up to the plate to represent the Division of Economic Development. I really appreciate that, and for stepping in for JT. He's got other business to do today, but we always have his support and the support of the DED staff. So I appreciate that. Yeah.
You're very welcome, Joanne. I can email you the presentation and then you can distribute it. The actual full 100% presentation. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Doug. I will be contacting you, Doug.
I'll look forward to
for some information. So I'll be contacting you sometime soon. But I appreciate you. And then everyone else again that are on here, thank you for joining us this far. We've started from the beginning in the morning to now. We're hitting that midday, the peak time of the day and the most important part of the day for everyone. We love to eat. It's that time of day, lunchtime. So we will be providing virtual lunch for you guys. Okay, that'll be weird, huh? To provide virtual lunch. Here you go. Pretend you're eating, but it's lunchtime. And lunch is on your own. We're going to take a lunch break here from, we could start now to about 12:30, right? Am I correct, Joanne? And then we're going to jump back on, or we're going to leave this on. What are we doing? It's probably this is my first time emceeing an event like this virtually.
It'll be on, so they'll just stay on this.
Okay, so you guys can stay logged on and just maybe turn your cameras off. Make sure your speakers are off and mute yourselves, because we will hear what you're saying. We will hear your gossip. And go ahead and turn those off, and then your video will stay logged on. We'll start back up right at 12:30. So far so good. Thank you guys very much. It's going great. It's going to go by fast this afternoon, then we're done. So have a great lunch. See you guys at 12:30. Bye.
You were supposed to bring the mutton sandwich back.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna step away from
Joanne? Joanne, can I share my screen again? So we can have that full screen.
Okay, it's about 12, it is 12:30 now. I hope everyone had a good lunch. I hope you are able to feed yourselves, to refuel yourselves, rejuvenate, because right now, here this afternoon, we have a great presenter. We have an awesome person, just looking at his bio and also what he does and the work that he does. And I'm quite sure this passion flared up for him along his journey in his life and began to move toward his passion and has held various types of jobs. So let me talk a little bit about him here. So Mr. Dr. Watkins is an educator and U.S. Navy combat veteran. Thank you, sir, for your service. With a background in higher education, public transportation, information technology management, and military aviation. He is the CEO and co-founder of LDRC, which stands for Leadership Development and Coaching Firm, which is located in Orange County, California. The company was founded on the belief that every person has a unique leadership voice that can be developed purposefully. We each have the capacity to expand our influence and the ability to make deeper connections when we lead and learn with vision, integrity, purpose, and passion. So with that said, just reading that portion of it got me fired up, man. So I'm excited to hear this gentleman. It was a great honor to have him here. So welcome to this year's 2021 Business Opportunity Day, sir. So Mr. Dr. Daryl Watkins, the time is yours.
Oh, thank you, Pax. First of all, I just was just in a breakout room with Henry and Joanne, and I was saying how much I have enjoyed your emceeing today. Love your fire, energy, and passion. So it's awesome. And if you are looking to be a front man for LDRC, you are hired, sir. I happen to be a very intellectual thinker kind of person. So sometimes that passion, sits a little bit under the surface. So I appreciate that. All right, so I am going to figure out how to share my screen here. And let's see, we'll do this one. And Pax, if you can give me a thumbs up that you are seeing my screen, I would appreciate it. Awesome, great, thank you. So I also wanted to take just a minute to thank Joanne and Henry for inviting me to speak today. This is quite an honor. I have been, this is actually the third in a series of short presentations and speeches that I've given to the Navajo Nation, and I've very much appreciated this time that I've gotten to spend with you. So as Pax mentioned, my name is Dr. Daryl Watkins. I am the president of LDRC, Leadership Development and Research Consultants. We are based out of Orange County. I am going to try and tell you just a little bit about who I am before I get started. I don't know that I will be able to do this fully in the Navajo tradition, but I will tell you that my mother, Lavon, who unfortunately passed away about 20 years ago, is part Cherokee. Her last name is Martin, and she came from Des Moines, Iowa. My father, Fred Watkins, came from here in California, and before that in Texas. Let's see, I think I do my maternal grandmother, Delona. She came from Iowa, and I'm sorry, I don't even know her last name. And my paternal grandfather, Fred Watkins, Martins, also came from Texas. Thank you, Joanne, for teaching me just a little bit about your custom, and I don't feel like I did justice to really understanding exactly how to present myself. I was mentioning to Joanne that, there you are. What did I get wrong, Joanne?
Your paternal grandfathers. That's how that's the third
The,
piece. Third
the
and fourth piece.
paternal grandfather or paternal grand, oh, that's the third or fourth piece?
Maternal grandfather's the third.
Maternal grand, okay. All
And
right.
then paternal grandfather is the fourth clan.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I was mentioning to Joanne earlier that I was adopted. And so most of what I actually know about my birth family comes through DNA testing. And, you know, it's kind of interesting to learn about yourself and your heritage instead of from information being passed on from generation to generation to kind of help you ground yourself in this world to really to learn about yourself through some genetic testing and figure things out like that. So my heritage, I am mixed race, African American, about 37%, and on the other hand, mostly European, Swedish, and English, and French, and whatnot. So that is a little bit about me in a nutshell. I have been interested in leadership and entrepreneurship for most of my adult life. There wasn't much room for entrepreneurs in the US Navy, which is probably one of the reasons why I got out. I've either started or been part of probably a dozen businesses over the course of my life. And I'm married to a very pragmatic and practical person who also has helped me make sure I've had a job most of that time because maybe I'm not such a great entrepreneur. So anyway, you're here to hear a little bit about what I have to think or to say. So appreciate that. So first thing, what makes a great business? So in my view, making a great business is about either solving a problem or creating opportunities. And that's really for any organization. But then on top of that, if you're having a business and not just a normal organization, then you want to generate a profit. And something that seems to be quite often forgotten is that businesses should also be a resource for their community. They should build up our communities and be part of the communities, you know, and essentially to generate a positive impact in the community. And I think if you have, you know, those, I don't know if you'd call it 3 or 4 elements, then you have the possibility of having a great business. You know, and so I think that that in and of itself sort of translate into what makes a great entrepreneur. So a great entrepreneur isn't in this for the idea of making a lot of money, although that is the reason why many people go to be entrepreneurs. Hey, I want to make a lot of money. I want to, you know, have things. And so they start businesses. Or I think as Pax mentioned earlier, sometimes we say, you know what, I'm not just a terrible employee. I really want to be in control. So I'm going to be an entrepreneur for that reason. That's actually a pretty good reason for being an entrepreneur because you have to do things your way. So the dictionary definition of entrepreneur is a person who organizes, manages, and assumes the risk of a business. And when you're talking about risk, you're talking about financial risks and other risks that you might share. So I, you know, in preparing for this presentation, I probably searched about, I don't know, 60 or 80 hours on Navajo Nation entrepreneurs. And I got to tell you, there is not a lot out there. And it's a little bit sad. Why isn't there more information on Navajo Nation entrepreneurs? And you know, it could be that perhaps I don't know exactly the right search terms, although you would think that after doing as many hours of searching as I did, that I would have found more. But I will tell you, and this was kind of consistent with what I heard from the Honorable Vice President Myron Lizer earlier, that there was a lot out there that is focused on the barriers and constraints of living within the Navajo Nation. And so this is things like poverty, predatory lending, location, geographic expanse of the nation, 28,000 acres, the federal laws, and also the changing federal landscape over the years, and how poorly your people have been treated. Tribal laws and how those sometimes get in the way, culture, customs, infrastructure, and the lack of certain types of infrastructure, racism, and exploitation. And I should also mention water and food insecurity. So those are the kinds of things that came to the forefront as I was searching for economic activity within the Navajo Nation, and especially as it related to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurism. But some articles did come up about some of the unique considerations of being in a sovereign nation. So, first of all, of course, wonderful natural resources, the beauty of the land, the oil reserves, uranium, the taxation status that I should say sometimes tribal nations have enjoyed. Cultural artifacts and the culture that can be exported and is certainly of interest to people who are outside the nation. And just the fact that your sovereignty, your own sovereignty, and what that can mean. And I think everyone understands that because you're sovereign, that allows you to do casinos, for example, where others are not. And I'm going to ask a question here because I wasn't able to figure this out exactly, and maybe somebody can. Pax, I'm going to put you on the hot seat for a second. So
Sure.
I read a couple of things. One, I read that Navajo culture and tradition was such that casinos were something that were not desired and not allowed. And then I later read that there was a Navajo casino. So can you clear that up for me? Is there or is there not a Navajo casino?
Thank you for that question. So traditionally, in our creation stories, our chanters tell us that this it's called Navajo, which means gambling, and that was actually created as part of the creation story. So it was already in our culture, and so as time moved on, those that were not quite familiar with the tradition and the culture, the stories of it, were the ones that were kind of against the idea that it was not part of our life or our lifestyle. But in reality, it's part of our creation. So it's been created and it's been part of the process. So then that came around. So with that's why they were able to create this casino. So it was part of our creation story.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for sharing that. I appreciate it. So where is the casino?
So we have 4 of them. One is located, there's 2 in New Mexico and 3 in New Mexico, 1 in Arizona.
Okay.
So there's Twin Arrows, Northern Edge, Fire Rock, and then Flowing Water.
Okay.
Yes.
Appreciate that. And I'll try not to put you on the spot anymore. Thank you for that.
No, I enjoy it. I love it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought that about you maybe. All right. So let's see. Let me just go ahead and move on here. All right. So as is my way, part of what I'm trying to do here is share some of the research that I've done so that you kind of have a little bit of background that I've received as I've been preparing for this. And then I'm going to get into a little bit of material that I hope you can take away with you that will help you make, better businesses or something like that. So, essentially researchers who have studied entrepreneurship have taken different approaches over time. And in the academic world, we call that schools of thought. And so the initial research that was done on entrepreneurship kind of had this idea that, and Pax, I think you kind of alluded to this in an earlier comment that you made, that entrepreneurs are born, not made. So I think you said something like, if you're born in such and such a way, then you're going to be an entrepreneur. And that's, I mentioned that I study leadership. That was also one of the very first theories of leadership that we called the great man theory. And as it was with leadership, initially most entrepreneurs, at least all the ones that were studied, were men. And of course, we know that some of the greatest entrepreneurs over history, not just recent times, have been women. So we should dispel that notion. But at any rate, the Great Person School of Entrepreneurship suggested that entrepreneurs had this sort of intuition that was greater than others, that they had this passion and energy and this drive and esteem that was well beyond us mere mortals, and therefore they were able to craft themselves into these titans of industry as entrepreneurs. Well, that didn't really go over very well. And so then people actually started to study, well, what are some of the other things that could lend to entrepreneurs? Because, what if you're not born with those particular traits? Then, or does that mean you can't be an entrepreneur? And of course, business schools want to be able to teach entrepreneurship. So kind of have to, dispel that notion. So basically, there have been these additional schools of thought. I'm not going to bore you by reading all the words on the screen, but I will say that we've progressed through these additional schools, and I'm going to be focusing on the psychological school for the remaining part of my presentation. And that essentially suggests that entrepreneurs have unique values, attitudes, and needs, and that in searching to fulfill those needs, we essentially drive our business activities. So just going to share a little bit about some of the things that some of those unique needs and abilities and whatnot. So CHIE in 1996 came out with this study that entrepreneurs typically have a need for achievement. They have a very high locus of internal control, similar to, again, what Pax was saying earlier. They have a propensity to take risk, to feel like it's good to risk. They have a high tolerance for ambiguity. They're very self-confident, and that they tend to be kind of a little bit more innovative and creative than others. Schott came along in 2009, suggesting that entrepreneurs need a high degree of autonomy, that they need high variety in the tasks that they do. They have strong task identity, which essentially means that they want to take something from the beginning all the way to the end and complete it, and that they have a desire for feedback on whatever it is that they're creating, whether it be products or services. Khosla and Gupta in 2017, you can see some of the same things here: comfort with uncertainty, laser-like focus and execution, responsive to markets, focus on big picture, but also a detail orientation. So that's that ability to zoom out when necessary, and then also zoom into the finer details and take, earlier we were talking about doing the paperwork. So also being able to do that paperwork when necessary, and not just think about the big picture details of what you're doing. Managing people, and also being able to delegate when necessary. These two, Mashkova and Kuzhnikov in 2017, ability to accept and face risk, solve complex tasks, and creativity and new ideas. And then the Founders Institute is an interesting one, and I wanted to spend just a little bit more time with them. They're based out of Silicon Valley, and they are the world's largest pre-seed accelerator, which means essentially that they provide money and support to, well, they have to about 5 or more thousand small companies before they got to the place where they were looking for venture capital. Their research suggests that successful entrepreneurs have professional experience, and in fact, they say that the ideal age to be an entrepreneur is about 34, because that's given you about maybe 10 years or 15 years, depending on when you started, of experience in some area. High fluid intelligence means that you're able to quickly understand and adapt to the rules of the game. So your mind, at least in terms of how you're thinking about whatever it is that you want to be providing as a service or a product, that your mind thinks quickly around that and you can adapt to things. They're highly open, they're curious, they're willing to change, adaptive, and able to do what we call emergent behavior as kind of the world is buffeting around them. So if you think of coronavirus and those people who were able to take their businesses and quickly adapt in whatever way that they could during the pandemic. And finally, that they're moderately agreeable. And what does that mean? That means that they're neither too nice nor too mean. You're somewhere in the middle. So you're pretty nice, but you can also have a pretty hard edge when you need to, which is sometimes needed in the business world. Okay, so what does it look like to not be the right person to be an entrepreneur? Well, according to the Founder Institute, they call it bad founder DNA. Predatory aggressiveness, which means that you're just way too over the top in terms of how aggressively you go after things. It turns people off. You make excuses. So no matter what the problem, I think we all know this person, right? No matter what happens to them, they're always making an excuse for why things didn't happen for them. Deceitful, people who try and take things away from other people. One of the major things about being an entrepreneur is that you can develop trust with people. And if you're deceitful, you cannot develop trust. Emotional instability, essentially people who cannot manage their emotions. So if you've ever heard of emotional intelligence, people who have low emotional intelligence then are not really able to typically be good entrepreneurs because they're not flexible enough emotionally. And then finally, people who have very strong egos that are overly narcissistic. I think that many people would say that some of our strongest entrepreneurs, and I say strongest, so I'm not trying to start an argument, but people like Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or people like that, they're probably pretty ego-driven, right? You kind of have to be to get to that level of industry. So I'm not saying that they're narcissists. In fact, I don't think that they are. I think that if you are a narcissist, you're somewhere beyond that level of probably getting to maybe even a psychological place where you're not operating at a healthy level of ego. All right. So we're kind of getting to the place now where I'm going to kind of shift gears and move into sort of trying to build something that we can take away. So Gallup, I do a lot of work with Clifton Strengths, which is an assessment of 34 talents that are basically, it's kind of like a condensed bucket of talents that the Gallup Corporation has come up with that explain all, right? So it's all of our unique talents, right? So they've taken the millions of talents that we've had and they've distilled it down into 34. So now for people who build businesses, they've distilled that down even further into 10. And I should say that Clifton has done research on millions and millions of people and tens of thousands of corporations. So they have a tremendous database to work from in terms of understanding what has been successful and what helps to drive people's success. So these things that you see listed on your screen, confidence, delegator, determination, knowledge, confidence, delegator, determination, disruptor, independence, knowledge, profitability, relationship, risk, and selling. Those are the 10 talents of builders, right? So what does this mean? Well, I'm going to go through and explain each one of these, and I'm going to invite you to think about each one as I go through it. The idea is that we all have some of all of these, and these will kind of rank themselves to you, hopefully, as we go through. And by the time I get to the end of these next 10 or 12 slides or so, what I'm going to ask you to do is mentally, or even on a piece of scratch paper, write down an order for the way that you think these talents come across for you. Okay. So first, confidence. If you're confident, you believe in yourself, you know that you're going to succeed, and you can get other people on your side because of how confident you are. Failure and uncertainty are not even in your vocabulary because you know that nothing will ever stop you. So just kind of sit there for a moment or stand and think about how confident you are, maybe even rank yourself on a level from 1 to 10. So next, delegator. Are you able to give up control? Do you look for contributions from others on your team? Do you like to collaborate to get things done? And can you like look at other people and say, you know, that person's really good at this. Oh, hey, I could really use a person like Pax to be the front man for my company. That sort of thing. How determined are you? Are you able to overcome obstacles? Do you know the story of Sisyphus and rolling the rock up the hill, and it keeps going back down the hill, but he keeps pushing it back up? You don't ever give in to feelings of frustration and defeat. You're quick to act, and nothing less than the best will satisfy you. Disruptor. You have a lot of ideas. You're constantly coming up with these new ideas. You take information in and it comes out in the way of new opportunities. And you're seeing this before other people see them. You like to experiment and test your ideas. And rules and boundaries were not made for you. They were probably made for somebody else, but they don't apply to you. If you're independent, you're a multitasker, you like to do everything. You have a can-do attitude. You're really strong sense of responsibility, and it kind of hurts your heart or your soul if you don't get something done that you said that you were going to get done. You thrive under pressure, you control your fate, and you're motivated to make things happen. So, knowledge. If Henry turned his, Henry, do you mind turning on your camera for a second? Henry, are you there? There you go. All right, so Henry is under Shiprock RBDO right now. You'll see that he's got 1 million books in his background. If knowledge is your thing, then you're almost always going to have 1 million books in your background. And if I turned my camera to the side, you would see my books. So you and you can even see here, because knowledge is one of my top ones. I wrote too many words on this slide because I couldn't take away the words. So you never stop learning. You're always looking, thanks Henry. You're always looking for insight. You research every aspect of anything that you get into. You want to know it all about it. Sometimes that knowledge will even keep you from getting started until you get that one little more piece of knowledge. But all that knowledge helps you anticipate what the customer is looking for. It helps you reduce the risk and hopefully make informed decisions. Profitability. Had dinner 2 nights ago with a friend, and I was explaining to him that I was going to be making this presentation. He is a business owner. He has an insurance company, and I can promise you that profitability is his #1 thing. Because every time I ever talk with him, he's always, so are you making any money? What's going on over there? How can you be operating like this? And as I explained these different ideas, I mean, it was so easy to see how he has been able to drive so much, how he has been able to generate so much income into his business, because this is where his focus is, making money. So he would not consider pricing a product or a service without guaranteeing that it made a profit on each sale. Runs a tight ship, keeping costs down. And it's interesting, as I was sharing what I was going to be talking about, I could see him sort of taking apart some of the knowledge that I was sharing with him and interpreting it in a slightly different way. And I was like, oh, okay, appreciate that. Thank you. So it was kind of fun. Profitability is my #10, by the way. Oh, don't laugh at me, Pax. All right, you build a robust and diverse personal network if you believe that relationships are strong or are the way to go. You rely on those relationships to access resources and critical information. You connect people and build trusting long-term relationships. So think of like the nodes that you can see on your screen there. And if you're a relationship person, you have probably built connections where people are really willing to do things for you that they might not do for others. And it's not because they feel like they owe you something, it's because they generally care about you. I was actually over helping my friend move the other day, and I mean, she could afford movers, but I don't know, she's a relationship person, so I'm helping her move. I'm 56 years old. Why am I doing this? Risk. If you, we talked earlier about some of the research that showed that most entrepreneurs are risk tolerant. Well, some people are extremely risk tolerant. So charismatic, confident, they embrace challenges. They take an analytical approach to risk, though, and that means that they're not just embracing risk just for the sake. I mean, they're actually like looking at all the information and the data that's coming in, they're analyzing it, and they're making an assessment of, how are we going to go into that? And that's partly why they're so able to be confident going into those situations. People who have a risk talent are problem solvers, and they see opportunities where others see obstacles. They're comfortable with ambiguity. And, I think we all love these people who just don't accept failure as failure. They just see it more as that stepping stone to their next success. And then this will be the last one, selling. You instinctively know how to reach your audience. You've got these people in front of you. We've got, all these people on the phone, and you're able to connect with what you think that these folks need and make them able to see. You're persuasive enough that they can see why they need what you are selling. Exceptional storytellers. Like my friend who is profitability selling is also one of his things. He's an exceptional storyteller, so good. Probably a little bit like Pax there as well. Passion and listening help you create emotional connections. All right, so those are the 10 builder talents. And I've got them listed here again. And I would just like you to take a look at these again. And I just want to take a minute and sort of wait, if you will. And I just would invite you to, hopefully, I didn't go through those too fast. I think I went through them too slow. I know Pax thinks that. But just take a look at these and see what the order would be of these for you. And if I was in the classroom doing this, we would have this up on some sort of a whiteboard sort of thing where you could actually move the boxes around, but too much craziness for today. All right, so I'm going to just move to my next slide, which, all right, so this is my order of talents. Determination, knowledge, disruptor, independence, risk, delegator, relationship, selling, confidence. And I told you profitability was last. So I went onto Clifton's website, and as I mentioned, I'm a Clifton Strengths coach, or maybe I didn't mention that, but I am. I'm a Clifton Strengths coach. They have this assessment called the BP10. You get a printout that looks a little bit like this. It's just a couple of pages long, and it orders the talents for you. The assessment costs about $20. So it's not, I mean, it's a lot if you don't have $20, but if you do have $20, it's well worth it because it will order these and then it will help you decide what to do next with it. What I'm trying to share here is that once you understand this, you can now understand how to identify what type of an entrepreneur you are. So if anybody is bold enough, I would invite you to maybe type into the chat box how the list of your 10 came out. And you can do that as I move on. So if you can multitask and think or listen while you type. So Clifton or Gallup identified that there are 3 types of entrepreneurs: the rainmaker, the conductor, and the expert. And so now I'm going to just back up to my talents again. And so you can see here with my list of talents: determination, knowledge, disruptor, delegator, independence, risk, and then delegator, that I am more likely to be on this expert side of things. So this is the type of an entrepreneur that I am. As I come into a situation, my entrepreneur persona is to be an expert, to be the person who comes in with the knowledge or the understanding of how something works, to provide coaching or consulting or facilitation of what's going to happen, how things are going to progress. Or, if it was products, I would be the person who is, kind of creating the product, developing the product. So the rainmaker is that person who understands how to make profit, understands how to sell. So actually, I do have a couple of slides to talk through these characteristics. So the rainmaker's focus is on sales and revenue generation. Characteristics: confident, focused on profitability, persuasive, forward-thinking. So as you kind of look down this list here, you can start to see, okay, well, as I took those 10 talents and ranked them, these are the ones that kind of popped up on the top. So if you're the rainmaker, then you are the person who probably has a propensity to want to do those sorts of things, or that's the way that your mind thinks. The conductor has a focus on operations or management. So this is the person who is building a team, who knows how to delegate the tasks out to everybody, who really understands how to create a business that will work, and who, this person is very hardworking. So this is, this is the kind of person who you really want kind of developing the structure of the business. And then finally, as I spoke about earlier, the expert is focused on product development and research. So you have these characteristics of being creative, highly independent, persistent, determined, a thinker and a learner. So with these three types, right? So now you kind of look at yourself and you say, okay, well, who am I? What is my DNA as an entrepreneur? Am I the rainmaker? Am I the conductor? Or am I the expert? Or am I a mix of these things in a way that is very, very unique? So what do you do with this? Well, if you're the expert, then you be the expert, right? If you're the rainmaker, then you be the rainmaker. And if you're a conductor, you be the conductor. If you're not one of those things, then you need to pull in from other people. And I think we've heard a lot today, how many resources are available to you. And I guess my message would be, we can't do it all. We're not wired to do it all, right? We are wired to be great in certain ways. So it is extremely important for us to reach out and ask others for help to share in our journeys, so that we can build the best businesses possible, right? And so, you know, I've heard several of you, especially Pax, mention how, well, you know, maybe Navajos don't want to turn their cameras on, or they don't want to speak, or you don't want to be out in front, or whatever it is. Well, if that's the case, then find somebody who is that person and put that person out in front. You be the conductor in that case, you be the expert in that case, and you find the rainmaker. It's that sort of thing. So it's that teaming up so that you can kind of build a better mousetrap, if you will. All right, so I'm just looking at the chat here, and Joanne shared that she thinks she's a conductor and part expert. Yep, I believe that. Yeah, Pax the rainmaker, no doubt about it. So nobody put their 10 in the thing. Deborah is an expert and a conductor. Yeah, so that's interesting. So a couple of people mentioned expert and conductor, and I feel like I also am expert and conductor, right? I kind of share in those two. And so I think that if you have been involved in companies, so like I was a project manager after I got out of the Navy, I've been a general manager, I have an MBA, that sort of thing. All of those things sort of taught me how to organize things, how to organize a business, how to set up the projects, those sort of things. And I think they kind of drove me into understanding how to manage things. But I mean, I've had a sales class, so I suppose I should know how to be the rainmaker, but it's just not in my DNA. It's not my personality to be that sort of a person. And when I don't, of course, I don't mean that in a bad way. Gosh, I wish I was that kind of person, because then, I wouldn't have to be, spending 80 hours designing this presentation. I could have just, let it come together, or whatever it is that other people do when they're having presentations. I don't know. So anyway, I'm getting kind of close to the end here of my prepared remarks. What I'm hoping that you'll take away from this is that, if you're building a business, if you're an entrepreneur, you should be solving a problem or developing opportunities. I mean, that's really the bottom line. Develop your talents, right? We all have whatever talents that we have, and we are happiest when we are developing those talents and not when we're trying to fix what's wrong with us, right? So if you can understand what your type is well enough that you know what your talents are and what to develop, and then you also know where you're short, then you can go look for somebody else to fill in those gaps. And so when I say minimize weaknesses, I do not mean work on your weaknesses. What I mean is collaborate. Find somebody else to help you with that. If you spend your time working on your weaknesses, you will drain your energy, and that is no good for anybody, right? You want to be working where your power is. So with that said, I guess I'll go to my last slide here and give you my contact information. I'm going to leave that up there for a second. And thank you, Deborah, for that comment. It is a lot to take in. People always say that after my things. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, too much information. All right, so I am going to, I guess, Pax, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and then you can manage any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Watkins. That was beautiful. That was awesome, because it's like counseling. You know, you're going through this, and you're tapping into our psychology, and also our personalities, our attitudes, our behavior, and then really taking the time to assess ourselves and to really understand who we are. And I think that's very important. Before we can even move forward, we have to know, who are we? Where are we coming from? What's our traits? What's our skills? What's our personality? And then you nailed the head on the nail when you said that we're only limited to a certain amount of skills. Then when we reach that point, we have to, build relationship with others, or look for other people to help us carry us in our weaknesses. And I think that's where I'm at. I'm at that point now where there's certain things I'm not good at. There's certain things I need help in, and I get help. So if I get a big project to do, I hire a little team. I hire me a good PR. I hire me a good person that has marketing skills, and also maybe like someone that's really good with researching, gathering information. So coming together as a team to execute a plan to help an organization is what I began to do recently, and it's been helpful. You're right, because before that I was draining myself out. I was trying to do all of them, but now I'm able to venture out more and collaborate more, and then build a team. I'm looking for those right people, like you said. So that was great information, and it's really good to just sit here and have people on here, like an expert like yourself, to be able to tap in on how our minds work, because we can't talk like this to ordinary people. We can't express ourselves to normal people, as you would say. I'm not saying we're well, let's get the truth out there. I think business people are wired a little weird. We're a little different. We see things differently. So to really tap in on it and to really help us, understand, it makes me feel like I'm not alone. It makes me feel like I'm on track. It makes me feel like you boost up my confidence. And it's really good to take some time to talk about this, because it's really also a good time and moment to refreshen and push the reset button to move forward and to continue with our dreams and goals. So I really appreciate this presentation. I love your presentation, and we immediately connected. And so maybe one day I'll come out to California and pay you a visit, and you can treat me out to steak dinner. But anywho, but let's stop here and let's go ahead and get some questions going. I know a lot of people have probably questions as well. So anyone on here, if you have a question, give me a hands up and we'll come to you, or you could just unmute yourself and jump on right in and ask Mr. Watkins a question. Questions?
Hey, Pax.
Yes.
I saw a comment from Melody. I don't know if Dr. Watkins will be able to provide some insight. Melody said, "Welcome, Mr. Watkins. Exactly. We are not taught to start our own business." I think she's speaking about Navajo people specifically, but what is your take on that? And is that something that it's already a talent that you already are born with, like a characteristic, or can this be learned?
Yeah, it's a great point. And I noticed that over there, and I wasn't exactly sure which part of the presentation Melody was talking about, but I will say that, so how do we learn how to start a business, right? So if you don't have parents who are entrepreneurs, if your kin aren't entrepreneurs, then where do you get that, right? So I remember when I was young, we didn't have a lot. So we were probably one of the poorest people in our community. Now, I grew up in a suburb of Los Angeles called Upland. My family had moved there from Watts. So because we didn't have a lot, if I wanted anything, I had to get it for myself. And so what happened? My dad said, well, why don't you go cut some grass for the neighbors? I thought, oh, well, that's a good idea. So I started cutting grass for my neighbors. Then I started a paper route. Then I started digging up ivy for my neighbors, and that was dreadful. But that's what I did. And through that, I learned that I could start to have some of the things that I wanted to have. And I hate to take this again back to consumption, but that was probably, maybe it wasn't consumption. Maybe it was freedom. It was allowing me freedom to do something, right? And so I guess what I'm trying to get to is that I sort of taught myself, and teaching myself probably actually developed some very poor habits, which have lasted over my lifetime now that I'm thinking about it. Gosh darn it, Pax, you got me psychoanalyzing myself now. But anyway, we are not taught to build businesses. So how do you learn? I guess you could go to business school and learn about that, but no, you have wonderful people here on this call, some people who are involved in the economic development side of things, who have all this knowledge, who can share it with you. And, so the SBA information that we received earlier, that was amazing information. I wish I had known that. I mean, I'm a 51% disabled, veteran, minority-owned business. I can use that information tomorrow if I can figure out which forms that I need to fill out to go get it. So coming to something like this helps to teach us. But no, we don't learn this stuff in school. You're absolutely right.
Right, and I think that, yeah, the resources there for small business development centers, that they help with startups. Also, our Navajo Nation small business programs, they have trainings for starting out your business as well. So, I mean, I wasn't born to entrepreneurial parents as well, but early on, I learned how to earn money doing chores. And even in elementary and junior high and high school, I tutored other students to make some extra money. And I worked as a student employment with a student employment program on the nation that I was working in the school attendance office for $2.50 an hour, and after school, so that I could make that extra money. So I think it's innate that we always want to be able to provide for ourselves, and then we learn the process along the way. So it's not something that can be, learned right away overnight, but it is a process. And the SBA actually has a manual online at sba.gov is how to start your business. Gives you the whole step-by-step process for setting up your business as a legal entity. So
yeah,
thank you, Dr.
Joanne,
Watson.
can I add something to that?
Sure.
I think that so I think you're alluding to a really important point, right? So there are all of these resources out here that can help us do these things. It might be a waste of our time as the entrepreneur to try and go find all of that information ourselves, right? So again, it's kind of like, do what you're good at, right? So if there are people out there who are willing to, hold your hand while you fill out the form and get you to that next step, then why do you need to go learn what the form is all about on your own? Like, go find it on your own. That's, that's the sort of thinking that we do that kind of holds us back.
Right.
So borrow all of these great resources, use them when you need them, and just try not to get yourself into a place, have good enough advisors so that you're not getting yourself into any trouble. In other words, you don't miss a form and then have somebody knocking on your door saying you missed a form.
Right. And I think that the resources are available as you need it. It's not, I mean, I don't go, on a daily basis to ask clients what they need help with. It's usually whenever they have an issue that comes up or a specific question that, I'm able to respond to. And if I don't know it, I find the resource that has that information as well too. So our PTAC offices, we all get trained on the whole SBA certification process so that we can assist businesses at all levels as well as the tribal enterprises. So there are free resources available everywhere. But thank you for your presentation,
Thank you very much.
Dr. Watkins.
That was awesome. Deborah has the question, so go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, thank you, Pax, and thank you, Dr. Watkins. A phenomenal presentation. I'm really hoping that your slide deck is included in the follow-up from today. I wanted to follow on, and Pax, I will try and be very mindful of time here, but I wanted to follow on Melody's question or statement that oftentimes, especially tribal members, are not taught to start their own business. It is so culturally ingrained to give others the light, help others to shine. It's very difficult to turn that around and to say, how can I set myself apart? There are those of us, and Pax is our shining example today, we've got that entrepreneur button not only pushed on, it's stuck and we couldn't get it off if you paid us because people have tried. Others have a thought but don't know how to organize the courage, the thought, and the plan so that action can result. I don't have a solution for this, but I think sometimes it's very important that we realize that there are those out there who would like to have their own businesses and they don't know how to ask the questions. As most of us on this call know, if you don't ask the question, you're the one who made the decision. But when you don't know how to ask, that raises more walls than it opens doors.
Thank you. No, that's a really great point. And let me elaborate really briefly on that. So I look at entrepreneurship and business as a unique, it comes in all different shapes and form. We know this. Entrepreneurship is in our blood as Native American. It's there. And when you translate it into the cultural perspective, it makes sense to Native people, meaning we have 4 seasons of the year. So our grandfathers and forefathers way in the past would harvest, fruits and vegetables from the cornfields in the springtime. And then they would preserve it. They would save it for the winter. And so that little short concept there, it's kind of the mind frame of a business person. It's not how much money you're making now, it's what you have after. It's what you're leaving behind, it's what you're creating, what you're building. So a lot of times I think it just needs a little bit more cultural approach on explaining entrepreneurship to our people. It's in our blood. We do have it, each and every one of us do. And then it's going to come in all different shapes and form. It ain't going to be the same for everyone. What worked for me is probably not going to work for you. So what we have to do is find our own way and figure out our own way to figure out what we want to do. Most importantly, like we said earlier, you can't approach business first and foremost. If your mindset is to want to make money, it ain't going to work. If that's your drive, it ain't going to work. It has to be passion, something that's a life-changing experience for you that you know that you want to do so much, so bad. And that's what you call passion. And if you follow that, you will never go wrong. It'll be nice, fun, and it'll be adventurous, but that's the fun part of becoming an entrepreneur. Being an entrepreneur is the adventure part of it. You have to love it. If you get frustrated with it, get mad about it, and then it's not working for you, then this ain't for you. This is the bottom line. So you have to. I've been in business for more than 10 years now, and I have never ever had to go through the Navajo Nation there, because I knew how much difficult it was to go that route. And I figured I'm not going to put all my energy there. Why am I going to put all my energy there at the same time? I'm over here missing out on my opportunity. I want to grow. So I took off on my own. And while I was growing over here, people were over here fighting and trying to get somewhere with their businesses. In the meantime, I was over here doing business with people in other tribes. So what I'm trying to get to is resources are there, but don't depend on them. Don't rely on them all the time. They're there to help you. They're there to assist you, but you got to be the person that's driving your journey and utilize them. Yes, fall back on these resources. They're there for a reason. They pick me up here and there, but I did not rely on them 100%. And you can't always do that because it's different everywhere you go. So the beautiful thing about this is do it, follow your journey, push yourself. I'm done. Thank you. I'm encouraging my fellows here, my colleagues here, and other entrepreneurs here. So I'm just feeding off the energy of Mr. Dr. Watkins there. Man, I really enjoyed your presentation. And then the energy right now, the spirit right now, the entrepreneur spirit is glowing right now. So it feels really good. So thank you guys so much for that input. And Dr. Watkins, we appreciate you, sir. It's really nice to meet you. And I look forward to meeting you more, talking to you more in the future. And everyone else here, again, thank you so much. So if there's anything else, we'll all move on. Go ahead, Joanne.
Yes, Deborah asked about the presentations. You can download the presentations in the chat box. Henry's uploaded them there so that you can download it on your computer.
Okay. Happy holidays. Stay safe. Be careful out there, Mr. Dr. Watkins. And, many blessings to you and your family. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go on now to our next presenter. And I'm gonna try to nail this name down right off the bat without missing a beat. Let me see if I can do this. Sabia Manzanares. Was that close enough?
Close, very close.
Very close. Okay, let me talk a little bit about you before I bring you on here. Okay. So Miss Manzanares is an APS supplier, diversity program manager, and has worked at APS since 2007, serving in a variety of positions in supply chain management, customer service, and employee network group leadership. Sabia brings extensive experience in community engagement and currently serves as the program chair of the Pacific Southwest Minority Supplier Development Council and vice chair of the Arizona Latino Arts and Management degree from Arizona. She got her, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling on my little phone here. Supply chain management degree from Arizona State University, her MBA from Grand Canyon University. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome Sabia Manzanares. Go ahead.
Hello, thank you. I'm actually going to be sharing my screen, so if you can just give me a quick second so that I can do that. Here we go. Let me unshare real quick. And while I get this going, my name is Sabia Manzanares. I am originally from Mexico, but I moved to the US when I was 8. So I'm, bicultural. I've spent a lot of time in have a very close friend who's Diné. So I have spent some time in the Navajo reservation. So I love visiting over there. And And I'm actually really looking forward to having this event again in person and Window Rock. So I'm crossing my fingers that cases will come down and that we'll be able to see each other in person next year, because I really miss going to Window Rock actually, and presenting in person. And definitely my line of work is a lot more fun if I can actually see people face to face versus, virtually. But as we all know right now, it's a little tough. So then we must kind of roll with the punches at this time, right? So give me a quick second. I'm gonna have to do the screen because it's not coming up. And okay, I'm gonna just do the PDF because it's not, the PowerPoint's not working, but hey, I was ready. Thank you so much, Pax, for the introduction. I've been at APS since 2007. One unique perspective that I can bring to my position is I've been in supply chain. So I've been a buyer, I've been a category manager, I've been also in customer service. So the previous presenter talked about resources. I'm a resource at APS for any small business and specifically diverse business, which includes the native owned businesses. So I love to share information on how APS, does procurement, because unfortunately, every single company, and I work with a lot of different utilities, we all do it differently. Unfortunately, I wish we could all kind of follow the same rules, but we don't. We have different systems. We have different ways we evaluate proposals. And so I'm a resource, and I love to help others on, kind of maneuver like the different systems. So give me a second. So I'm gonna skip over the APS information because I'm sure most of you know who APS is an Arizona utility. We also have territory in New Mexico. We buy anything in support of our operations. So I tell people anything that is gonna help us get our electricity to our consumers, we buy. So it can range from, it could be street lamps, it could be consulting services, it could be accounting, it could be janitorial services, kind of the whole gamut of services. And I just want to get really quickly, you guys can see my screen, correct? I don't want to go through a presentation you can't see. Okay, great. I got a couple of head nods from Deborah, thank you. I wanted to talk really quickly about what APS supply chain looks like. So we have two areas of APS. Have the procurement arm and the materials management arm. We have several warehouses around the state, and we also have different teams that are within these two areas. I am in the support services team, so we do anything in support of operations of the buyers, the category managers, our warehousing teams. We do. So supplier diversity is within that realm. And supplier diversity in my company has two major areas. One is the diverse supplier training program that's headed up by a different program manager, and just overall supplier diversity that I lead at APS. So I help with anything that I'm kind of that connection point between the local diverse business community at APS. So I interact with chambers of commerce. I interact, for example, with Joanne as well, when I'm looking for some native owned companies to participate in RFPs. And I interact in different local events. So typically you would see me at these events in person, but now, as you know, all these events are virtual. So I wanted to show really quickly how we're organized at at APS, because a lot of the times I tell a supplier, okay, what type of service or product do you have? And then I say, okay, I think you would most likely be in this area. And then, you know, I like to explain kind of like what we look like. So then we'll keep going. So our supplier diversity program has been around for a while. And what the major portion of what my job is to really help suppliers navigate the system on how to do business with APS, which includes this presentation. Just FYI, before anybody gets too crazy taking notes, I'll provide this presentation to Joanne, so this could be distributed. So you can just relax and, you know, so I don't want you guys' hand to hurt. Well, we don't even write anymore, but anyway, you'll have this presentation. One very exciting aspect of the program right now, and due to COVID, we had to do this. So we had our diverse supplier training program was done in person in Phoenix at our headquarters. So a lot of our businesses in the Four Corners area could not attend because a lot of, you know, sole proprietors, you just couldn't take the time to travel every other week for, you know, 8 hours to attend our training program. So we actually developed our curriculum, we revamped our curriculum, and it's all online. So it's a self-paced program that is actually mobile friendly. So we make sure that if somebody didn't have access, you know, maybe their computer wasn't acting up, everything you can be done through your cell phone as well. So I'm really excited to be able to say that we have this program and available now. We just kind of like hot off the press, we just got it done this late last month, and it's currently open. So I'll be sharing this information with Joanne as well. I have a flyer as well that I can share with Joanne that we can distribute. But if you see on the fourth bullet point, that's actually the website address to the program. This has a lot of information on how to do business with us, because a lot of times, you know, you'll hear a presentation and you'll retain, you know how it works, you'll retain 5% and then the rest will go away. It's gonna kind of walk you through at a good pace, at your own pace, to learn how to do business with APS. And there are some of the major areas that I like to highlight. Is one part of the program is that we will collect your capability statement. So any services that you provide, we'll gather that information so that we can share with our procurement teams. Another part of the program is the tool that we have the program. You can actually do a presentation, like a 3 to 5 minute presentation, and then we'll have that information. Because as you know, it could be very tough to schedule a meeting with, you know, a certain buyer, a certain manager. So to be able to enable us to share that information more readily, we're collecting that from our participants. And then I can share that information with a potential buyer saying, this diverse supplier just finished our program and does this type of you know, sells this type of service or product, and you procure that, here's a good match. So that really makes it a lot easier to be able to make those connections with our local and diverse suppliers. And also this tool also allows us to do more interactions, because as you know, you can contact someone over email. It could take a while to get a response. So in this tool, we'll be actually to be able to interact as well. If you kind of think through, it's kind of like a combination of LinkedIn, Facebook type of tool. And something that we would love to do as well is to invite past graduates of the program and past graduates that we currently are doing business with, so they can also answer questions kind of from a peer-to-peer level and say, hey, what did you do? What did you have to do to kind of get this business? So we're actually I'm really excited about this program being done virtually, self-paced. And it has everything really that you would want to know about working with APS, you know, requirements, you know, presentations, all of that information. So I'll be sharing more information that we can actually share with you so that you can sign up and you can actually start to go through this. So I'm really excited about, you know, this program, and as you know, with the pandemic, we had to adapt. Just like a lot of businesses had a really hard time during the pandemic, we also had to do things to be able to reach out to our local suppliers. So this is I'm really excited about this tool, actually, because I think it has been a gap for a while for our company, but not just our company, other companies, to be able to have more interaction with our native-owned business owners. So this, I think, would be a great tool for us, for APS. I'm going to stop really quickly because I've been going on for a little bit to see if I have any questions so far. If not, I'll keep going.
No, I don't see any questions, Sabina.
Okay. Joanne, if I'm going too fast, you let me know, because I tend to go fast sometimes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're going a little too fast. Slow down a little bit.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. I can go a little fast sometimes.
Yeah.
I wanted to go over what our APS recognized certifications are. This is pretty standard for all utilities on the different certifications. So we take the minority-owned business certification. So the native-owned business certification would fall within this area. The next one is our women-owned business certification. Other small business certifications that we take are HubZone. We have a local focus, veteran focus. We also added our LGBTQ certification as well. And all of these certifications must be validated through a third party. APS does not certify suppliers. So we go through, so if you have your business certified, it has to be done by a third party. Okay. I wanted to go over also some potential areas of opportunity. When I do these type of presentations, they ask me, so what areas are you looking for, you know? So then so I wanted to show major areas that we procure. We buy for our different plants, our different areas, and also Palo Verde as well. So we have a different buying team at Palo Verde, but we share supplier information. I think this last year, we probably did a little more on the construction side, on the energy delivery, some IT as well. I think went a little up for us, and materials, I would say. But it really just depends on what projects we have going on, what work, and upcoming contracts that are up for renewal. So a lot of times we maybe have a contract that we've had for, let's just for an example, or for security guard services is one area. If it's coming up, you know, due, then we might go to RFP, and then that would be a new opportunity that would come up. At APS, we track how many diverse suppliers we invite to our RFP. So we have internal goals to be able to add those. And a lot of times, you know, some of RFPs could be very detailed and specific that we might not find one that are registered in our system. So then what I do is I reach out to our local organizations to see if they have any suppliers that can help us, you know, with that, either that product or service, because we try to get as many local and diverse suppliers registered in our supplier registration system that I'll go over a little later. But if we don't have anyone, then I'll probably, reach out to our partners. Just a quick example, one of our buyers said that we needed to get ice. And so I'm like, well, I don't have any suppliers that are, diverse that do ice. So then I reached out to our partners to see if they had any. So I get involved a lot with our procurement teams to look for diverse suppliers within, the different areas a lot. That's probably that's what like a majority of kind of what I do sometimes. Okay, so next I wanted to go over, we use a system that's called Power Advocate for our RFPs. There are some utilities that also use this system, but really all utilities use just different systems. And I wanted to go over what it looks like. So when we invite, so all of our RFPs are by invitation only. Very few RFPs are just open that a supplier can just self-invite. Only some of the resource managers, like for example, solar, those might have like open invitations and a lot of times they even advertise these RFPs like in a local newspaper or through different organizations. But the RFPs that I'm involved with our procurement teams are by invitation only. So we would actually have to identify a supplier and invite them via email to bid on an RFP. And I wanted to show you when you're invited to an RFP, you get a link, you click on the link and you have access to the event. What you do next is you download all of the information. Typically, most of our RFPs have an instructions to bidders document. So that's really your guide on what to do, how to respond to the RFP. And it has that instruction to bidders document has deadlines. It has, hey, maybe we might have a pre-bid meeting. Maybe we have, a deadline for questions that to be submitted. So that's really your guide and it's there. And anything that we want you to see or fill out would be included there. I really won't go too much longer on this because really it's pretty self-explanatory. When you go in there, you download everything and you look at your instructions to bidders document and then you respond because most of, and this as on the top left, you see in green when it opened and when it closes. So it gives you a countdown of when the RFP is due. I wanted to go over a couple of expectations and things that I work with our buyer team on, kind of things that we like to share with potential suppliers. A lot of times, we evaluate RFPs and we have a whole team that evaluates an RFP. So buyers don't really have to need to dig through for responses. So I tell all potential suppliers brevity, answer the question, the way it's asked, and all that kind of, if you want to include like, marketing material, that's great, but do it separate than your response, because if an evaluator really needs to dig through to get a response, that's, you don't want that. You want your answers to be crisp, to be on point of what we're asking. And that's why on the next bullet, I say respond in the manner and the format requested, because you don't want to make it hard to get your evaluation score. A lot of times I say, what is the value add proposition? And really how I explain this is we currently have a supplier that does the work that you want to do for us. Okay, so what makes your company a better fit for us? What value do you bring? Do you maybe have a different technology? Do you have maybe a better process? Maybe you have a better product. So that's what needs to come across in your response to us. And of course, pricing, we look at pricing because we have to answer to the Arizona Corporate Commission. So they look at how we spend our money because we recoup that money from our customers, right? So we have to make sure that we're providing value for our customers. One thing that I wanted to mention is, and so one thing that I don't see a lot of suppliers do is to include an alternate proposal. So I say, answer in the manner we asked. But if you have a different way of doing something, you're the expert on your business, on your product. Tell us, hey, maybe you have these requirements, but if you do it this way, you can save money, right? Or you can, have things done faster. So I say that's one area that I don't see a lot of suppliers take advantage of us and take advantage of. And that's one area that I would say that there is really big opportunity on. But of course, it takes time to do this, right? So I think this is not done very often because a lot of suppliers run out of time because, you're a sole proprietor, you're also the expert, you're also the person that responds to the RFP, you're also the marketing person. So I would say, when you have those proposals, spend some time and do an alternate proposal, even if it's not that long, because that alternate proposal just might set you apart from all the other RFP respondents. Okay, I wanted to touch on, at APS, we are the company culture is very risk averse. So when you go and you flip that light switch, you expect that light switch to work pretty much 100% of the time, right? You never think 95, 80%, right? So that is the reason why for small businesses, working with utilities could be difficult sometimes because we have pretty high standards, especially when it comes to safety. So for any high-risk work that APS does, and let me give you some examples of high-risk work. It could be construction. It could be anything that could cause catastrophic failure to our power lines, our substations. We ask that those suppliers be in a third-party system called ISN that evaluates your safety numbers. So not everyone needs to do this, but I like to mention this because this could be a cost of doing business for you if you're doing high risk work. I'm happy to answer, if you have a question, if your business needs to be in this website, and it's a subscription, so it does cost. And that's why I like to mention this because, it's a cost of doing business with APS. When we first launched this requirement, I think about almost 5 years ago, we worked with some of our small suppliers because it was a cost to them. So we helped them with this cost, with their first, in their proposals. So if for some reason you're a very small business and this is a big impact for you, I'm happy to work with you on this. But I just like to mention this because it is a requirement. When we issue a contract, and for example, is for construction, you must be an ISN with a good safety record standing to be able to do business with APS. I'll stop right now. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
So, what about professional development services that some companies do? Can they qualify for through APS?
Yes. Within our HR arm, we've done a lot of work, and we've used consultants for that. We also have employee network groups that also procure their services. So sometimes we'll have a speaker come and talk about, those type of topics. So yes, so those are some potential opportunities as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Anybody? Don't be shy. If not,
Hey,
we can-
Pax, I
Go
see
ahead.
a question from Melody. I don't know if you've already answered this. Melody wants to know if there is a fee for this program. She didn't specify which program. I'm assuming it's the safety program.
So for ISN, the safety program, yes, depending on your company size, there is a fee. But for the APS Diverse Supplier Training Program, no, that's a free program that you would just go online and just, self-pace.
Great, thank you. I think does anybody else have any other questions? I don't see any other in the chat.
I have a question.
Sure, Melody.
My question is, I have a janitorial and mowing services business. Would it be considered like you mentioned where it had to have safety
registration in ISN?
Yes.
So in generally that type of work, yes, we would deem high risk, but if you were doing that type of service that was not close to any of our power plants, kind of like in the middle of nowhere where it wouldn't like cause catastrophic failure, it could potentially not be deemed high risk for APS. So I always say, talk to the buyer first to learn about the scope of work and what needs to be done. And then you would know if you would need to be in ISN or not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Sylvia, if this might be a good time to also mention the Navajo Business Initiative. If you could just provide a brief information on that, that would be great.
Yeah. So as part of at APS, we have different projects that we work on. One of the projects that we have is we're trying to grow our native-owned business spend. So we're collaborating with different organizations, not just me, but we have a whole group called External Affairs that has relationships with the different local tribes. So we have relationships because of course we need right of way, right? Through all the different territories. We also have relationships, on the business side. We also have a project called the electrification project. So as you know, a lot of the coal plants are closing. So then we are evaluating right now within the APS service territory, how many houses are currently without electricity. So we actually have a current RFP open right now. I work with Joanne we definitely wanted to get as many native-owned companies that can help us do this type of work. And really it's more of a census work, right? Because it's a huge territory and we want to make sure that we have an accurate count of all those homes. And we wanted to make sure that we had companies that could speak the language as well, because that's really important. So that's one of the projects within one of the Navajo initiative that we're doing right now. I'm also part of a big committee at APS that we meet on a quarterly basis, and we share on what we're doing in support of Navajo and other tribal-owned businesses. So we meet quarterly, we share on what our work is and what we're going to be doing. And just as an example, our employee network group called NANO, the Native American Networking Organization, is part of that conversation. So we want to make sure that we have different aspects of outreach, right? Not just procurement, not just like external affairs, but we want to make sure that our Native employees are engaged in participating in the conversation. So I'm also involved because of my different connections and my work. So, and I mean, I feel like we have a lot of work, to do, especially with all those things that are happening, especially on the coal side. But I think we could probably do better, and I know we can do better. But that's in a gist what that initiative is.
Thank you, Sylvia. I don't see any more questions in the chat, but I do have another question. I know that your Four Corners procurement team is participating in the business matchmaking today, so we're grateful for their participation. But I was wondering, could you elaborate more on what opportunities there are available with APS in the Four Corners area?
Yeah. So in the Four Corners area, the two buyers, Darcel and Virgil, will probably be best at explaining this, but upcoming, next year and for the next 2 years, we'll have a lot of decommissioning type of opportunities at the plant. So I'm actually collaborating with internally on what that looks like. But if you kind of think through kind of everything that would happen within decommission of a plant, we need to take things out, we need to clean things out. So there's going to be a lot of, I think, more on the services side than the product side that are going to be opportunities coming up in the Four Corners plant.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a question from Caroline in the chat box. She asked, does APS subcontract with surveillance system? She said her business is a camera surveillance system.
We do have surveillance system, but I couldn't tell you exactly which one. So, I mean, I'm happy to kind of research that if you want to send me an email.
Okay, is it okay to share your contact information?
Yes, please. Yeah.
All right, thank you. I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay, Pax, back to you.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks, Sylvia.
No problem. So I wanted to go over one, if you don't remember anything of my presentation, this is the one thing that I want you to remember. If you go to aps.com/supplier diversity, there is a link there to our supplier registration portal. This is where you enter your information about your company, what products, what services you have. Part of the registration is you can upload your business certification. So if you're certified, this is where you would upload that. And this is the system where our buyers look for suppliers. This is where I go in and say, hey, I'm looking for a supplier that does scaffolding, in the Four Corners area. This is where I go to look first before hopefully not having to do a Google search. So when I meet a supplier, I say, number one, please register in our system. And after you do that, send me an email. Like the first thing when a supplier reaches out to me is I say, are you registered? I would say if you can please do this step first, and then you can reach out to me and we can talk about how we can connect you to a buyer. But if a buyer wants to invite you to an RFP, you have to do this anyway. So that's why I say step number one, register with us. And then we can kind of get going through with pretty much any type of question, any type of interaction after you do the supplier registration. It's very easy. And I would say add the products and services that you focus on. When I interact with suppliers, don't try, I know as a small business, you're flexible and you can pretty much, try to do everything, but I would say that's not what you want to do. I think you want to show what your core competency, what are you great at doing? Because that's how you're going to shine with us and with any other company, because I've interacted with a lot of suppliers that are just so hungry, that just want to get that contract, that try to do services that they don't really do very often and frankly aren't very good at. And then they come and they do a response to an RFP and it's not the best. So I say, we're happy to work with you. Just tell us what you're great at doing, because I think that's going to be where we're going to have the good connection from.
So Melody asked another question. She said, I am not certified. When would I need to obtain the certification? When would I need to obtain the certification before I register for the supplier registration?
You don't need to have a certification to register with us, so you can do it now. But I would say if you can be certified, I would say do it as soon as you can. There are some third-party certification agencies that could potentially do it without a charge. There are some that do charge. And I would say do it because one, as APS, we have goals that we want to spend with diverse owned businesses. And just like, any other utility, any other big business, and when we go through evaluating proposals, we give extra credit, if I'm going to put it that way, extra points to suppliers in 3 areas. And one of the areas is being a diverse business. Another area is if you're a local business. And the third area is if you have some type of sustainability program. So we have a really big focus at APS on sustainability. So we want to work with suppliers that really care about the earth, that are doing things to be more sustainable. So I say, even if you're a small supplier, you can hit all those 3 things and get extra points on those 3 areas. So we give extra percentage points in your overall score in your proposal if you do those things. And that's really how we're trying to help small businesses compete with those large businesses, by saying, hey, if we really care about, diverse businesses, local and sustainable businesses, well, then we have to show that somehow. And that's a way that at APS in our procurement area that we do, is by giving those extra points. Because if you're competitive in pricing and pretty much you're on par with a large supplier, that could potentially put you on top.
Sabia, we have a question. Tony was asking about what certifications that we're speaking of. So if you could just clarify the certifications that APS recognizes.
Yeah, I'll share this presentation with you, and it has the list of the certifications, pretty much any diverse business certification, any women-owned certification. On the small business side, we look for HubZone certification, veteran-owned, service-disabled, veteran-owned, and LGBTQ. But in the presentation, it'll have this. But we have other certifications, that we work with. For example, the Department of Transportation, has some certifications there. Those aren't used as often, but the ones that are in my presentation are the ones that we mainly look for.
Right, and just to clarify, the APS does not really recognize the Small Business Administration's 8A or HubZone and those certifications, right?
We actually do.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
No problem. I feel like Pax had a question for me, but maybe not.
No. No, I think I do. Well, Joanne just asked that question, and I was wondering about that too, because I was talking to CBA earlier about my certification, and then becoming putting my market profile out there. Once I get all that situated with Joanne, then that would that make me certified?
Yeah, if you have it from the Small Business Administration, yeah. If you have but you have to have a certificate from them with a valid date. So a lot of most certifications have a start and an end date. So it has to be up to date.
Okay, perfect.
No problem.
It's going great. There's a lot of people are starting to chime in now. So
okay, good.
There's something going on here in the chat box. That's all go over there. There's some fire going on in there. So what is this? What does this say? What does this happen here? Shannon says, is that the certification POC? My experience in those biz charge a lot to support.
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Shannon. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, they are. It's really a racket. So I mean, I live in the DC area and it's an epic racket. So the certification process is, it used to be that through the Small Business Administration, as a woman, you could give them your birth certificate, whatever, and your tribal roll card to be able to certify as a minority-owned business. Now these companies are charging thousands of dollars for it. So just with the APS, I mean, is there a way around it where, you know, Native American businesses can do business without shelling out the $2,500 or $3,000 cost to get certified?
Yeah, that's why there are some free certification resources. One, for example, is the California Clearinghouse is one, where you wouldn't actually pay a fee. So I would say, I'm not sure if Joanne can help with in this area, but I would say reach out to your resources, because there are some that do charge, but there's definitely some that will do it for free.
Thank you.
The American Indian PTACs, they can assist at no cost. So our funding is already paid for through the U.S. Department of Defense. But now the statewide PTACs, those are different, and some do charge a fee to kind of supplement their program income. But for the American Indian PTACs, there's no charge. And if you send me an email, Shannon, then I can get you in contact with your local American Indian PTAC. We actually have a procurement specialist that is out of Syracuse, New York area. She covers the northeastern part of the United States for our PTAC program. So,
that would be great. That would be great. Thank you so much.
Yes, her name is Chris Pierce, and I will email you her contact information. The other thing was Susie Baldwin, who is the APS Government Affairs Manager. She just mentioned that APS also recognizes the Navajo Nation Business Certification Priority 1 and 2. So that's a good thing to point out as well.
Wow. I just learned a lot right there in a few minutes, and then just interacting with everyone there. I think a lot of them had questions too, and we're guiding everyone in the right direction. And we all learned that APS has a lot to offer, a lot of resources there, and let's take advantage of these guys and have them help us. So thank you so much for Sabia for what you're doing and what you guys do there. I definitely want to know a little bit about more what you guys do. So I will be looking you guys up, and then I will register and I will contact you. I will send you an email, Sabia, and then you must make me rich.
That's definitely why I'm here. I mean, if I could be a resource for you, you know, that's really what the whole purpose of my position at APS do, is to help businesses do business with us. We know it's not easy because we're different than another utility. So yes, I'm comfortable. Joanna, if you want to share my contact information with everyone, that's fine. I'll also share this presentation as well, so you'll have this information. And I would say, if you can please do our virtual diverse supplier training program, because that's going to answer all the questions on how to do business with us, and that's going to give you that interaction that other suppliers don't have with us. That's going to give you more visibility to our procurement team, because as soon as you complete the program, you complete that small presentation, I'm going to use those to send them to our buyers and say, hey, this supplier just finished the program. this is the business, the product they have, and you are the buyer for that. Can you please take a look? Can you talk to this supplier? So I would say, if you really want to do business with us, that's really the greatest avenue for you currently to do business with APS.
Perfect. Thank you so much. This is all getting me riled up, man. I can't wait to get off of this thing and get back to work.
Oh my God, you're getting riled up from how to do business with accountability. That is amazing.
Yes, this is my world, man. I love this stuff. This is great. So thank you so much for what you guys do. And definitely a lot of our people need to know about this. And a lot of them don't. So I really hope that those of you that are watching, share this video, send it to other people or friends or cousins or exes, whatever, send it to them, let them know that this is available for everyone and the resources are out there, because you always get people complaining, where's this, where's that, where's this, help. But help is out there, guys. You just got to get on your feet, walk out the door and go get it. That's what you got to do. Don't kick back on the couch and complain and expect it to come to you. You have to go out there. And they are there. So thank you so much, Sabia, for all that you do.
Oh, you're welcome. And I'm happy to help. That's why I'm here. And if there's no more questions, I think I'm done, unless you have anything else for me, Pax or Joanne.
I think you're done. You did really good.
Thank you very much, Sabia.
All right.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Oh,
very good.
Jonah, mucho gracias. Muy bien. Muy bien. Okay, now we're going to turn some time over to a very important person that's been doing some great work. In fact, I've collaborated with these individuals in the past. Last year, I worked for Winslow Indian Healthcare Center in the southwestern part of the Navajo Nation. We did the COVID relief, COVID education. We did a lot of projects, and I've seen these guys out there, and they're still out there. So we're going to give some time to Ethel, who, let's say, she's with the branch of the Navajo and Hopi Families COVID-19 Relief Fund. So Ethel, are you with us? Joanne, is she with us?
Yeah, she's coming on. So let's do another poll question as we wait for Ethel to come online.
Okay, let's go do another poll question, everyone. What is your favorite Christmas treat? There it is. Sugar cookies, gingerbread, eggnog with alcohol, just kidding. Or Christmas sack with fruits, nuts, and candy. There you go. Oh man, it's a race. It's a race. I'm looking at the results right now. Woo! We give you guys a few minutes here. It looks like we are done. Oh, wait, hold on. It's still moving. It's still moving. Back and forth, back and forth. And I think we are about done. So the winner is sugar cookies. Sugar cookies is won. Everyone loves sugar cookies. It sounds like it could be someone's name too, huh? Hi, I'm Sugar Cookie. Okay, stop it now. Stop it now. All right. Beautiful. Ethel, are you ready? Where does she go? If not, let's do another poll question.
Hi guys, sorry I'm late.
Oh, there she is. There she is. Go ahead, Ethel. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, cool. Awesome. Hey, Pax, how's it going?
Hi.
Joanne?
Good. Thank you.
Good to be here with you, wonderful folks. Just wanted to share a little bit of information about the work that we're doing so that you can help spread the word. And then also, we're always open to donations of like printing costs, whatever. If you have a truck that can haul wood, we're open to all those sorts of things. So right now we have two major things going on with our organization, Yehal Nido. And one of those is COVID relief, right? That's how we kind of got started. So we tried to step away from that in the summer, but we have Delta here. Now we have Omicron. So we kind of had to relaunch everything back in September 1, we launched a Delta relief program. And so what we do with that program is we have a hotline, a phone number, as well as a website where people can make on-demand requests for help. And we help people who either have a case of COVID in their household or they've been exposed to a confirmed case of COVID. We don't verify it or anything, but we just kind of go on the honor system. And then we get them food for 2 weeks, both food for people that are healthy and people who are sick. We design the care packages for a family of 4. If we say like maybe there are 12 people in the family, we'll triple the amount of things that we buy. And we also custom purchase the food. So like we ask if they need baby diapers, adult diapers, this sort of thing. And basically the objective is to keep people home for 2 weeks so that they can, first of all, if they're sick with COVID, they're like super stressed and they don't feel well, and we don't want them out there spreading COVID to other folks. So, and we provide pretty much anything, like we've provided wood if people need that, or dog food. We have not provided hay, we just don't have the capacity for that. We mostly have vans and can't haul things like that. But that is kind of like the main thing we're doing right now. And we've been fundraising for that. We were successful in fundraising probably over $100,000 in Native American Heritage Month for that. So that's going to keep us going for a little while. But we would love to be able to do the large scale food distributions that we were doing last year. Those cost about $100,000 to $200,000 a week. We also want to continue doing the PPE drives that we were doing last year. We were doing that at a volume of about 5,000 a week. And for us to be able to do that for 3 months, it's going to cost us about $3.5 million. So those are like, we have some really big fundraising goals to get food and PPE into our communities. But we do know that, our people are hungry, they're struggling right now. In the best of times, we have 3/4 of our people who are experiencing food insecurity. So you can imagine right now, things are really tough for folks. So we really want to get the full, food as well as PPE. And then of course, PPE is very expensive. So that's sort of like the first priority after serving people who are sick or exposed. And with how transmissible Delta is, we just assume if someone is exposed, they're going to get it, right? To a confirmed case. So that's what's happening with Delta Relief. We also have many other things that are happening with that, like an elder heating program. We tried to get coal from Intech this year to help with that, but that's not available to us this year, unfortunately. So we're trying to mobilize wood. So we have a budget for that. And then we also have, hold on a second, I have a vacuum in the background. Hold on one sec. Sorry. We have the elder heating program. We have a vaccine campaign. We're trying to get as many people vaccinated as possible. There was this meme that circulated. Well, everybody was claiming victory on COVID back in the spring, right? And then there was a stupid meme saying we were 91% vaccinated at Navajo, which is not true. And so I think that kind of depressed the vaccination rates. Like everybody just thought, oh, we're good, we're safe, I don't need to go get vaccinated, everybody else is. And so people stopped getting vaccinated, and then they stopped wearing masks and being as vigilant. So we're trying to change things, educate people. We're only 58% vaccinated. That's less than Arizona. That's less than the United States average. So those are kind of the things that we're doing in terms of COVID, like the main things that we're doing right now. We also did a holiday food drive. We served 1,000 families, and we're going to serve 1,000 here in December. And we are short on the budget for that, although we're probably going to pull from our November fundraising to cover that gap. And that's pretty cool because it's not just a turkey, it's like the full spread, because we don't want people, we want people to have the full meal so that they're not feeling like they need to go visit extended family or go to some public event. They just have everything they need in one spot. So that's all that stuff. But then, like, what's really relevant to you guys is that in August, we opened our first community center, which is really focused on stimulating, strengthening our communities and making ourselves resilient so that we never get hit this hard again. with a future pandemic or climate change disaster. And you all saw the supply chain system breakdown, and we're kind of the last stop on that, right? Like we're lowest priority in terms of getting supplies to Indian country or Navajo Nation in particular. So we want to make sure that we're re-stimulating the strong internal economy that we used to have, in the 1920s and prior to that, where we're creating our own food, growing our own food, trading our own food, selling our own food locally. So if that supply chain system breaks down in the future because of a future pandemic, or that could be around the corner with Omicron, or so some climate change related disaster that could interrupt, the distribution network, essentially, right? So, we develop these community centers that will stimulate that, and that will really invigorate the local creativity and talent that's already in our communities. We have so much entrepreneurialism. You just like drive down the highway and you can see business happening on the side of the road, right? And we have all these awesome, amazing volunteers who are just like, they have a second or third job just volunteering, trying to make their communities better. So we want to help those folks make that like their job, and that their primary source of income. So to stimulate and lift up these natural entrepreneurs, whether they're social entrepreneurs or small business entrepreneurs, we're creating these community centers. And the first one is in Monument Valley, and there's a business center there. They can have free access to Wi-Fi, computers, software. They can even learn how to type on the computer. We have some folks coming in who have, it's like my mom, it's like just know how to turn on a computer. So we're starting like really basic, building that digital literacy. We're going to be bringing in financial literacy training, just kind of meeting our people where they are and helping lift them up to that next level. We have a local library. Like we're also stimulating youth leadership, creating that pipeline for our kids to become those entrepreneurs or those social entrepreneurs. Anyway, that's super, super exciting. And we have 2 more that hopefully are going to be off the ground in the new year. So those are great opportunities to work together, partner together, or contribute to those things, or let your small businesses know that the ones that are in Monument Valley, they have this resource available for free, and we really want to promote those folks. Even if there are small businesses that need promotion right now, for the month of December, we're highlighting a new Navajo or Hopi small business every day on our Facebook group page. We have over 8,000 folks who I don't know, like or follow that. Whatever it is people do on group pages on Facebook. And then we, of course, are also highlighting that on Instagram. I think we have 12,000 people on Instagram. So anyway, if there are businesses you want to highlight, let me know about. We can feature those guys. As I said, every day it's someone new. And we actually are going to create a separate Facebook page where we're going to move all of that, or like share that material so people can find it all in one place. Like if they want to go grocery shopping, or not grocery, Christmas shopping or whatever, they just go to that one site and they can see all of the businesses featured there. And they can also post, like the vendors themselves can post directly on that. So super exciting. And yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to present.
And thank you, Ethel. Thank you for joining us and sharing the great work that you guys are doing with the COVID relief funds. And I know that a lot of our Navajo families are getting a lot of benefit out of that. And so we really appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Ethel, thank you so much for what you guys are doing, the valuable work, the critical work that you guys are doing for our people in our area, in the Navajo Nation, the Hopi area. And I think that what you guys are doing is something that you just said, sometimes you're overlooked, but I think you guys are doing a great job out there leading in the world of humanity. So thank you so much for helping our people. I appreciate it. I was out there battling with you guys last year when I was working at Winslow. And, I know the work's continuing out there, but I do really experience that front line. And it was a life-changing experience for me, and I really enjoyed that. In fact, today I continue to try to chip in and help out here and there. So all you business people on here, business owners, everyone's listening, everyone that's tuned in, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, all you guys out there, even just $1 helps, $2, donate, man, help out, contribute to a great cause. Not only that, but you're also welcome to share yourself information, the work that you guys provide too. Like Ethel said, she's willing to feature you guys on her page, and give you guys a little bit of spotlight there to help, support you. So that's even very, very, very awesome. So thank you so much, Ethel. We wish you the best. Be safe, be careful, and happy holidays to you, your family, your group, your team out there. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. And just so you have a sense for the impact of the Monument Valley Community Center, we've had over 500 visitors since we opened August 1st. And many of those are repeat visitors. So we actually have a page for that, the Sabine Sky Community Center. So like our page, follow us there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone have a beautiful holiday. And I hope your conference is going wonderfully.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, now we'll move on to our next presenter. And this next person's an awesome person, great inspiration to a lot of female business entrepreneurs, sole proprietors, business owners. And, I'll have her introduce herself and then give her some time to talk to us this afternoon. We're very welcome to have her join us today. So please, her title is, "What does your brand say about your company? Speak without saying a word." And let's welcome April Tinhorn, who is the Chief Connector for Tinhorn Consulting. There you go, April. It's all yours.
Thank you, Pax. Good to see you again and to see others here virtually. Just want to welcome you from the offices of the Thunderbird School of Good in downtown Phoenix. So let's go ahead and get things started here. I love having all these different boxes open. Oops. I'll start my show. Okay, so first, Gamu Nyumal April Tinhorn Exitchgenya Walpai Wamui Chanam. Hello, my name is April Tinhorn and I'm Wallapai Navajo in Chinese. I'm originally from Peach Springs, Arizona, and my dad is from the Denahotso area. I've been blessed for the past 11 years to own Tinhorn Consulting, where we positively disrupt perceptions about us as Indigenous people through our connecting, marketing, and training services. Thank you so much to Joanne and the hosting organization to have us on to share some lived experience tips as an Indigenous owned business, especially going through this rocky ride called pandemic. What we're going to share is useful online branding tips, which is speaking without saying a single word. I was told that, let me double check. I had a poll on here. Henry, do you know if the poll option, if you could bring that up for me? Or... Oh, I see it. Let's see. I see someone else's poll.
Go to the poll.
One?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the virtual help there. So the first, I just want to kind of gauge the audience here. And first question I have for you is, have you sent your holiday cards yet? As business owners, we definitely want to keep connected. We want to continue to strengthen our relationships. And, there's more than online ways to keep our relationships strong and actually even to create new relationships. I'm really surprised at how many people enjoy snail mail. A little tip for my business, I think in year 3 of my business is when I had my daughter. And so we've been sending out annual Christmas cards, and people comment because, obviously she looks different in every card. I call her our brand ambassador. So I see here, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. And we have here that 83% of us haven't sent out our holiday cards yet, and 17% of us have. Definitely would encourage folks to send them. I know it's, like I said, it's a good way to reach out to people, even when you call them your clients and potential clients for their addresses. It gives you a reason for a touch point beyond just a sale. There's a little tin horn tip. Now let's see, I have my poll. Let's try tin horn. Okay, I got it. Tin horn 2. Next question is, I feel my business brand is clear. Do you strongly disagree with that? Disagree, neither agree nor disagree, agree, or strongly agree? We need some Jeopardy music here. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, it's almost like the New York Stock Exchange, the little tickers just changing as I'm watching it here. Go ahead and press your answer. I'm going to end the poll and share the results. Going, gone. So for, as a group, we feel, let's see, 33% of us either strongly agree, neither strongly agree or disagree, or agree. Both of those are tied for 33% that your business brand is clear. Well, that's good. That's good news. It's only 7% of us think their business brand is not clear. So good. Next question I have is, I feel my website works well for my business. And do you, again, same scale from strongly disagree to strongly agree? I feel my website works well for my business. Let's see, we got 41 participants here. And maybe one of those should be like, do you have a website, right? To even have an opinion. One last call for some votes. I'm going to go ahead and end that poll. And let's share the results. Wow, we have three places are tied for the top, which would be, we have agree, disagree, and strongly disagree that I feel my website works well for my business. Well, stay attentive during this presentation, as I'll share some tools about our websites and how we can get them to work for our site, our business. Last question here, I believe. Let's go to, I take it back. There's 2 more questions. Next question is, I gain customers through my website. So not only are they visiting, but they're doing calls to action, right? And I gain customers through my website. And that might even be a good question. On your website, take a look at it. Is there a call to action? Is there a button to schedule a consultation with you? Is there an electronic newsletter sign up button? When a user comes to your site, are you leading them? Hey, like you're leading your horse to water. Are you leading them somewhere, or are you just letting them just wander around the site? That would be a tip I think I don't even have on here. So let's end the poll. And we have, for that one, neither agree nor disagree that we gain customers through our website, 50%. And then 30% strongly disagree. So yeah, let's definitely look at some of the tips we have in this presentation. And now we'll have our final question, which is, I've Googled my business before. You know, for us, that would be in the Google search bar, Tin Horn Consulting. And let's see what we got here. All righty, I'm going to go ahead and close that poll. And we have 67% of us have Googled our business. So that's going to be an activity later on for the other 33% of us who are on here who haven't done that yet. All righty. So let's go ahead and get started. So what does it mean, brand? Would anyone like to use the chat or unmute yourself? What does brand mean to you? I still haven't figured out a way to throw candy through the Zoom screen for the first person who answers. Okay, sweet beans. We have Deborah saying it means business identity. Identify candle. True that, right? It depends on what context when we talk about cattle, or sorry, when we talk about branding. Let's see. Oh, selling your business. Huh, interesting. And we have here what I believe brand means. An easy way to think about it is it's your company's reputation, and it's the overall quality or character as seen or judged by people in general. And why would that matter, what your brand is? You know, like let's think about it. Before COVID, you know, we would, even for this Navajo Nation Day, right? We would be together at some conference. We would have opportunities at the coffee station or at lunch or in the bathroom, maybe at the on the floor of the casino. You know, we'd have all these different touch point opportunities to be able to have informal chats and make those connections, right? And talk about our business. And those would be other opportunities we've done in person. But now that a lot of us are meeting this way online, it really matters what is out on the internet about your business. And it can be controlled by you through what you publish, your business publishes on your website, on your social media channels. What's not controlled by you are reviews. So that's something to think about when we talk about our brand, because people buy from people. And a lot of us, just think about the last time you wanted to purchase, like maybe, you know, right now where a lot of us are buying holiday gifts, right? And if you go on social, what is it? There's all these different Facebook groups to buy like jewelry online, right? And people definitely give reviews. Don't buy from her. She never mailed my earrings. I put my deposit down. They're affecting their brand. So those are some things to think about. And again, different ways that you build your online brand is, there's review sites. Like if you Google your business, there's going to be, if you look at it on the right-hand side, there will be some stars, and that's where people have reviewed your business. There's the internet, like you see the social media site here, and okay, just a little bit slow. I'm not even sure if you're aware of that, but if your business is on social media sites like Facebook, you actually are getting reviewed by folks. To take a look at it for us today, we noticed that we have a 4.8 out of 5 stars for our consulting agency. So people are, reviewing even on social media sites. And when people are looking for a marketing company, they're looking for training, all these results are coming out, and they're helping to form people's opinions, whether they want to do business with you, your business, or not. So what can we do? Maybe we haven't put much thought to it. Like what is my brand, my business brand doing out there? I wanted to share 8 online branding do's, and then we'll go into some don'ts. The first thing would be, I would recommend, if your budget allows it, or if you have maybe bartering abilities, or someone in your family has a nice camera with some good lighting, is get professional headshots. You definitely want to present yourself in the best light. People, when we're browsing online, we make snap judgments based on the visuals we're seeing, because we're not having all these opportunities to meet in person. So a professional headshot will help the credibility of your company. We talked about this earlier. Google your company name and see what's out there. Through Googling Tin Horn Consulting, I found out that there's a Tin Horn Winery out in, I believe in Canada somewhere, and it's a vineyard. So kind of interesting to know that wine is associated with my business name, and that kind of makes sense for some of the results I get. Unfortunately, there was another a bar in the LA area called Tin Horn Flats, and it's a restaurant and bar, and they were in the news for a lot of negative media. So that was coming up when I was Googling Tin Horn Consulting. Never knew that unless I Googled Tin Horn Consulting. So kind of look and find out what people are saying and thinking about your company. I think this tip number 3 is a tough one for us as Indigenous people. I always say there's a difference between you personally and then your business. They're 2 separate entities. I think culturally, a lot of us are, it goes kind of against what we're taught, to talk about ourselves, to, in essence, I suppose, brag. It doesn't feel right. But that's something I share with my clients, is that you have a voice online, and it helps even the playing field. And I really recommend that you post the positive things that your business is doing. Like maybe you're doing a give back campaign. Hopi organization was talking about all the give back they've been doing as a nonprofit. I hope that they're, posting videos on a YouTube channel, and they're collaborating with other people, putting it on social, blogging about it, TikTok videos, like whoever their target is. But definitely share all the positive things that your business is doing. I would also recommend this is to set up a Google alert on your company's name. And what this will do is anytime there's, like I have one on Tin Horn Consulting, I have it on Native American marketing companies, I have it since I'm Wallapai, I also have Wallapai. So Google will send me emails with links when it hits on something there. So that's how I got, I saw like a press release on being a part of the advisory board for an upcoming PR association for Indigenous people. It was already hitting PR week and it was online. Google went and sent me the link. So I saw the press release before I knew about it organically. So I would say it gives you a heads up about what's being put out about your company. I would also recommend putting any recommendations you're getting from your clients or supporters, putting them on your social media profiles, on your Facebook, your LinkedIn. Again, this is for your company, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, anywhere that you're active as your business. I would put recommendations on there, because it's not you saying the good things that your company is doing, it's others who are experiencing your company. And I think as consumers, that holds more credibility, is when other people are telling other consumers about your awesome services, your awesome products. Also, I know this one's a tough one, but I would suggest putting your awards and your accolades on your timeline. It's a way to put all the accomplishments, the good things that you're doing, that your organization is getting recognized for, and it helps to build your brand. Another way to help build your brand is to interact with the public on your social media channels in a positive manner. Definitely using proper grammar, and just thinking about whatever you post online, it will potentially live on forever. And also that it can always be screenshotted or used in a way that people won't know the context of it. They can cut and paste it. So you always want to put something that's going to show the positiveness of your company. Okay, I think I see, I hear on here. Okay, Melody says she does a lot of Google reviews. Oh, okay, good deal. And then Deborah was asking, is your timeline only on Facebook, or do other social media sources have timelines as well? That's a good point. I'm going to open that one up to the group. I believe Facebook is the only one who has the timeline, but do other social media sites have timelines? if you can tap into the power of the group. If you have an opinion or an experience, can you help Deborah and add that to the chat? Thank you, Deborah and Melody. So let's also take a look now on the other side of online branding tips, and that would be the don'ts. Here I would suggest it's tough, you know, like maybe you had a rowdy client or there's just something that happened. I would say do that if you have the need to vent, do it in real life, do it with someone you trust, because it's going to just stay and end there. But please don't post any complaints, you know, about your clients or your customers, or any complaints on your business social media sites or website, because again, you never know, it'll live forever, and you just, it's not good. It really isn't. I've had more than one potential client come to me because of things they wrote on social, and it blew up. So I would suggest, if you can, take those conversations offline. Let's see, we got another thing would be don't plagiarize. You know, it's always give credit. If it's not your work, give credit. I just think that that helps with the reputation and credibility of your business. Also, I've seen improper grammar used, and whether we agree with it or not, there are people who will form opinions about the abilities of our business, about the competency of our business based on grammar usage. So we're online, we have the tool, just do a quick spell check, a quick grammar check, and it'll save you some heartburn. Next is, I don't know about you, but I hate getting spammed. I hate getting sold to. You know, how many of us get those phone calls where they're trying to sell us an extended car warranty, or, you know, here in the Valley, there's people calling all the time trying to buy your homes. Nobody likes it. Nobody's listening. So don't be that equivalent online and constantly sell. You know, you want to create relationships, create connections. And I think a lot of us are taught that, right? You know, it's all about our relationships, how we're connected to people and making those connections. I would say online, do the same thing, getting to know different people before you ever really start telling them about your services or products, because again, people buy from people. I've seen this as well as folks will sometimes use on their business pages texting language, and again, that just some consumers, when they read that, it'll affect the way they look at the competency of your company. So my tip would be don't use texting language. It's for text. Another one would be posting any tasteless comments. I would stay away from that as well. Again, you can talk about that with your trusted people in real life, but always just be aware of what you put out there. This is kind of like a rule of thumb for me, would be, if I'm posting something, would I be embarrassed if my mom read it? And if it passes the mom test, then I'd say, go ahead and do it. And if it doesn't, then I would delete it. Pax, you're smiling. I think you got a story. Another one, and this would be working with tribal communities. It's really interesting doing business, you know, in mainstream society versus if your client base is tribal. A lot of mainstream business gets done over drinks, right? Over dinner. But if your client base is tribal oriented, a tip I would give is on your company social and online presence is, I would stay away from posting pictures with alcohol or drugs in them. You know, again, whatever you do on your own time is your time, but when it's on your business page, it can affect the brand, your reputation of your company. So that would be another tip I have. But I mean, I also know the flip side of it could be, right, there's some like CBD, or what are they, like hemp, or there's breweries nowadays too that are tribally owned, right? So if it makes sense for your industry because you're in that industry, obviously you can disregard this comment. But if you aren't, that would be my rule of thumb. Okay, another one, I think this one's a gimme, but I've been surprised is don't mock your customers online. That's they won't be your customers for long. That's all I would say about that one. All right. So I touched a little bit about review sites, and that's where you as a business owner don't have control over what's being said about your brand. And this is these are meant for actual customers to post a review about your services or your products. And I was surprised. We just Googled like what are the top 5 consumer and business review websites. What came up was the number one, which, well, this one wasn't a surprise, but it was Google My Business. The second top 2 site is Bing Places for Business. My question is, who uses Bing? But it was listed as the second place to look for your business reviews. This one kind of blew my mind was Facebook ratings and reviews. That's the third top consumer and business review for your business. The fourth one, which I think this is a sign of the times. Remember when the Better Business Bureau was known as the authority? Like if you got the BBB, little stamp of approval, it held some water, but it's only the fourth one now. And this also is another sign of the times, is if you're a product-based business, your Amazon customer reviews really matter. And just wanted to cite our source here. So for those of us maybe who aren't as familiar with what an online review may look like, this was, I believe, it might be a little dated, but it's a Google review. And just think about your potential customer experience. In this example, we're wanting to book a touring company to go out to Monument Valley. So bring up Google or my favorite search engine, and I type in, Monument Valley tours. And this is what came back. These were my results. So let's take a look at that. We see one, if you were a tour operator, did your business, is it listed here on the left-hand side? As we're looking at it, we can see star ratings, right? And first thing I see here is there's an ad. If you see this little icon here, an ad, that means the business paid. They're the first one in the list, and they paid to play to be in that first place. This Monument Valley one here, 4.7 stars, 1,130 organic reviews, non-paid. So this one, using just the Google algorithm, they're technically, to me, the top ranking because they didn't pay for it. You get to see the location. Oops. And here we go. Now that I got your attention again, you can also see on the right-hand side, it lets us know a review summary of that area. 4.7 was the average ranking. I believe this was, actually this is for Monument Valley. It tells us more details about the reviews they got. As you can see, 5 stars, they got way more 5 stars than they did for 1 stars. And they also show here the different people's profile picture of who made those reviews. And for those who put in an actual comment of their reviews, it shows you here. You can see that you have the option as a user, you can write a review. So I didn't know if you knew that. Like if you've had an excellent experience, write a review. If you didn't, you can do one there too. And I'm sure you will get feedback if that business is reviewing their online brand, because a lot of people use this to make their purchasing decision. So I would say start thinking about, first thing I would say is like I said, Google your business and then see what your Google review is, what it looks like for your business. You may be surprised or maybe not. So how do reviews help your business? They help you gauge your performance. They show you how you can improve. So as we saw in that example before, the reviewers left some comments, right? So if there were some negative comments here or improvement comments, it allows you to know internally. They kind of give you a solid. They're letting you know that this area you can improve on. So, and the fact they took the time to even write, say, a negative review, that means that they have some investment. So you probably, if you reach out to them and you try to work with them, you probably could even turn that negative review into a positive one. Another thing that reviews help you do, and this is all going back to managing your online brand, is it can show you which services or products should be highlighted. Maybe you think a certain service you offer is the one to highlight, but based on all of the positive reviews you're getting on another service, that may help you know that that's what people want, and you could change your tactics and highlight that instead. I'll also let you know what services or products that need work, because people will let you know in these reviews. And for those who have employees or team members, you know, they'll get shout outs when people get a good experience. They're going to name that person, and you definitely that's an opportunity for you to reward them or let them know that you value them. And taking it a step further, you may even want to ask them, how do you do this task? Because you're getting recognized for it, and you could use that as a way to teach your team, the other team members, because that person is giving excellent service. All right, let's see where we're at in time. I think, yep, so let's go ahead and do an activity together. Let's be about it. We're all online. Can you please bring up your favorite search engine? Mine is Google. And go ahead and put in there the search tab, put in the name of your business. And then let's take a moment to look at the results. So if we did that, let's take, like I said, let's take a look here. I'll walk you through mine. So we see here, ooh, April, Google is letting me know. What is it letting me know? It says when I put in that search term, there's 344,000 results. It lets me know that my business has been viewed 102 times this month, and we're what, December 7th? Not bad. But it's also letting me know my improvement area, right? That I should add more business, add more photos. I can add more information. That's up to your discretion if you want to do it. It shows a map. What do you see here? What is Tin Horn's Google rating? You can unmute yourself or put it in the chat. I'll do a little hint. I'll highlight it. So we see we have 7 Google reviews and a 4.1. It has our hours of operation. It lets us know, oh, what I wanted you to do is Google your business, right? It lets us know the top result for Tin Horn Consulting is our actual website. The next is Facebook, which makes sense. Out of the social media channels we're active on, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and YouTube, we have a channel. Facebook is by far our oldest social media that we've been inputting into, so it makes sense that that's the hits. You can see that we have different videos that have come up, and they're coming from Facebook, it looks like. And we see in LinkedIn, we see in this Crunchbase, we see a Navajo member spotlight. And then I think these are a lot of those business reviews. So when you look, okay, so let's see, Melody's saying she doesn't have a Google rating on this. So that, you know, actually what you can do, this is where collaboration comes in, Melody. I would suggest someone who owns a business that is a customer of yours, and you're a customer of theirs, I would say go ahead and reach out to them and be like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and review that service or product that I've experienced as your client. And in return, will you do one for me too? Okay. Oh yeah, no worries, Deborah. Love giving reminders. And oh, so Deborah's saying in LinkedIn that there's a business page with the same name as her company, but it's not hers. I think there's abilities there to report that, right? So now that you've had a chance to look at your business results after doing the search, what did you find? I'd love for you to unmute yourself and share with the community here, or put it in chat. What did you find when you Googled your business name? I showed you yours. Show me yours. Or I showed you mine. Show me yours. Deborah, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, April.
You bet.
Yeah, the big one was when I Googled my business name, which is Communication Specialties. I do come up, and I've done some work on my Google profile, but I see that I need to do more. I need to add a photo. I've put in my business hours, but I need to do something else. Bless you.
Thank you.
I also noticed the same thing on your page when the location comes up, because we're basically online without a brick and mortar place of business, a store where our clients come. We get North America as our place of business, which is kind of sad because I have a really good friend in Newfoundland. So go figure. But that part was good. I know I've had other reviews, but it's only showing that I have one. Fortunately, it was 5 stars, but only that one is coming up. So yeah.
Is there anything that from the Google review that surprised you?
I didn't actually read the review yet.
Okay.
or just looking at the page.
Yeah, and anything of the results that was a surprise to you?
Yes, realizing that the company name that comes up immediately underneath mine on LinkedIn isn't me. I have my personal page, my Deborah Hood page on LinkedIn. I had not yet launched my business page. What would I need to do to differentiate myself on that business page in LinkedIn?
Differentiate, or it's the exact same business name that you?
It's the exact same business name.
I think there's a way to report it and just say that it's your business and see what happens from LinkedIn.
Okay, I will do some research on that. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your experience with us, Deborah. Just think that any of your potential clients, they're seeing the same thing you're seeing. And so it's good to periodically Google your business name to see what your potential customers are seeing, because is that what you want them to see? You know, is it Deborah has a good point. Is it even you? With all these spoofings going on, you know, it's good to check and make sure that what's being out there is showcasing your company brand in a positive manner. So let's go back to the PowerPoint. Thank you for participating in that activity with me. And if you like, Deborah, you can lower your hand. It's on your Zoom screen. Mhm. I think it's at the, yep, you got it. Thank you. And next, I wanted to talk about, so we're talking about your online brand, and we've talked about, your company website, your social media, and review sites that are out there. But what do you, as a business owner, have underneath your control in regards to your online brand? The first place I would say that you do have control over the narrative is your business website. And all your online interaction should be pushing the users to your website. So if you're going to have, just like if you're going to have someone come over to your physical home, you would tidy up, right? Put things away, clean, freshen up, fresh flowers, whatever it is to make people feel welcome. I would suggest this is a good time to do the same thing for your business home online, which is the business website. So I wanted to first share 7 reasons to have a website. The first is that as a company, it helps your business look reputable and ready for business. I believe if you're doing business with the government, Joanne, you can let me know for sure, is that you also need a website, right? A domain name or a website to do business with the government. It helps you improve customer service as it gives you an online 24/7 presence. Again, business doesn't just occur on your, hey, Joanne, is that right? Just real quick.
Yes, that's correct. The government agency buyers, they like to see a small business's website. They also like to see an official email address, not a Yahoo, Google, or any other unofficial company name email address. So you need to have it, it's like it'd be April@tinhornconsulting.com. That's your company official type of email. So that's what they'd like to see. Kind of legitimizes your business in their eyes.
Yes. And I would say not even in just federal government eyes, but I think as savvy consumers out there, we look at that, oh, this business is at gmail.com or it's at a hotmail.com email address. It starts to just put little seeds of doubt, like, are they a for real business? And we don't want to start off with a negative when it comes to reaching out to our potential clients. So let's put our best professional foot forward, and that's with a solid website. Business doesn't just occur in our time zone, right? There's 24 time zones in the world. And I think if anything, during this time of pandemic, we see that we're able to do, it doesn't matter, I started my business on the Wallapai Reservation, and actually in my childhood bedroom at my mom's house in Peach Springs. And I still had a level playing field with like IBM because we were both online as businesses. So I would say just remember, business occurs 24/7. So your website can be working for you even when you're sleeping. Like I just mentioned, it can expand your reach globally. And it also, having a website can help you become the authority in whatever your niche is. You'll expand your exposure and it increases your visibility. It also gives you a way to help educate your customers because, again, you get to control the narrative on your website. You get to post whatever information, pictures, videos, testimonials, e-newsletter signups, contests, anything that makes sense for your business. And it's a way, how many of us are even using how-to videos or training tip videos on our websites? Those are like little freebies. It shows a little bit about the value that you could bring to clients. And so that's one way you can help educate your customers.
Right, and you can also upload your capability statement so that any buying agency that's looking at your website can download that document.
Yes, go ahead, Joanne. You can put your NAICS codes on there. I've seen people with, if they're know who your audience is, know who you're trying to sell to, right? You can, I've seen websites where they put the NAICS code, they put the DUNS number, they have everything up there, and they're like, basically, what are they doing? They're making it easier for those federal buyers to buy from them, right? because a lot
Exactly.
of us don't want to do extra work. That's human nature. If I have two choices and one I have to hunt and peck and find, they don't return my emails. The other one I could just go to their website. I don't have to call them. I can download all the documents I need. Guess who's going to get the contract, right? So I see Deborah, you have a question?
Yes, and I apologize for monopolizing, but you're giving such great information and I've got questions popping out of my head. I wanted to follow up on the recommendation that you add your capability statement to your website. Should that be in a public area, or should it be available only by request? In other words, a hidden page that you could send people the link to, but not the whole world find it.
I have my opinion about it, but Joanne, I'm going to refer this question to you.
Right. So for federal contracting, when you sign up as a vendor in the SAM.gov database, it asks you if you want this information to be public or private. And so if you select like the private choice, then the government buyers are not going to see your company information. So the reason why you do a capability statement, it's like your business card, and it should be shared publicly. And a lot of that information is not identifying information like your DUNS number. It's a unique number. And well, we're moving from DUNS to unique identifiers, but that number is unique. And this is why I also recommend to our clients, like, don't use your social security number, because I've seen that too. I'm like, your profile in the government vendor database is going to be public information. So, you never should use like that personal information like your social security number. Always refer to your DUNS number, and the buyers can always look you up based on that DUNS number.
Perfect, thank you. And I also see that Mabel has reminded not to add your EIN to your capability statement.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I didn't know you were on here too, Mabel. Another great resource. Thank you, Joanne and Mabel, and definitely Deborah for the questions. So we were just about to begin website life cycle. So I said, I'm talking about why have a website, but it is an investment. When I work with clients, what I have found is most clients think that they're going to spend the most time on their website when they're building it, which would be this red portion. But in actuality, the most time that you're going to spend having a website is this green portion, which is caring for a website. And I call this like the web life cycle. Just think of it like a child. Once you have a child, like the pre-part, when you're pregnant, you got to take, eat well, take your vitamins, all this good stuff. That's the pre-work. In this instance, like I'd say the pre-web work, which is a small portion. When you're developing your website, that's kind of like as you're getting ready, bringing in your strategic plan, your goals, your target audience, getting all your content, getting all your videos, your pictures, your forms, anything you're going to put on the website, that's all part of this red portion. But once it launches, it goes live, we're all happy. I have a website, everybody. It's tinhorn-consulting.com. You're posting it on your social, you're putting it on your business cards, you're putting it on your PowerPoint presentations. That's actually when the work begins, because now that you have it up, just like when you have a kid, you don't just leave your kid in the cradle board with dirty diapers, all hungry. You have to keep feeding it and changing the diaper and caring for it, nurturing it, loving it. It's the same thing for your website. Gotta love up that website, and it'll work for you. And if you don't, it's not going to have the impact it could for your business. Just think about it. We're all web users, right? So when you go to a website and if you see on that homepage, 2017, Do many of you scroll beyond that? That lets me know that poor little kid just running around by itself. Hey, no one's mothering this website. So it's the same thing. You know, we need to keep adding relevant content to our websites. So it is an investment. And I wanted to share so you were spending these resources, right, to create your website. And I wanted to share a story about the power of when you actually use a strategic plan for your website. This was, let's see, this story began back in 2008. And this is one of our very first clients. It was a legislative council down in Vanuatu. And, you know, they wanted a website. They didn't have one. So it was a new design. And we started out with that strategic plan, like I was just sharing with you, about nothing technical, because they were all like, we don't understand the internet or computers or nothing like that. We're legislators. And I'm like, that's fine. Like, you don't have to know any of that. We're just going to come together. We're going to put the plan for your website together. Who, you know, why have a website? Who are you reaching? What are those people looking for? And how can we put it together in an organized way that those people you're trying to reach will find the information? That was 2008. We did that, and we created their website. We didn't hear back from them until like another 8 years later. And they're like, they had like filled in, they have legislative orders that I think went all the way back to like the 1950s, you know, and there's monthly, maybe 30, 40 legislative orders. So they went back to the 50s. And the only reason they said they wanted to redesign the website, they're like, we love our website. We don't want to change it. They're like, but we can't, people are complaining because they can't view it. They can't view the website on their phones. They can't view it on their tablets, because in 2008, we weren't building, there wasn't a mobile friendly websites at that time. So their website like stood the test of technology time. The usefulness was there, but the technology had changed so much in those like dog years. Technology years are just as aggressive, one year to probably 10 for every tech year. So we did redesign their site just because the technology had changed so much, and they needed to be able to bring their websites up on mobile devices. So it is worth that investment. And I just wanted, again, like, what did I say? Your website will work for you while you're sleeping. It'll reach places you physically can't be, because the internet, you know, reaches everywhere. And shoot, their satellite link someone in Havasupai or, you know, some Zimbabwe or somewhere, you know, they're online, they're reading about your business if it's there. So I just wanted to, I think we have like 5 more minutes left, and during my time slot, I wanted to definitely thank everybody, Hankia, for going on this journey, letting us share what we, you know, what I know as a business owner, you know, doing business in Indian country and working with those businesses that want to work with tribal communities, helping, just letting us have this time to share with you what has been working for our clients in building their online brands. And again, the foundation of that is, you know, controlling your narrative with your website and being available, you know, federal government clients, tribal business clients, tribal government clients, whoever your client base is, you know, you definitely need a website. I was on a training that said, if your business isn't online by 2023, your business isn't going to be, and that's something to think about. Sure, there'll be exceptions, but I think that's a sign of the time. It's not an option anymore. And as you're looking at your Zoom code, Zoom screen, there's a QR code down here in the bottom right, and I welcome you to scan it, and it'll take you to a way for us to keep connected. It's a sign-up form for our e-newsletter, where we share more tips and tricks that we have here at Tin Horn and share our journey. So I will open it up just in case. Still got 3 minutes, Pax. I'll open it up to everybody, and I'll think of me like the doctor is in. You can ask any questions in this area of online branding, websites, and for the next 3 minutes, I'll answer any questions. Go ahead, Joanne.
Yes, I was just thinking about the QR codes, the last conference that I went to. People didn't have business cards anymore. You just had to scan their QR codes on your phone, and then you get their link to their website and or their contact information. So I knew you'd be up on all of this technology, you being a computer scientist. So I thought I was going to share something new with you, April. Darn it.
Hey, well, I'm sure you shared it with others. So
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Wow, wow, wow. I am wowed. WOWED. No,
Wow.
seriously, I've learned a lot, man. So I know there's a lot of people that probably have some questions. Now's the time to ask the scientist here, the expert here, the one and only April herself, about how to put yourself out there. And I think learning what she has to offer will definitely give your business a big boost into growing, into developing in itself. And these days, everything is technology now. Everything is virtual. Everything is computer now. So we have to move in that direction. I myself need a lot of help in this area. So I'm going to be talking to April here soon. I'm going to be in Phoenix a couple of weeks. I'll look you up. Maybe we can have a quick meeting because I want to definitely, that get something like this built for myself. Because right now I just do a lot of my business from Instagram or Facebook, mainly Facebook. And I've been with Facebook for so long now. I need to be able to create my own website now. So I need to move in that direction. But thank you so much. I've learned a lot. Everything you said was perfect because I see a lot of people in the people business, in the business world, with their social media. They're out there saying crazy, wild things that are personal, and then it makes their business look bad, and then it doesn't work for them. Then they're complaining of why it's not working. It's because you're putting yourself out there in a negative negative format. So you got to be able to separate your personal life from your business page. Or if you're using Facebook if you're trying to use Facebook for your business, but then you're putting your husband and your children and your ex's pictures up there, then it won't work. This is where I get a lot of questions. People always ask me, like, hey, how come you don't put your family pictures up? How come you don't put your wife's picture up there? I'm like, because it's not about them. I'm kind of using my business, my personal Facebook page for my business. So it has been working. It's been working for me. So, but I'm ready to move to that next level. And that's what you offer. Thank you so much. Anybody else have any questions, thoughts, comments? Now's the time. The chat box.
Just to add to that, Pax, is like the example you just gave of how you use Facebook, your personal page. It's because you are your own business brand. You are the Pax Harvey brand. So it makes sense because you're selling your services, right? Of being like an MC or a host, and you're an online persona. And so that makes sense that you are your brand. Others, like maybe I'm a jeweler or I'm, I'm a trainer. Well, no, maybe that would be a good, I own a marketing company or a welding company that, you're not necessarily your online brand. So those are the differences.
Right. Yes. Thank you. Anybody else? If not, someone said, can we get the presentation or slides?
And I will say, go ahead and use the QR code and you sign up for the newsletter. I will put the presentation to you.
Perfect. And Deborah, thank you so much for your interaction and then your questions. And I know that April here has shined some light on your process for you, your business for you. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. April, thank you so much. Happy holidays. Always good to see you. You're always doing great things. You inspire. Thank you so much for leading the way. And be safe, be careful, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Take care. Happy holidays, everybody.
I like how you say "hey" in there in between. You're keeping it real. I love it. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on here to our last presenters. I believe there's a couple of them. They will take this home. They will wrap this up for us. And before we do that, I just want to thank everyone this far for hanging in there, sticking in there with us, and also getting some great information on what's being said throughout the day. As far as for me, I know I definitely benefited. Even though I'm the host here, I'm learning a lot. I picked up a lot, and I met some great people, new people, and I am excited to keep on trucking on with Pax Harvey Consulting. But right now, I'm going to go ahead and turn the time over to.
Hey, Pax.
Yes.
I just have one quick announcement.
Go ahead.
So all of you long haulers here that are still online at 3:30 today, it's been a long day of Zoom, but I might have some delicious prizes for you. So I'm going to jot down everybody that's still online now and put your name in a drawing. Our parent company, the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, is the host for the Reservation Economic Summit. We call it RES 2022. It's going to take place next May at the Caesars Palace Casino Hotel in Las Vegas. So I've got 2 full conference registrations that we can draw for. And so we'll do that after this last presentation as we close out the event. Okay? Thanks, Pat.
Yeah. You guys just heard that. So don't be texting people, come back online. maybe you could, but yo, man, did you just hear what she just said? Okay, I know Navajos and Native don't get excited, but anyway, I know you are. You can't tell, but I know you are. So what I'm trying to get to is she was giving out some tickets to the RES conference that's gonna happen next year. I'm using my accent now. So, okay, I'm excited about, I hope I qualify for that too. Put my name in there, man. Yes, you guys only gave me $2 to do this today. Okay, I donated some of my time. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do this here. I'm gonna turn the time over to Shania Manus with Economic Development. She's the specialist with Navajo Nation Business Regulatory Department, and Henry Silentman. So I want to give a shout out to Henry, the guy. He's been behind the scene as well, getting all this set up, getting this everything virtually set up here. Yesterday we went through a practice run, and I didn't know that you can create green rooms from this type of setting. So we had a green room, and then we have this room, and then he kind of showed me some stuff that he can do. But doing something like this takes a lot of skills, and he got everything down, and then they had to pay for this too. So Joanne and her group and her people there all came together, and they put this together, and then all the other staff with RBDO, everyone there is doing a great job. So go ahead, Henry and Shania, there you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shania Manus, and I am Senior Economic Development Specialist with the Division of Economic Development under the Business Regulatory Department. And I am here to talk a little bit about how to do business with the Navajo Nation. Well, first, my clans are Tzadeshkishne, Neshle, Ketlichini, Bashishchi, Kiaani, Dashiche, Ashehe, Dashanele. And I'm actually from the Loop community. And I am very thankful to be invited to speak today. Thank you, Joanne, and the National Center for having us on today. I will be speaking about the Business Opportunity Act and how you can be registered as a priority vendor to have to do business with the Navajo Nation. I will have a few of our staff members join us. They are online, so if I can't answer a question, then I will call on my colleagues and they can answer those questions. But first, I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen here. I hope that it works. Let's see. Everybody see my screen? Yes? Okay, cool. Okay, so doing business with the Navajo Nation, I think it's only fitting that we talk a little bit about what we do here at Business Regulatory. We do I guess, monitor the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. So anyone who is signed up as a priority vendor does gain priority preference in the bid processing, in the bid process. So let's see, let me go ahead and start with, so when you see here, we are under the Division of Economic Development, and business regulatory is directly under the Division of Economic Development, and we have 3 different areas in our department. So there is the weights and measures. They don't really particularly pertain to doing business on the Navajo Nation right now, but the areas that I do want to concentrate on is the certification and the contracts office, which is the department I'm under, where we have senior economic development specialists who make sure that all contracts and all procurement processes are following the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. And on the side here, we do have the corporation code registration. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those 2 areas. The corporation code registration is being handled by another individual. So I may have her come on, Daisha Holian, to talk a little bit about that. But today, the goal is to kind of just briefly go over the process to get registered. And I know a lot of businesses who are on the line right now have pretty much, they know a lot about the system. A lot of the businesses are already priority vendors. And that is kind of the first step to really getting into doing business with the Navajo Nation, because it does work for many of the businesses who are bidding on projects, and we as individual senior economic development specialists, we will go to bid openings and we will ensure that the different entities are utilizing the priority preference. So right off the bat, I'm just going to go ahead and go through the certification process. So there are 2 different areas, which is professional service. There's this professional service application and a construction application. And when you go to navajoeconomy.org, there is a link that will say certification and registration. That is where you will find the application. And it's self-explanatory on the first page. It'll ask you, are you doing business as for professional services or construction? And so with that application, we ask that you submit your IRS information, a list of your past projects, and the duties of the top echelon. Really just, we need to get an understanding of your business and to know that the owner is the person in charge who is running the business. We need to know that the person who owns it is Navajo. So we need to see the IRS information stating that you are 51 to 100% owner of that business. And then past projects, we just want to know how long you've been in business and what it is that you're currently working on. And again, the duties of the owner, we want to make sure that it is the owner who is running the business and making sure that they are the people who are benefiting from the priority preference. And so what we do when we get the complete application is we send out procurement clearances to make sure that all areas to make sure that our businesses are cleared through these certain areas, such as the Navajo Tax Commission. So the Navajo Tax Commission is a completely separate entity, and any business who would like to do business on the Navajo Nation must register with the Navajo Tax Commission. And you can go to their website to fill out the forms to make sure that you are registered. And so when it comes to the priority application, the priority vendor application, we will send a clearance through the Tax Commission to make sure you are registered and that you are in compliance. We'll also send a clearance through the Veterans Office to make sure that there is no debts or any dues owed to the Veteran Office. And we'll also check with the Navajo Nation to make sure that you don't have any outstanding loans. It does state in the law that if you do owe the Navajo Nation any outstanding loans, then you are ineligible to be placed on the priority preference listing. And we will ask for proof of Indian blood. So we do request that it doesn't have to be the original, but we need to see a copy of if you're Navajo owned, we need to see your Navajo certificate of Indian blood. But if you are a native owned company, we need to see the tribal enrollment documentation of which tribe you are enrolled in. And when we have all of the paperwork here, we make sure everything is put together and all the procurement clearances are done. And then we will certify you for 1 full year to be placed on our priority preference source listing. That allows you to get priority preference for projects, but it also does give, most of the jobs on Navajo Nation, a lot of the people will look at this source listing. And so it is does give you some advertising. So it is to your benefit, the Navajo owner's benefit, to be a part of that listing. And so, let's see. Every year you must renew. And we ask that you start the process maybe a month before your certification is up, because if you do not, then if you go beyond 3 months, you have to start the whole application process all over again. And that does take time. So this entire process will take about a month to go through the entire registration process, certification process. And that, can take a while, and it does cause some trouble if you have put in for a bid and you need to have your certification for the bid process. So we ask that you do it a month prior to your recertification date. So here it says if you lapse more than 3 months, then you have to start over. So on the application, we do ask for specific wording to make sure that your business is properly described. So on the application, it'll say briefly describe the types of goods or services your firm can provide to projects on the Navajo Nation. So when this wording will be placed on the source listing. And if we have a project under $50,000, it is in the law that anyone who is trying to procure services must look at the source listing and contact those on the source listing that can do the job. So it's very important that you write exactly what the services you provide, and it has to be within that 60 character limit, because if it goes beyond that, only what's allowed will be the 60 characters. And please do not put see attachment, because that's going to be placed on the source listing. It'll just say see attachment. So that's very important. That's a very important aspect to the application process. And the page 7, it's just going to ask that you sign off and say that everything is true, and that you are Indian owned or you are Navajo owned. And that's just basically stating that you are, let's see, a Navajo owned firm. Sorry. Okay, so priority 1 is going to be any business that is 100% Navajo owned and controlled. So a Navajo owned business will be priority 1. Priority 2 can be a Navajo owned business that is owned 51 to 99%. So if you have 2 owners and one is non-native, but the Navajo owns 51% of that business, then they will be priority 2. Priority 2 also includes the other Native American tribes that are 51% controlled. So if you are 51% to 100% owned, you will be able to, and from a Native American tribe, then you are able to be listed as priority 2. So The priority preference, I just went through briefly because I do know that a number of people who are signed in pretty much know the process and are registered. We are currently working on updating the Navajo Business Opportunity Act because I think the last updates were done in 2002. And we did hold 3 public hearings regarding the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. And so we're currently still working on that. We are in the, I'm not exactly sure what phase we're in, but we are definitely trying to work to where it is going to benefit, continue to benefit the Navajo-owned businesses. And I know that there may be some questions right now. If you have questions for the moment, because I'm kind of going to go ahead and let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to read a comment from my colleague Alvin, who wrote the Business Opportunity Act. It applies to all federally recognized tribes. Businesses must be at least 51% Navajo or Indian owned. So just reading his comment there. So once you are registered with us, once you are on the source listing, then you will gain priority preference. A lot of the RFPs will be posted on the Office of Controller, the Navajo Nation Office of Controller website. That's where a number of our RFPs are listed. So if you go to the Office of Controller website, you'll see that it'll say RFP. And that is where you can look to see. If you already are on the source listing, you can look there, and anything listed there, they must, your bid will gain priority preference. Of course, you have to meet all the qualifications. Of course, you have to abide by the RFP entirely. But if all of the qualifications are met, then yes, the business does gain priority preference. Okay, so what we also do here in the Business Regulatory Department is we also monitor the Navajo Nation Corporate Code. And we have a new individual who is overseeing that program. Her name is Daisha Holian. She's the new programs and project specialist. And that department basically works with all of the corporations to register, to have them register and to file with the Navajo Nation. So it authorizes corporate entities to conduct business within the jurisdiction of Navajo Nation, and it also protects the investments of the Navajo people and businesses through a formidable legal structure. So we also do that here in our office. And these are the different types of businesses that we register. There is domestic corporation and foreign corporations. Domestic for-profit corporations, nonprofit corporations. So if you see here, these are the different corporations that we do register. And domestic corporations are those registered on Navajo Nation who are located here on the Navajo Nation. Foreign corporations are those located off the Navajo Nation, but they are doing business here on the Navajo Nation. So you can be a Navajo-owned business and be registered with our corporate code, as well as be on the source listing. And the non-Navajo-owned businesses, we encourage them to register with our foreign corporation side if they do business on the Navajo Nation. In fact, we're really pushing for that to hopefully have all businesses registered with our corporate code department. And that process is basically the business does submit an application to the program and project specialist, and she will review it. If it's missing anything, she will return for corrections. If it is approved, then it'll go on and she will issue the certification of authority. So Daisha Holian is the person in charge of that program. So if you do have questions, her information will be provided at the end of this presentation, and you can reach out to her. I don't have a whole lot of information regarding this process. I work more so on the Business Opportunity Act side. So if you look here, these are the phone numbers for the different people in our department. So we have Nota Silversmith, who is our department manager. I'm sure a lot of you know Melissa. She kind of runs the office here, and the phone numbers are listed there. We have our weights and measures team, our MBOA team, and again, the corporate code team there, Audacia. So at this point, I don't know if I haven't read to see if there's any questions regarding that process. Or if Alvin would like to say anything, because he looks like he's writing in the comment section. Alvin, did you want to say anything to? Okay, maybe not.
No, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, no. I'm just addressing some of the questions that are being typed up to you. So yeah, give you some time to talk.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't read that right. So yes, Alvin is the expert. He's been here for many, many years. And so he is the person we go to when the questions get tough. So he is responding to questions in the chat. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment or ask a question regarding the business regulatory department?
Trying to maybe have Daisha introduce herself.
Oh, okay.
I'll go ahead and introduce myself too and say a few words. This is Nota Silversmith. Can everyone hear me? Okay, my name is Nota Silversmith. I'm with the Business Regulatory Department. I just wanted to kind of add that with Shania saying that the MBOA was still being worked on. We are in the draft phase for that. We're running our edits by DOJ. So that's where we currently are with that. And that took place from the 3 public hearings that took place in June, July, and May. So that's where we are in the process. We do have a new employee, Ms. Daisha Holian, that came on board like a week ago now. So she's still getting familiar with the process. We have Mr. Ryan Holgate, who's also with our office. He's very helpful with the corporations code because he was there previously. And like, if you have any questions or you need any help with anything, that's what me and my staff are here to provide. So I encourage you to reach out to us at our number 928-871-6714. We're glad to work with any of the businesses and people that are interested in registering their business. So I just kind of wanted to say that and introduce myself a little bit. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daisha Holian. I am from Coyote Canyon, New Mexico. My clans are Batani, Nanastesia, and Nahabani. I am currently the program and project specialist within the Business Regulatory Department. This is something completely new to me. However, I've been within the division for quite some time. Some of you may know me. I was a part of the administration within as an eligibility technician. So if you guys have any further questions or concerns or need assistance walking through the steps of the application, feel free to call me. My phone number is provided on the PowerPoint. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Daisha. Basically, that is our program. That is what we oversee here at our office. And we did provide Joanne did provide a link to the navajobusiness.com website if you are trying to get certified or registered. You can also email myself. I'll put my email in the chat box so that everyone, if you need assistance, I can absolutely help you, and I can walk you through the process of getting registered.
Great, thank you, Shania. I really appreciate the business regulatory team's participation in our event today. And thank you to Nota and the rest of your team for being online with us and answering questions. I'm sure we'll have a few questions here. I'm just waiting for everybody to chime in on the chat, and we'll have Pax follow up on that.
Yeah, it's kind of towards the end of the day too. Everybody's kind of probably burnt out a little bit. So
yeah, so Shania is going to provide her email address in the chat. So, oh yes, she did already. So if you have any direct questions for Navajo Business Regulatory, not other departments, but the Business Regulatory, she'd be able to assist you with that. And she's very good at responding and really following up on the application. Like if your application is taking a little bit longer than you thought, then they'll be happy to look that up and let you know where your application is in the certification process. So I find them to be very responsive, and they work very well with our PTAC clients and helping them get certified. So Pax, do you see any questions in the chat box?
No.
Okay, we're good to go. We can move on to the next speaker, Pax. Thank you.
Yep, the one and only, the man himself, Henry Silent Man. Wait, Silent Man. Yeah, Silent Man. So you're supposed to be a silent man.
Hey, Pax, thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Henry Silent Man. I am an economic development specialist out of the Shiprock Regional Business Development Office. Thank you to Pax, Joanne, the Small Business Development Department for helping us put this on. My clans are Nakaidnen, Shle, Hawatlana, Bashishchin, Torchini is my Che, and my Nali is Lashchini. So I'm originally from the Totlagai area. That's right near where Pax comes from. He comes from Mexican Springs, I thought. Maybe it's Mexican water. But I want to do a poll. And Pax said it was too controversial, so I'm going to try it out. So how do you say Merry Christmas in Navajo? So there seems to be two thoughts there, Yate Keshmish or Nijoniko Keshmish. So let me, so Pax was, he's team Yate Keshmish, and I think here is a northern agency, we call it Nijoniko Keshmish mostly. So it looks like Yate Keshmish is getting up there. There's no team Nijoniko Keshmish. Okay. So, oh wow. All right, so let me share the results of that. So Yate Keshmish is, 77% man. Nijoniko Keshmish is 3%. So I don't know how that works. But well, Nijoniko Keshmish and Yate Keshmish to everybody. And so did I share the results? Yeah. Well, so let's do one more since I had quite a few of them. Out of the people that are here, are you on the naughty list or the nice list for Santa Claus? Or are you just not sure? Oh, okay, yeah. So it's quite a bit. Okay, I think Pax just voted. He's on the naughty list. Okay, let's end the poll. So 63% of you are on the nice list. That's good to know. 32% of you, 6 of you are not sure, and there's 1 on the naughty list. So that's terrible. So today's my presentation is about how to do business with Navajo Nation, and we heard a lot about entrepreneurship today. We heard about SBA, the working with APS, and a lot about how we work with some of these other companies. So I have Edgar Tony is going to help me with the presentation. Not sure if he's on yet, but he's going to talk about business financing. But so we kind of look at doing business on Navajo Nation just like we do about working with any other government agency. We look at the business planning, looking at your location, financing, your structure and registration, and then your taxes. So I think we want to make sure we do some of these things before we start doing business on the nation. So business planning is very important with our small business development department, business development offices. We do a lot to help people work on their business plan. We have the Indianpreneurship Program, which is a Native American business plan training, and a lot of our staff at Small Business Development, they're trained trainers who work with this curriculum, and it's out of Onabin, and Onabin's out of Oregon, and they have a specific business plan curriculum for Native Americans. So when we talk about business plans, and there's basically three parts. There's your marketing, there's your organization, and there's your finances. So when in the Indianpreneurship Program, the first day we talk about marketing, the second day we talk about the finances of your business and organization on both days. So your marketing is talking about your product. We have April Tinhorn here talking about how to market your product and what online and that kind of stuff, making your reputation, your brand. So that's part of what we talk about on the first day of our trainings. We talk about your organization, if you're going to be a corporation, a sole proprietor, who's going to be the boss in your business, and how are your employees trained. Those are all types of things about the organization that we want to plan for. And the last one is your finances. There's three financial statements with your business plan. So we go over there as we talk about your accounting, how to set up your accounting books, and we talk about your pricing. Your pricing is part of financing, part of marketing. You want to make sure that your prices are the correct amount to for the market you're looking to be a part of. So in any business plan curriculum, these three things are what is discussed when you're talking about business planning. So I welcome you to learn more about business plans and talk to our RBDOs. We will have a business plan competition. If you have an idea and you want to write a business plan for that, if you have an existing business, you want to write about a business plan to maybe go into different markets and such. So we have the 7 Generations Business Plan Competition, and we partner with Northern Arizona University, and we choose first place, second place, and third place. And I think we have a $3,000 startup funds for that business plan competition. So that's at the Economic Summit next year. So be sure to contact any of the RBDOs to get information about the business plan competition and start working on your business plan, as soon as you can. So next is your business location. So our office, we work with the 110 chapters, And 108 of those chapters, 107, I'm sorry, Shanto, Tuba City, and Kianta, they have their own leasing authorizations. So, they work with the local businesses on the leases within those areas. But the 107 chapters, remaining, they go through our offices and to get a business site lease or a temporary permit to operate their business. So if your business, requires you to have a location on the nation, then, you come to our office. We help you with the land lease and either working with the chapters to have it withdrawn and become a lease. And so again, work with, our offices. Excuse me. So I'm with the Shiprock RBDO office. We work with 22 of these chapters here, from Anna to Huerfano to Counselor, down to Sheep Springs, and Denahootso, and so business finances. Shania talked about our procurement clearances. If you're doing a contract with Navajo Nation, we do a procurement clearance with 5 agencies, 5 different departments, to see if you owe Navajo Nation any money before we can process that business site lease or the contract. So, if you do a lot of work with the Navajo Nation, you have leases with Navajo Nation, then you want to make sure that you're caught up financially with these departments. Business financing also. So Navajo Nation, we have our loan program, which is we have the Business Industrial Development Fund loan. We have large loans, we have small loans, micro loans up to $10,000, and then we have loans up to $100,000 and then over $100,000. We also have the loan guarantee program. We can work with your organizations if they're working with a business, and if they're working with a bank and they need to have that loan guarantee. So business structure and registration. Shawnee talked a lot about, corporations and the NBOA certification. So, we can work with, the business regulatory department in getting some of these applications and to you all, and any type of technical assistance you need regarding these registrations, we can help you do that. So the last one is probably about business tax responsibilities. So you probably need to, if you're working on Navajo Nation, then you need to register with Navajo Tax Commission, either register for sales tax and collect the 6% sales tax. And then if you have a business site lease, then you register to collect your register for the possessory interest tax. So, and that's through the Navajo Tax Commission. So their contact information is there. So our office, we do trainings and workshops, business plan development. Like I said, the entrepreneurship, we help with accounting, marketing. We talk about our loans and different lending, financing options. We work with the CDFI, Navajo CDFI, and we try to get the information to you about their programs. And any type of business management or business related issues, we can do trainings and workshop and all that. So these are the locations of the 5 RBDO offices by chapters. So Tuba City, Chinle, Shiprock, Church Rock, and St. Michael. So if you have any questions about business site leasing, Navajo financing and such, then you can contact any of our offices. So I think that's it. Edgar is not available right now, so he was going to talk about financing and doing a loan application, but I think we're all set. I'm ready to win my res conference registration.
Wow. Okay, so thank you.
Hello, Henry. I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here, guys.
Yeah, he likes a big entrance, man. That was a big entrance. Go ahead.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Edgar Tazzoni. I'm with the Eastern RBDO. Our office is in Church Rock. We covered the whole Eastern agency. So glad to be on board here. I'm going to talk about what we do at the office, and we do have a loan program, Division of Economic Development. And I did share a checklist with Henry. I don't know if you're able to post that, Mr. Sileman. If not,
I'll have to find it.
If not, I can go through it. I always tell folks, just borrow what you need. Reason being, because you got to pay it back. You know, and I always tell folks that, you know, whatever you borrow, the amount that you borrow should take your business from one level to the next level. If it doesn't increase sales, etc., then maybe you're borrowing for the wrong reason. So really, you know, that money that you want to borrow for your business should take your business from one level, hopefully, to the next higher level. So I do have a checklist. You all can see that. And really, when I do a lending orientation with a client, it's better to do it in person because I want to hear about that person's business. I want to get a feel based on my experience. I can tell, you know, whether or not they need the money, etc. I'm here to support all businesses. I want them to succeed. I want them to do well financially. I want them to make a difference. I want them to provide services and goods to our native people and whoever their target audience is. So if you look at my checklist, number one, we do have a business loan application, and that business loan application does have to be complete. I think it's like 2 pages, could be 3 pages. You cannot leave anything open, because if you leave it open, it's considered incomplete. So I tell folks that, you know, if you want to put a 0 in there, put a 0 in there. If you want to put NA, put NA in there. And Henry will have my contact information. We do have like I said, we do have our in-house micro loan fund available where she can borrow up to $10,000. And we do have another loan fund resource, which is Navajo City of I, and pretty much the checklist covers both. So we've had success with both programs. I'm here to help you. Like I said, you know, the funds you need to borrow should take your business from point A to point B to point C. Number 2 on the list is clearances and certification, which was covered earlier. The Navajo Nation has to verify that you do not owe any money to the Navajo Nation. Sometimes when we do procurement checks, or we do credit checks, and then we find out that a person owes money to maybe NTUA or Frontier, those things can show up on your credit report. So those have to be addressed. Number 3 on the list is the business plan. And I can help you with this. We got A through F, and what I really look at is part F. You know, your financials, your ability to pay back the loan. What pays back the loan is the business revenue. You do not pay back the loan out of your own pocket. So you got to demonstrate to me that the business can generate enough revenue to pay back the loan. So for example, if you borrow the max from our BD loan fund, which is $10,000, your monthly payments could be anywhere from $250 to $300 a month. So you got to demonstrate to me that you can cover all you can generate enough sales every month times 12 months out of the year, times the term of the note, which could be 48, 60 months, depending on the business activity. So you got to generate enough sufficient revenue every month, even during the slow months of the year. If you have that, if you're seasonal, and then cover all your operating costs. All your operating costs includes maybe salaries, cost of goods, your utilities, etc., insurance, and then you still got to have funds left over to pay back the note every month. If you can demonstrate that to me, I feel sufficient that you can do it. I'll support your loan request. Number 4 is collateral. No. Number 4 is valuation statement. Just give me a statement saying that if I was to be awarded money from the nomination, this is how the nomination would benefit from this transaction. You know, you could hire more Navajo employees. You could buy goods and services from other Navajo vendors. You could add to the nomination economy, sales tax, etc. Number 5 is equity. How much have you contributed into the business? This is your business. I need to know that. Number 6, collateral. What can you pledge as collateral? It has to be hard collateral. It cannot be considered what we call soft collateral. Maybe we take a lien on it if need be, and we can discuss more of that down the road. Number 7 is the credit report. If there's issues on your credit report that we feel that need to be addressed, we'll ask you to address those. Sometimes folks will have an outstanding cellular phone bill with one entity and they don't pay that bill and they go to another cell phone entity and then they leave that one with an outstanding bill and they go to a third one, fourth one. That's not good as far as looking at your credit history. So we need for you to address those because they're still on your credit report. So that's one example. Having a bad low scores will not disqualify you if I believe you can address those issues. So, it's all based on character as a business owner. What is your character like? Are you willing to meet and pay your obligations, your financial obligations? Says a lot about a business owner. Number 8 is business and personal income tax returns for the last 3 years. Last 3 years would now be 2021, 2020, and 2019. So your business history will say a lot on your business income tax returns. Number 9 is just saying that this is my business, showing proof that you do have a business, registrations, license, permits, anything that says this is my business. Number 10, ID. We need to know who you are. Very simple. Number 11, if you do have a business lease or agreement, we want to see a copy of that. Number 12, every business should have some sort of insurance. So we want to look at your insurance coverage. Now, if you're starting out, you're brand new, we can take quotes. So if you're looking to bid on a contract, as a contractor, we can take quotes. And if you do get the contract, and then of course you would buy the required insurance. Number 13 is if you have any secured contracts out there that'll support your business loan. 14 is resumes. We want to look at you. We want to look at your experience as a business owner. We want to get that feel saying that, this is my business. I'm operating within this industry. So I know what I'm doing. I can compete, etc. 15 is down the road. If you get awarded, then we need to know where your business is located, where your home is located. That just comes into play if for some reason you become default as a borrower. We need to know where you live so we can contact you. Always tell folks that, if you're having trouble making your monthly loan payment, let me know. If you let me know, I can work with you versus not letting me know. So I can do everything I can to help you along the way with your late payments, etc. So I want you to be successful. So that's the checklist that the Navajo Nation I use. And then of course, if I feel that I feel like it's a win-win, it has to be considered a win-win. And if I don't feel like it's a win-win, I'll let you know. But if it's a win-win, I'll support you all the way. So that's all I have. Are there any comments, questions? And Henry did share my email address information. Hope to hear from you all. Lending is not difficult. It's a process, but people do get awarded. Look at this checklist here. We're treating this whole transaction as one professional to another. The business owner being one professional, our office being the other professional. And so that's how we look at it, as a professional transaction. You're saying you're the business owner, you should be able to provide all this information on this checklist and other information as needed, because you're the business owner. That's how we look at it.
Thank you, Edgar.
Welcome.
We'll send it back to you, Pax, and close us out.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Awesome. From day one this morning, we had an open prayer by Mr. Begay. Then throughout the whole day, we had presenters, we had speakers come on. Everyone did a great job, each and every one of you, the sponsors, Joanne, your group there, the team there, everyone behind the scenes making this happen. Thank you guys very much for inviting me here today to host this. And I've been involved with this business day opportunity, also the summit in the previous years. So it's good to be back again, to be able to do this virtually. But all in all, I think a lot of us learned something from this today, and we'll continue to move forward to do something greater and bigger for ourselves. I'm going to turn the time over to Joanne, and she's going to do the raffle. We'll see who the lucky winners are, and then we will tear this down, and then we will go into the evening, and then go enjoy some dinner somewhere. Go ahead, Joanne.
Thank you, Pax. I would really like to thank everyone for being online with us today. I know it was a long day, and I really appreciate the support of all of our speakers today. I asked them to come and present to our clients and our small businesses, and they were also willing to do so, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate their time and your time for this day. And thank you, Pax. Thank you for doing a great job keeping our meeting flowing. I really appreciate that, Cecilia. And okay, so now's the time for the big prize. Okay, so I got two disclaimers. I have two full conference registrations for the RES conference in 2022. It's going to take place in May. Hey, Henry, if you could put up the slide for the upcoming events. That way everybody will know the dates for our next events. Okay, so come here, son. This is my son, Charles. He's my baby boy, and I picked him to pick out the ticket because he's an unbiased participant here. So what we're drawing for is 2 certificates for the RES conference. So we're going to draw 2 names. And this is full.
Does that also include a George Strait concert?
No. Dang, if I had that, I wouldn't be here. No.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a full conference registration. So the person that we draw the name for has to be here online still. And I saw that a few people dropped off in the last few minutes. So you have to be here online and be on video and acknowledge your certificate. So it's a full conference registration for the RES conference. The value of it is $1,049. And I have to make sure to tell you that this does not include your hotel and your travel. So it's just a conference registration. So don't come back at me and say, hey, I thought my whole travel was paid for. So that's not included, just the RES conference registration. Okay, Charles, go ahead. I
I
got two
bought tickets to the NFR.
No, I'm not even there either. You got 2 tickets?
Uh-oh.
All right. We got 2 tickets. Now, everybody that's online was eligible for the drawing, even the Navajo Nation Economic Development people. Only the people that are associated with the National Center, I did not include. So if Derek's still online, sorry, Derek. But okay, the first name I have is Ray Ann. So this is Ray Ann. She didn't have a last name. So Ray Ann, if you are here, please unmute and turn on your video.
Hi guys, sorry I've been hiding all day.
There you are. So congratulations, Rayanne. Please send me an email at joan@ncaied.org.
I will. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'll email you the certificate. Thank you. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay. So on our next name is Ms. Shania Manus. She's with the Division of Economic Development with Business Regulatory. So Shania, are you still online? Yay! Congratulations.
I stayed on.
Okay, great. I will just send me an email and I will send you your certificate for the RES conference. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your presentation today. So thank you to all. Thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate your participation. And I hope you made some great connections today. Of course, you can always email me and I'd be happy to share the presentations that we had today. This video will also be available on YouTube. So just search for the Navajo Business Opportunity Day, and Henry's going to post that up there for us probably as soon as tomorrow, so that you can, if you missed any speakers, you can log back in and check out their presentation. But I really appreciate all of our speakers today, and I want to thank also our Dene Chamber board members. I see our Vice President, Mr. Tom Curliher, Yate, who's joined us today, and for Mr. Begay, as well as Al Henderson and Lydell Davies for doing the welcome address this morning, and my brother Tony Hale too. He was online with us all day too. I'm thankful for them as well. So and Yat Ekeshvis, that's the way we say it in Fort Defiance Agency.
You can also view this on Facebook Live. Is it going to be uploaded on Facebook as well?
Yes, the Division of Economic Development is going to be posting that on their Facebook page. So Navajo Division of Economic Development, it'll be one of their saved videos on that. And Kobe Tom is helping us manage that portion.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, we are done. We are finished. It was a great day, full day. Let everybody know that they weren't here, they missed out. And those of us that were on here should be billionaires 2 years from now. Thank you so much, Hagone. Be safe.
Good night, everyone. We just want to say thank you to our sponsors, the Salt River Project, the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, and our community partners, the Dene Chamber. So, that's your hat.
Good night.